Alright, what's up guys? I'm Slash from the EVFL team. I play defender, but I've been playing top lane because of the EXP share changes. You can now play tank carries, and I've been playing Pokemon like Blastoise, Snorlax. I actually played Mamoswine in the tournaments and went undefeated, but we didn't really play it in scrims at all.
Hello guys, I'm Shingdi. I'm the jungler of the team. Recently I played a lot of Leafeon, ABQ, and Blaziken. That's fun.
We wanted to share our message with just all our fans that support us. So I wanted to say that we finished 5th in the overall rankings, but we still have a chance to get 1st place. And I really believe that we can do it. I've been working really hard and the team's been working really hard, and we really want to finish 1st place and see you guys in ACL in Japan in March.
Yeah, and I'm always have confidence to win all the games. So please come to support us, because I always think that if there are more fans and we can have more power to win the games. Yeah, so please remember to come to support us.
And honestly, we've just been getting unlucky brackets, so let's hope we pull it off at the end of January. And make sure to come check out the live stream, Pokemon Unite ACL 2026. You can look up like Pokemon Asia English channel to see it.
안녕하세요. 부안에서 팀장을 맡고 있는 초보 김현수 선수입니다. 저희가 존재할 수 있는 이유는 여러분들이 응원해주시고 지켜봐주시기 때문이라고 생각합니다. 그렇기 때문에 이번에 다가오는 1월 31일 플레이오프에서 최선을 다하는 모습을 보여드릴 테니 꼭 시청해주시기 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. FM 포천에서 탱커 역할 담당하고 있는 이호준 선수입니다. 항상 응원해주시는 팬분 여러분 덕분에 더더욱 힘이 나는 것 같습니다. 다가오는 1월 31일 플레이오프에서 꼭 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다. 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. FM 포천에서 정글 포지션을 맡고 있는 수반입니다. 먼저 저희 팀을 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 정말 감사드립니다. 저희 팀이 이번에 우승을 하게 된다면 팬분들과 기쁜 마음을 같이 나누고 싶어서 노래를 한 소절 부르도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
결승전에서 저희를 응원해주세요.
สวัสดีครับซันเซตครับตำแหน่ง Attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมาก่อนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และอีพีวิสโบช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลตกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ปูเซฟถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโคเซนโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
ครับผมสวัสดีครับผมกาเดียครับผมตำแหน่งแทงค์นะครับผมมั่นใจ 100% ครับผมแต่ก็มีแอบหวั่นบ้างเพราะว่าอย่างที่ทุกคนเห็นนะครับเพราะว่าในลีกเนี้ยทุกคนแบบทุกทีมแบบเก่งกันหมดแล้วก็มีประสบการณ์แบบค่อนข้างโชคโชนนะครับแต่พวกผมจะพยายามแล้วก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับด้วยนะครับวันที่30 มกราคมนี้นะครับผมในรอบเพลย์ออฟนะครับ
สวัสดีครับผมซีงนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งออฟเลนครับผมก็ค่อนข้างมั่นใจครับจากการที่เราฝึกฝนอย่างหนักมั่นใจว่าคนไทยต้องได้ไปญี่ปุ่นแน่นอนครับผมก็อยากฝากแฟนๆมาเชียร์เราในรอบเพลย์ออฟด้วยนะครับรับรองว่าสนุกแน่นอนครับผม
Hello， 大家好，我是杨，我是来自 Rabbit Sport 担任辅助位，做我对手技能多番外。简单来讲呢，就是尽量多打训练赛然后不要把自己变没了。其实进入季后赛，我觉得每一支队都蛮强的，然后我也没有想要特地去挑谁，就是尽量打好自己的比赛，要全力以赴就好。然后最后再一次祝你们技能多番外。
Halo guys, gue Ior, top lane untuk tim Onyx Rise. Jangan lupa saksikan Onyx Rise di playoff Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara 2026 pada tanggal 31 Januari di YouTube Onyx Esports. See you there! Kalau nanti Onyx Rise berhasil menjadi juara di playoff Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League, Asia Tenggara, mungkin asik kalau kita bikin turnamen SCS yang ketiga kali ya.
Halo guys, nama gue Iluna, gue player Onyx Rise, role gue defender. Personal sih gue mungkin bakal start streaming ya, sehingga jadi lebih rajin latihan aja sih. Sama ya, biar banyakin jam terbang.
Perkenalkan, nama gue ASQ dari Onyx Rise, role gue taker. Alasan gue pengen banget juara tahun ini karena ada teman mabar gue juga di satu turnamen yang sama.
Halo, nama gue Sel, jungle dari tim Onyx Sport, tim yang pengen gue lawan siapapun lawannya bakal gue kalahin.
Buat Sonic dimanapun kalian berada, Onyx Rise ready and see you in the playoff.
본명은 김재영이고요. 선수명은 세람이라고 합니다. 제가 선호하는 포켓몬 폴은 흔히 말하는 이제 탱커형 캐릭터들인데요. 아무래도 제가 개인적으로 흔히 말하는 이제 플레이 메이킹 역할하는 걸 좀 좋아해서 탱커형을 좀 선호하고, 그래서 판 자체를 깔아주는 이제 마법사형들도 생각보다 좋아하는 편입니다. 특히 좋아하는 캐릭터는 현재 메타에서는 이제 엑스 뮤츠라고 해서 다들 아시는 이제 뮤츠인데 이제 메가 진화했을 때 엑스 폼을 되게 좋아합니다. 저도 AUS나 MOBA를 되게 좋아하는데 롤에서 T1이 항상 좋은 성적 많이 거두고 그런 거 많이 봤었는데, 이제 T1이라는 팀이 되게 강하구나, 그래서 이번에 T1에 들어오게 됐는데 T1에 걸맞는 선수가 됐으면 하는 바람이 있습니다. 오닉 라이즈가 지금 현재 1등을 하고 있는데요. 그 팀의 최대 강점이 오래전부터 맞춰온 팀업이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 저희도 이번에는 팀업을 최대한 잘 맞춰서 좋은 성적으로 마무리할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 요코하마에서 열리는 파이널에 갈 수 있는 티켓이 확보되어 있는 상태인데, 이번에 요코하마 가서도 최대한 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 거두겠습니다. 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
I'm Rubix, the team captain and defender of the team.
Hello, I'm Singkwan, the central or jungler of the team.
Thank you for supporting Team Nemesis. Even though na hindi kami masyadong consistent for these past weeks, pero ginagawa namin yung best to practice and to live yung expectation nyo sa amin. Thank you for supporting us.
Hello guys, supportahan nyo pa rin kami manalo matalo, pero ginagalingan namin para ma-represent yung bansa natin, Team Philippines.
Please support us in PUACL2026.
Alright, what's up guys? I'm Slash from the EVFL team. I play defender, but I've been playing top lane because of the EXP share changes. You can now play tank carries, and I've been playing Pokemon like Blastoise, Snorlax. I actually played Mamoswine in the tournaments and went undefeated, but we didn't really play it in scrims at all.
Hello guys, I'm Shingdi. I'm the jungler of the team. Recently I played a lot of Leafeon, BBQ, and Blaziken. That's fun.
We wanted to share our message with just all our fans that support us. So I wanted to say that we finished 5th in the overall rankings, but we still have a chance to get first place. And I really believe that we can do it. I've been working really hard and the team's been working really hard, and we really want to finish first place and see you guys in ACL in Japan in March.
Yeah, and I'm always have confidence to win all the games. So please come to support us, because I always think that if there are more fans and we can have more power to win the games. Yeah, so please remember to come to support us.
And honestly, we've just been getting unlucky brackets, so let's hope we pull it off at the end of January. And make sure to come check out the live stream, Pokémon Unite ACL 2026. You can look up like Pokémon Asia English channel to see it.
안녕하세요. 부안에서 팀장을 맡고 있는 초보 김현수 선수입니다. 저희가 존재할 수 있는 이유는 여러분들이 응원해주시고 지켜봐주시기 때문이라고 생각합니다. 그렇기 때문에 이번에 다가오는 1월 31일 플레이오프에서 최선을 다하는 모습을 보여드릴 테니 꼭 시청해주시기 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. FM 포천에서 탱커 역할 담당하고 있는 이호준 선수입니다. 항상 응원해주시는 팬분 여러분 덕분에 더더욱 힘이 나는 것 같습니다. 다가오는 1월 31일 플레이오프에서 꼭 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다. 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. FM 포천에서 정글 포지션을 맡고 있는 수반입니다. 먼저 저희 팀을 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 정말 감사드립니다. 저희 팀이 이번에 우승을 하게 된다면 팬분들과 기쁜 마음을 같이 나누고 싶어서 노래를 한 소절 부르도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
결승전에서 저희를 응원해주세요.
สวัสดีครับซันเซ็ตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมากอนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลตกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ฟูเซตถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
ครับผมสวัสดีครับผมกาเดียครับผมตำแหน่งแทงค์นะครับผมมั่นใจ 100% ครับผมแต่ก็มีแอบหวั่นบ้างเพราะว่าอย่างที่ทุกคนเห็นนะครับเพราะว่าในลีกเนี้ยทุกคนแบบทุกทีมแบบเก่งกันหมดแล้วก็มีประสบการณ์แบบค่อนข้างโชคโชนนะครับแต่พวกผมจะพยายามแล้วก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับด้วยนะครับวันที่30 มกราคมนี้นะครับผมในรอบเพลย์ออฟนะครับ
สวัสดีครับผมซีกนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งออฟเลนครับผมก็ค่อนข้างมั่นใจครับจากการที่เราฝึกฝนอย่างหนักมั่นใจว่าคนไทยต้องได้ไปญี่ปุ่นแน่นอนครับผมก็อยากฝากแฟนๆมาเชียร์เราในรอบเพลย์ออฟด้วยนะครับรับรองว่าสนุกแน่นอนครับผม
Hello， 大家好，我是杨，我是来自 EVFL 担任辅助位，做我对手技能都番外。简单来讲呢，就是尽量多打训练赛然后不要把自己变没了。其实进入季后赛，我觉得每一支队都蛮强的，然后我也没有想要特地去挑谁，就是尽量打好自己的比赛，要全力以赴就好。然后最后再一次祝你们技能都番外。
Halo guys, gue Ior, top lane untuk tim Onyx Rise. Jangan lupa saksikan Onyx Rise di playoff Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara 2026 pada tanggal 31 Januari di YouTube Onyx Esports. See you there! Kalau nanti Onyx Rise berhasil menjadi juara di playoff Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara, mungkin asik kalau kita bikin turnamen SCS yang ketiga kali ya.
Halo guys, nama gue Iluna, gue player Onyx Rise, role gue defender. Personalnya sih gue mungkin bakal start streaming ya, sehingga jadi lebih rajin latihan aja sih. Sama ya, biar banyakin jam terbang.
Perkenalkan, nama gue ASQ dari Onyx Rise, role gue taker. Alasan gue pengen banget juara tahun ini karena ada teman mabar gue juga di satu turnamen.
Ladies and gentlemen and all trainers alike, welcome to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C-League 2026. My name is JJ and with me is Speaker Yules, and we will be bringing you guys the action for the finals of the C-League.
Man, I'm just excited on what's about to happen. It's finally the playoffs day after the 5-day group stage that we did have. Some teams have their awesome moments, some might have not, but at the end of the day, we're competing in the playoffs. It's a whole different story, and JJ, this is the time where we get to see all of champion potential.
No, yeah, for sure, especially that this playoffs is going to have somewhat of a different kind of format. It's not the usual double eliminations, not the usual Swiss, not the usual round robin, but instead we're going to go in for a king of the hill. So that means whoever's on the lowest placement will have to climb up into the grand finals.
Oh yeah, we'd love to see those kind of story, especially if you're a bottom team and you climb all the way up to be the champion. That would be a phenomenal story. But here, JJ, I know everyone has been talking about that maybe it's Onyx, maybe it's T1 that is the team to beat, but there has been a lot of conversation in the background as well that we must not ignore as well the other teams below them.
No, yeah, but before we head into that, let's go over the road to Pokemon Unite ACL Asia Champions League 2026 finals. So of course, we're going to have the C-League first, which is today's the playoffs, and then we're going to have Winter Tournament, which, by the way, the registration is now already open for next week. That's going to be the the playoffs as well for Winter Tournament, and then whoever's going to be winning that and the top 3 of C-League will be proceeding to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Grand Finals in Japan on March 28th and 29th.
Absolutely. And of course, PUACL teams will also join the Winter Tournament if ever they do not qualify for the ACL Finals by being the top 4 and downwards of the team. So basically, the teams invited in PUACL C-League still has a chance, and all the other teams on the open tournament would have a chance to compete up against them for that sole slot for APAC West and the APAC East. So make sure to group up, ready up. For those who are in the open tournament, maybe they have something up on their sleeves that could actually take down the teams competing as well in ACL.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to like all the teams right now, only Onyx Rise from Indonesia and T1 right now from Korea is not eligible to join both the West and the East winter tournaments because they're already qualified for the finals. But going over into the viewer giveaway as well, we have a lot to give you guys. You know, if you just keep on watching, coming in from Southeast Asia for today, we are going to have a lot of these freebies, so just make sure you watch here and complete the missions that we're going to be putting out right here while we are having broadcast.
Absolutely, and I do believe we also have an upcoming milestone giveaway. There's just a specific number of Pokemon trainers in the stream that has to watch, so make sure to group up, invite your friends already, because we want to give away more merchandise and more stuff that is Pokemon Unite.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, who doesn't want all these free stuff, right? But as I mentioned earlier, for those who want to join in on Winter Tournament, the registration is now open as well. And tomorrow, tomorrow's going to be the start of the open qualifiers. That is February 1, and the playoffs is going to be on February 7th. That's next week.
Yeah, and of course, we do have APAC West as well. Eliminations would happen tomorrow as well, February 1, and the playoffs will be on the next Sunday, which is February 8th. So make sure to group up. If you haven't registered yet, make sure to check because it would close in a bit. So group up already, prepare, and definitely it would be an awesome set of matches tomorrow. We will not be seeing it on the live though, but for the playoffs, it will be live streamed next week.
Yeah, and you're gonna be in it, right? Are you going to be in it? Oh yeah,
we'll see.
I care. I want to see my homies being on the broadcast. You know what I mean? But all I'm saying is that again, earlier on we showed you the APAC East, but this time also, of course, it's going to be APAC West. The playoffs for APAC East is on February 7th, but The playoffs for the APAC West instead is going to be on February 8th. So that's going to be 2 days, double the weekend. That is going to be more Pokemon Unite action only here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and I think I would just like to reiterate that, again, the teams who would from the ACL C League who won't qualify via the top 3 seeding would have to play as well and are automatically qualified for the Winter Open playoffs. So for APAC West, the teams who have the eligibility to compete as of now are Full Sense, Made in Thailand, and Rival Esports, while in East it's going to be EVOS FXL, FN Esports, and Team Nemesis. But of course, we would also like to remind you that tickets are now available for PUACL Finals 2026, wherein 16 champion teams from around the world, not in Asia, but around the world, will compete in Japan. That will be on March 28 to 29, 2026 at the Yokohama Buntai. So make sure to scan the QR code and check out those tickets available.
You know, I think as you were saying that, I was actually scanning the QR code, and maybe I'll get one. Maybe we can see each other, guys. You know, like he's gonna be casting, I'll be flying down. You know, maybe we can meet whatever. But speaking of which, though, we also have the streamer contest. So if you guys wants to win some prizes as a streamer, you can co-stream this tournament with your own commentary or whatever you want to put out there. You know, your own commentary, your own content. Just restream the broadcast, and you may win some prizes. And there's a lot too.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely a lot. You know what, JJ? I feel like if we're not on the desk, definitely we're co-streaming this broadcast because you know how well accommodating the community is. Everyone loves to watch on different perspectives, so we would really love to see that. So if you're a streamer, if you're a shoutcaster as well, then make sure to join the streamer contest because there's a lot of things for you as well in the table.
Yeah, you know, as long as you, what do you call this, have the minimum requirements, you can join this and you may win some prizes as well. And tell you what, the prize, man, the prize pool is a lot right now.
Man, 850, I think that's far by what I know. But, you know, again, call your streamer friends because that will be a lot. But again, let's go back into the main game, which is the rules in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So we are using the tree ban Pokemon system in our draft rules. And of course, it is a traditional pick phase wherein the purple team gets to pick the first Pokemon and the second one would be the orange team. Right after that, when everything is set in stone, definitely could prepare your held items, your battle items, and swap those Pokemons in between your teams and strategize things up.
No, yeah, I mean, it's always been the case. This has been what we've been using since day number 1. Nothing's changed. Unless somehow, you know, there's going to be like 5 Pokemon ban, which hopefully we do get to see quite a bit. But speaking of which, of course, no changes in the game rules as well. Still 10 minutes 5v5, Thea Sky Ruins traffic, no use limit and no level limit on the held items. But we are going to have some banned Pokemons for today. It's going to be Umbreon, Darkrai, Sirfetch'd, and Meowth. Many of which have just been released, so really we cannot use that just yet. And boost emblems is definitely not going to be used in this tournament.
Yeah, and as far as I know, Sirfetch'd just debuted, I think that was last night or today. So really exciting to see Sirfetch'd in the upcoming tournaments. But of course, reminding everyone as well that for the playoffs, which is happening right now, we have the King of the Hill format, just like what JJ said a while ago. We're in 7 and 8 from regular season stars in the first match. And of course, the winner of that matchup would have to climb up. And winner of the previous match, just like what I've been telling, plays the next seeded teams and just have to climb up all the way. If you keep on winning, you keep climbing up at the hill. So that is some story that we want to see for today.
And of course, for the prize pool, it's going to be $30,000 US. For the first place, it's going to be 8,000. For the second, it's 6,500. For the third place, it's going to be 5,500. Fourth at 3,500. Fifth and sixth at 2K. Seventh at 1,500, and eighth placement for 1,000. And that is that's the thing. Everyone who's participated in this tournament, regardless of their placement, has already secured a prize pool for themselves. But as we say that, here is now the leaderboard.
Yeah, and that is actually what happened in the group stage. Onyx Rise being at the top of the hill, followed by T1, Full Sense, Rival Esports, EVFL, Team Nemesis, Made in Thailand, and FN Esports. So definitely we'll see FN Esports and Made in Thailand start things up here at the playoffs today, followed by Team Nemesis and whoever wins the first matchup. And as it goes on until they climb up against Onyx Rise.
I can't wait to see. I'm not actually entirely sure if we're going to see the cast prediction, but I think we're going to see that in quite a bit. That's going to be, you know what, guys, that's one of the things that we have to look forward to, the cast predictions. But before we head into the cast prediction, we're going to see, here we go, the timeline, the order of events for today. First off, we're going to have, as Yules mentioned, Made in Thailand versus FN Esports. Then whoever wins that goes against Team Nemesis, and whoever wins that goes against EVFL, and whoever wins against that goes against Rival, and so on and so forth. Full Sense, T1, and Onyx Rise. So definitely, whoever's going to be winning 7 and 8 placements, Myth, Made in Thailand on FN Esports will definitely have the highest number of games today. So I'm not entirely sure how they're going to push through with that, especially with the mental capacity. That's going to be quite a huge song going into the grand finals. And here we go. As I mentioned, the caster prediction, all of them have been predicting Onyx and T1 to win this entire tournament. And there's this one guy who I'm not gonna name at all. Pinoy Pride. Pinoy Pride, Pinoy Pride.
They just said They just said lakad matatag, man. And for everyone who's been, in the esports scene for quite a while, they know what that means. But I've said my word. Definitely, I think almost everyone saw what I think of Team Nemesis, and I think I'd have to believe that until the end of the day. But we'll see what happens. There's a lot of things. Maybe the champion team for today is not on the prediction. We'll just have to wait and see the matches for today, JJ.
No. I totally respect. I totally respect this. Because obviously everyone else has been going on with what had happened for the past few days for this tournament, and there's this, there's you as well, showcasing how great the Filipino race are. The Filipino nation. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I cannot deny. But we'll just have to wait our fellow Filipinos later after this set of matches, because for now, we'll have to focus on what's up here, JJ. Made in Thailand, from Thailand, of course, versus FN Esports from the region of Korea. Quite exciting. They might not have the best finish in the tournament, but for sure they have something at the table. Made in Thailand, they had a consistent runs from round 1 and round 2, but they weren't able to convert it into a championship in the group stage, or maybe a final is on it. So we'll just have to wait and see what they have prepared in the table for us. But what do you think of esports, JJ?
I mean, to be honest, I think they have played really good as well. They played good, especially in the early parts of the tournament. But it's just that with how much big of a change there was mid-tournament, I think that's one of the biggest weakness that they've had. They weren't able to adapt as much going into this tournament. But I guess that's also the place, the time where they can prove us wrong that, hey, you know what, we can also adapt. We just needed a bit more time, but we are now ready.
We'll just have to wait and see what preparations they have made for both teams here. Again, Made in Thailand versus FN Esports. We're starting off the draft right now, and we have been seeing this very consistent ban for the Vaporeon and the Mega Gyarados as well. Vaporeon is probably the best defender option in the current format that we do have in Pokemon Unite, while Umbreon is not being available. But for Mega Gyarados, it's always being banned simply because how powerful this Pokemon is. But if you notice, JJ, it is that regular Gyarados that's always available for the teams.
No, yeah, I mean, it's if it's a threat, then definitely you have to take it out, especially with the newest patch where, as a defender, you may now become a carry as well, as was mentioned by Slash in the interview. And that's why we're going to be seeing, we're seeing a lot of bans here. That is the Blastoise, that is the Vaporeon, of course, that is the Mega Gyarados as well. But at the same time, we now have access to Mega Charizard Y, which is arguably one of the strongest attackers in the game as of the moment.
Yeah, and I do believe that me and Dally were talking about this during the last 2 weeks in days number 4 and 5. We thought that maybe Charizard Y could be a niche pick or a Pokemon that won't be used that much in the playoff stage, but we get to see it right off the bat in the first game, and we're really excited to see, because based on the initial analysis of what I did into Charizard Y, it can be used as an all-rounder that has the capacity to zone out the enemies because of how huge the ranges of the Fire Blast is, especially when it Mega Evolves. But there has been a lot of rumors lately. Maybe they could use it as an alternative defender. I'm not quite sure what the teams have prepared, and I'm excited to see this at the hands of Made in Thailand.
No, that is for sure, because you really want to do full-on offense with Mega Charizard Y, especially when after going to the Mega Evolution, it's going, the radius, while it's big enough, as big as a goal zone, really, it stays there, you know? It just stays there, so you have to be within that radius for you to be able to get your buffs. However, we still have to take into factor the buffs that the Mega Evolution can provide passively to Mega Charizard Y. But as we say that as well, we are now going to have a complete set here, roster for Made in Thailand. That's going to be the Mega Charizard Y, the Eldegoss, the Psyduck, the Mew, and the Empoleon.
And I'm really excited to see Empoleon back in the fray, because we've seen this used quite a lot, especially with the Hydro Cannon we're in. There is a mini whirlpool effect that could actually set the tone on your HP regen. A great pick here for Made in Thailand, but I'm quite curious here for FN Esports as well. I do believe that this is the first time that we get to see Galarian Rapidash in the fray, and their composition is an aggressive composition where everyone could just dive into the fight, could just set the priority target. That's how I put it against Made in Thailand, because if you're gonna take a look at it, there's a lot of bruisers. There's a powerful backline with Mega TB on that Mew, and with the lineup of FN Esports, maybe this Miraidon will go for Electro Drift, always with the Waterfall and Dragon Breath in that Gyarados, and Galarian Rapidash is just running around in circles in Thea Sky Ruins. Everyone could just jump into the fight.
No, yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, the reason why they have the Snorlax as well, being that of it being a defender, and with the current patch, it can also be a carry. I think that's what they're leaning on into, making sure that the Snorlax goes into the front and gets in the back lane attack coming from that of the, the Miraidon, and at the same time, there's also the Gyarados that can also, be a follow-up, a response into the initiation of a battle coming in from that of the Snorlax.
Yeah, and I think this is just a great setup as well for FN Esports in order to maximize the damage department on their favor, knowing that Made in Thailand might need some range and might need some time as well, especially that they are a Stage 2 Pokemon. Majority of them are Stage 2 Pokemons, and well, on the other hand, FN Esports, majority of them are just Stage 1, or even they are just themselves, just like the Miraidon. And once he gets that power scaling, once the Miraidon gets the moves that they need, definitely will be a tough one for Made in Thailand.
And here you go as well. Before we head into the game, we have a milestone giveaway. Just make sure that we do reach like 500 viewers right now in the stream. We're gonna be unlocking some merchandise for us to give away.
Yeah, but look at this. Always has his rage meter already at half, which is a good sign for FN Esports, especially when they want to dominate the early game, and Zeke was just forced to back away because of that dazzling gleam coming in from the Galarian Rapidash.
Ooh, and here you go. Most of them are just starting off quite early. There's not really a lot that's happening right now except for that of the top path, where we're going to be able to see the first KO. That's going to be the Fable going down into the game. First score into FN Esports, but again, still too early to tell.
Yeah, and I do believe that that was actually some of the case that might happen. If you are running a Gyarados in the top path, you want to make sure that you scale up faster on your counterpart. But there's just too many members from Made in Thailand, and FN Esports wasn't able to handle that very well.
Oh yeah, and here you go. The Hojun is going to be taken out. That's quite a pick off coming in from that of Made in Thailand.
Well, I think it's a way to buy time as well for always in order to make sure that he evolves into Gyarados before the 8-minute mark. Just funnel every XP to him and eventually get that evolution in the Rage meter, which is, I think, somehow reasonable because it's just a defender that was taken away, not much big of an XP. So I think FN Esports saw that through and just maximized the value.
Oh yeah, and here you go. Coming in, some scores here from Made in Thailand, 79-16 is going to be the score of the game as of the moment, as Made in Thailand has already, put them, pushed down and control top pad right now with 3-1. That's a huge outnumber coming in from the FN, but at least they do have some response going up top right now.
Yeah, but look at that Dazzling Gleam being able to do a minimal amount of damage, but at the same time, Chobo, great assist on the team, but damage is not just enough for FN Esports to dish out the KOs that they need. That's why they would have to reset, but nice heavy slam in order to knock up 4 members, but we don't see quite the follow-up that FN Esports must do, since they're not dealing that huge damage, but Follower Me comes in through, still not quite enough, but always just doing the basic attack with the Moxie, gets triple KO at the top.
That's the thing. Made in Thailand does not have enough of a damage prowess against that of FN Esports, mainly because of the fact that there's the Clefable. The moment that the Clefable does its Moonlight, recovers HP for the teammates, the damage has been dissipated immediately.
Yeah, and I do believe that Mega Charizard Y would have to play a huge role as well. Especially that Clefable offers a lot of area of effect healing, and with that Fire Blast available, they needed to cancel the concept of heals. But Dragon's Current was actually used here, but Mega Charizard Y with a Mega Evolution coming from the back. It's going to be the Galarian Rapidash, but the damage is not quite enough. Very sad with a great assist. Multiple Unite moves falling in, and this is just too much for FN Esports to handle. Everyone is down. Mitchell, only one left. Just go for the basic attacks. But here comes the heavy slam, being able to protect the goal zone as well from being destroyed. And Mitchell at the back with the charge beam, being able to take a knockout. They might take the second, and everyone from FN Esports is going back on track to get the KO's revenge.
FN Esports has been surviving and sustaining themselves up until the late game. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, this is going to be the strategy here of Made in Thailand. They need to put everything into the hands of the Charizard, and the thing is, FN Esports is ready for that. The moment that they just bait down the Mega Evolution, all they need to do now is get away a little bit, get some recoveries as well, and from there on out, they are going to be able to survive. Unfortunately for Made in Thailand, they don't have that much of a prowess to dish out a lot of damage against FN Esports.
Yeah, and I do believe that Made in Thailand needs to prioritize that Clefable, doing the healings for the side of FN Esports.
They have
that will
to.
be tough for them, but Mega Evolution in order to knock up a bit of the members of Made in Thailand. But here comes the Dragon's Current as well, and Mincho is so powerful at the backline with the charge beam. Team being able to take 2 knockouts, and they might want more.
2 or 3. 3 more 3.
At the back doing the damage, and of course Zeke is actually there to force things up as he finally shuts down the Gyarados and maybe take 4 for themselves. Made in Thailand was able to win the trade.
That is what they need to do. They need to be able to take the, as you mentioned, take down the Clefable, and from there on out take down the the Galarian Rapidash as well, and they're going to be able to do a lot of damage only then. But that is a huge wall for Made in Thailand to climb, unfortunately.
Yeah, they need to be more consistent. They need to be faster in executing things and catch that Clefable off guard if they want the team fight to be a higher success rate.
It's a follow me, bro!
That was actually on point, man. I totally see that. Very unfortunate that we didn't see enough follow from F1 Esports, because if there was enough reinforcement, that would have been very huge.
Follow me. Heavy slam into block once again. Ladies and gentlemen, F1 Esports doing a lot of combos right now, doing some damage into the Mega Evolution as well, coming from that of the Mega Charizard Y. But are they going to be able to follow up through with the damage? Unfortunately not. F1 Esports is going to be able to go back and try to recover some HP. But there you go, buying some time. That's going to be the Snorlax, going to go down. But that is okay. They were able to remove all the potential casualties from their team by just buying time.
And that was actually a great call for F1 Esports as well. As much as possible, they would avoid the team fights so that the Unite move from the Mega Charizard Y will take a lot of time for it to recover, because being knocked out means you get more cooldown on your Unite move. And F1 Esports saw through it. They would avoid the fights. They would let that Mega Charizard recharge its Unite move and its own phase, which is pretty much more slower compared to forcing yourself being knocked out.
Oh yeah, that's like what, 25-30% Unite charge when you get taken out. So definitely that is one thing that they want to prevent as well, especially that we're going to be entering the Kyogre pit as well in just a few seconds.
And this is going to be very tough for both teams. F1 Esports is the one trailing, but they have a minimal amount of buff from the Regis, and maybe they could maximize this for the fight. But I do love the positioning as well coming in from their team. Here comes the block, and Zeke will just have to force things up, and F1 Esports was forced to have a bit of a refresh.
That is okay. They just wanted to check things out in the tall grass, but unfortunately, there's only one right there. And here you have it. This is going to be the clash of the day, of the century. Here comes the block as well, and to follow me. But here goes the Mega Evolution as well. What's going to happen right now? Sada trying to get away, but are they going to push in some damage? Heavy Slam wants to get into the Fire Blast as well, but that's going to be the Mega Gyarados. Sorry, the Gyarados rather is going to be taken out to the side of F1 Esports. Oh my goodness, that's his 2 right now.
Oh, and here comes
3.
more, JJ. That's 3. And the Fire Blast has been doing a lot of damage, which can cause a big problem for F1 Esports. But Made in Thailand has their target locked already. Kyogre at the 3rd HP. Can they get it? Yes, they do. And Subak will just have to run and send back to the Pokemon Center.
That is quite astonishing from Made in Thailand. Their weakness is what they use as their strength. They know that they won't be able to outlast F1 Esports, so they made sure that everyone else in F1 Esports is on one area, and then use its Unite move, Mega Evolve, and do a lot of damage, especially with the buff out. Fire Blast with the bigger radius, it has done so much damage against F1 Esports, allowing everyone else to just finish the job.
Yes, but job is not yet done. They still have 15 seconds to dump in those supports, but this is already a game for Made in Thailand. 1 goes into the palm of their hand, but they need 1 more to climb up at the hill.
Oh my goodness, they showed us quite an amazing match. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that was quite unprecedented. And Made in Thailand, they might have been losing the early game, the mid game, but they showed how good this is right now. Their strategy coming into the late game.
Yeah, and I think that Mega Charizard Y has a huge amount of impact as well, because we were talking about a while ago that F1 Esports would look scary because they can just bruise their way in, take everyone down with individual potential. But Made in Thailand saw it through, and they decided to make the first move, which is just, grouping them up in one place. And once they do it already, Hydro Cannon comes in, there's a mini stun, Seismic Slam would follow up, and the Fire Blast just doing a lot of damage. And they have the capability and the mobility as well to chase everyone for the knockout.
No, yeah, and just one more for Made in Thailand, and they're going to increase not only into the stage of the tournament, but also their prize pool is going to be higher right there. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. That is game number 1 of Made in Thailand versus F1 Esports. Let's take a look at what happened earlier just now.
Man, this is actually huge win for Made in Thailand, especially if you are at the very lowest point of the seeding. You want to start things strong, and if you start strong here, JJ, that will put a lot of pressure as well at the other teams who's just waiting at the hill. So this is a huge statement, JJ. They might not have the best start, but they are doing phenomenally great. But let's not deny F1 Esports. They did well as well. It's just they were not able to maintain it at the very end of the game. They were taken by surprise. That's how I would put it, because Made in Thailand, it was a late response, or I'm not sure if this was intentional or not, but the way they manipulated things at the very end of the game, perfectly timed, man.
I wouldn't really say that they manipulated it. Rather, they were waiting for the right timing to pop up their Unite move, especially waiting for the Charizard, which is a little bit delayed since they were baited out at the 3-minute mark to bring about the Mega Evolution, the Mega Charizard Y. They just waited for that one moment, and then of course the second condition for them to meet, that they need to meet, is of course make sure that F1 Esports, here we go, or at least most of them are on one area, and there you go. Here comes the Unite move, and when inside of the radius, at least the Mega Charizard Y was able to dish out so much damage, being inside it, getting buffed, and the Fire Blast as well, doing so much damage against F1 Esports, allowing everyone else to just follow through.
There's just too many area of effect here for Made in Thailand. They have the Unite move of the Mew, they have the Fire Blast, they have the passive of the Hydro Cannon as well. It's just gives a minimal amount of room for F1 Esports to move around and maybe avoid the damage. So everything was perfectly set up during that last fight from Made in Thailand, and I'm not going to be surprised if we get to see some respect bans here from F1 Esports, especially that Mega Charizard Y. Huge amount of impact.
No, yeah, I mean, especially that, as I wanted to point out that using the location of using the Unite move, right? Going to the Mega Evolution for Mega Charizard Y doesn't really have to be too strict, because the thing is, the radius is too high, right? The radius is too big, not high. The radius is too big that you can essentially just use it somewhere not too far away, but not too near the area as well. Definitely not inside the pit. And as long as you're inside the radius as a Mega Charizard Y, you would still get the buff. And that's why when the Mega Charizard Y evolved, a Mega evolved onto the final team fight, they used their Unite like at the bottom, a little bit bottom side of the pit. It was still fine because they would have still been able to be inside of the radius while they're attacking F1 Esports at that time.
Yeah, not just that, F1 Esports was on range as well. They were able to maximize the value of the Mega Charizard Y. That's why I'm not going to be surprised if it gets banned right away for game number 2, because I don't see any Pokemon that could, have a potential to shut down the Mega Charizard Y. Maybe if you have a Mimikyu, but it would be a Mimikyu enough for you to shut down the Mega Charizard Y? What if he sustains the play with me? There's still a Mega Evolution, there's still a Fire Blast, unless you perfectly time that once he Mega Evolves, but that's not possible. You just need to, burn it down. F1 Esports might have done it in the early to mid-game to burn down the Mega Evolution, but they just have to watch out for the end of the game.
No, I mean, that's why they opted in for the Snorlax, going into the Fable, with the Follow Me block, and the Heavy Slam as well. It was a way for them to do some some crowd control prowess against that of Made in Thailand, make sure that they are not going to be able to do their combos. But unfortunately enough for them, it was actually used against them. They, Made in Thailand waited for the right moment, waited for them to use their combo, and when they did that at the wrong area inside the pit, the Mega Charizard was open to doing it. But here you go, F1 Esports is now onto the left side, the violet side, the purple side rather, and now Made in Thailand is on the orange side. And as you mentioned, as you have given your insight, Mega Charizard Y is going to be respect banned by F1 Esports.
Not just that, Mimikyu as well is taken out of the picture, which is actually banned as well by F1 Esports, and this gives F1 Esports a chance to get the Vaporeon, because in exchange for the Mega Charizard wide, they left that Vaporeon wide open. So I see this a lot of times being prioritized by teams, and FN Esports might have to do it, and they just did. So they have a solid defender already at the first draft that they have for Game 2.
Wow, that's Game 1 was already intense. We still have like what 7 more games to go through.
Yeah.
And the finals, the finals, by the way, is going to be a best of 5 rather than best of 3. So if we are going to be starting off the playoffs this intense, how much more for the grand finals? You know what I mean?
How much more at the top of the hill, man, for the succeeding matchups, and man, I just cannot wait. And we would love to see whoever wins this game climb all the way into the grand finals, but for sure, the Guardians of the Hills won't let them pass through that quite easy. But going back into the draft here, JJ, we've seen Aegislash being used by the region of FN Esports quite a lot last year, and they are bringing it back today. And as far as I can remember, this Aegislash is somewhat acting as a defender as well from their team, using the King Shield moveset in order to knock back your opponent. So I'm quite looking forward to see that same concept once again in this playoffs. But we're not quite sure what they have planned out yet, because they do have 2 defenders, so they don't need that. They don't need Subak to act as a defender.
Garchomp. This Pokemon hasn't seen the light of day until today. That is, this Pokemon is considered one of the best. I'm gonna say this all day. This Pokemon is considered the best Pokemon in the beta.
Oh yeah.
In the beta, I think I reached top rank with Garchomp as well at one point in the beta. But it's no longer the beta, and we did see some rebalancing into the Garchomp, but I'm not entirely sure what's Garchomp going to do in this kind of composition, especially that they do both have a way to reposition opponents. Of course, there's a Dragon Dive, a Dragon Rush, a Dragon Claw, and Dragon Rush as well. Could be a reposition, helping out potentially the the Snorlax to just allow the Aegislash and of course the Miraidon to do their job. But the thing is, with the composition of Made in Thailand as of the moment, they are going to be quite mobile, I'd say, and they would be spread it out with this kind of composition. So for them to line up Made in Thailand, it's going to do a lot for them. It's going to be a huge ask. But if they do it, if they can do that, that's going to be a huge win for them. And that's the one of the biggest win code that they have, especially to win against team fights against Made in Thailand.
Yeah, and I think as well for FN Esports, Hojun and Choba would have to play a huge role, because if you're going to be taking a look at the draft of Made in Thailand, they have the Eldegoss, they have the Psyduck. Definitely could slow down the phase of FN Esports, especially that Gible needs a lot of time for it to evolve as well and get the power spikes. So if this Eldegoss, if the Psyduck as well could hinder the time being allotted into that Gible to evolve, that would be tough for FN Esports to bounce back.
And at the same time, thank you for noting that as well. Garchomp is arguably one of the hardest to evolve, along with Tyranitar in this game. So definitely babysitting is going to be needed in this composition coming from that of FN Esports. I mean, as you can see that Chobu is making sure that always getting all of the Pokemon so that it can evolve as early as possible.
And that would be very tough as well, a challenge for FN Esports, because they need that as early as possible. And if Made in Thailand makes the first move, makes the first successful ambush, then it would just be very hard for them. That's why they decided to funnel all of their resources here at the bottom path. But Gladia has been doing well so far, that's how I put it, despite giving up a little bit amount of points. But look at that path. FN Esports were forced to back away, they make sure that the Gible goes away from the goal zone and maybe relocates somewhere in the map, but Myth is just relocating as well.
Oh yeah, and here you go as well. Coming in, Hojun gonna be taken out here. A very good pick off coming in from that of Made in Thailand. At the very least, right? It was FN Esports that has been controlling your early game last game, but this time at least they were able to adjust and now making sure that FN Esports does not have complete control of the early game. But as I say that always, still at level 4, still not, you know, the Gible is still a Gible.
But we do see the eject button as well for Hodgul not being able to maximize the value of the tackle. So there's not going to be a KO, but at least they do get the Raging Draco buff, a scoring buff here for FN Esports. But we haven't seen the conversion yet. They're waiting for a perfect opportunity, and they know that Made in Thailand has defense everywhere around the map.
No, yeah. Here you go. That is going to be a heavy slam just trying to get away, gets, you know, buy a little bit of a time here, but unfortunately, that is going to be the song that's going down to the side of FN Esports as Made in Thailand is now pushing in to do more damage. But Sacred Sword is going to do a lot, though, into Zeke, making sure that it has to go back and, you know, buying a little bit of a time here and making sure that both of them can reposition quite greatly.
And now they are setting their targets into the Reggie to put some pressure at the side of FN Esports. That was actually enough to push down the defense of FN Esports. They know the threat coming up and they do not want to contest it that much. But the Aura Cannon was actually used in order to push back the defense as well of FN Esports, and they continue to march here at top path, but they might be punished by the Ignite move of the AG Slash. That's going to be 2 knockouts in the table, but in exchange for 3, and that is 2 knockouts as well for FN Esports. But they are not yet done. That is the 4th, and this could be the 5th, and they do get it. That's a huge amount of knockouts for the side of FN.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, that is the AG Slash taking down everyone, you know, telling Made in Thailand, if I'm gonna go down, then you're gonna go down. But the thing is, I'm not going to take down just 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but all of y'all with me back to the Pokemon Center.
And that made it possible for the AG Slash to be the highest level Pokemon in the game, not just on their team, but in the whole game, which gives them a huge amount of advantage taking in team fights at the later part of this game.
86-24. The score differential is not that much as of the moment. However, the level 11 AG Slash at 5-minute mark in the game is already so much for them, especially that the core here of Made in Thailand is just level 10. But as I say that, here comes the Livid Outrage coming in from that of the Garchomp, going to do a lot of damage as well.
That is actually big. They also have the Registeel buff, making them so confident in order to take down the KOs. And actually, Subak was able to make it out in the fight, and he's just running away and running around in circles. But he gets caught up with a King Shield, which actually enough for him to be sustained. He gets taken out finally in the picture, but FN Esports will just have to retreat back. They don't want more casualties in that picture.
That was a try. You know, they tried to sustain the AG Slash. You know, the Snorlax came in, goes in for the block, stopping, you know, the Lucario, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to do it. Unfortunately, there was an attempt. There was at least an attempt, and that was quite heroic as well. But as I say that, here you go, FN Esports right now trying to catch up into Made in Thailand in terms of positioning, while they actually do have the advantage. You know, they are currently in the lead in terms of not just points, but also in XP. So definitely, if they are to force the issue against that of Made in Thailand, they are going to have the biggest advantage. Here comes Livid Outrage, going to be popped up as well again.
Again and again, but it is going to be the Dragon being punished after using the Ignite move. and this is just very unfortunate for Made in Thailand, rather for FN Esports, making them back away into this fight.
Ooh.
But they actually forced it back because they saw Chobo coming through, and Made in Thailand is actually confident that they can get the knockouts, making it possible for them to push back the offense of FN.
That is quite beautiful, especially coming from Rainy. That Mega Lucario is doing so much work for Made in Thailand, especially with that of the, you know, they need to get in, going in for the power-up punch, and then immediately going in for that of the close combat, and that is just a lot. But now the Regirock is going to be going into the side of FN Esports, giving them a little bit of a defense, preparing themselves, going over to that of the Kyogre pit.
And no one knows who's actually on the lead after that notification. So this would be a really tough situation for both teams, especially for Made in Thailand, after getting that Regirock buff, because they would still have that at least for 30 to 20 seconds into the Kyogre fight. So they need to burn down the buff as much as possible in order for them to have a high success rate in winning the fights.
Oh yeah, but here you go. 20 more seconds before the Kyogre comes out, and we're going to be seeing a bit of a team fight here. That is going to be the Ageless taking down the support here. That is the Eldegoss of Made in Thailand. But then, of course, because of that, it's taking out a little bit too early, allowing it to respawn, you know, get in some refreshments, and be ready for the Kyogre coming up in just 3 seconds.
3 seconds is what they need. Hojun actually being an aggressor here, goes for the block and pushing everyone back, but Hojun is actually pushed into a choke point. But the Miraidon into the backline is just doing a lot of damage as well.
Without range.
Here goes the limit outrage being used already, but not quite enough to take down a KO. But
oh, 3
down! It was actually 3 coming in the paw of Evan Esports. They still have the Mew, they still have the Lucario for Made in Thailand, and they were able to take down 1, making FN Esports run away because they know that they do not have a backup for the last hit.
Yeah, Rainy is just buying so much time right now for Made in Thailand, but unfortunately for Rainy as well, the Mega Evolution is now over. They need to get it in, or they need to survive long enough for them to do the Mega Evolutions for them to be able to do so much damage again. But right now, in just a minute left, nobody still knows who is in the lead.
Nobody knows, but a minute left. Subak is already back in action. Still has the coup de grace, but this is just too good. FN Esports is buying a lot of time as well while they're putting up some damage into the Kyogre. They want to bait out Made in Thailand so much, and they were able to take down 2 members, and now it's 20 seconds into cooldown before they call back, and everyone is just pushing them back, and they were able to get the last hit. FN Esports who just had to put in the points.
That is beautiful of FN Esports. You know, making sure that, okay, after taking out the charge beam, that is a Rainy with that of the Lucario, they made sure that the last chance to make a TV with that of the Mew, they made sure to control them, crowd control them, heavy slam, block, whatever has to be done, so that they won't be able to do their last damage into that of the Kyogre, potentially stealing the game from them. And that, what it calls Electro Ball, was delayed.
This is actually a huge win for FN Esports. They were able to control the team fight as a whole. During that last team fight from the Kyogre, they were able to make sure they buy some time, have a timing for the limit outrage to be popped as well. And Hojun, despite being pinched in a choke point into the Kyogre pit, he was actually able to convert it as well as a benefit for the team to maybe get some refresh and eventually get a little bit amount of KOs for their team. And at the same time, they didn't force Subak to use the Unite move immediately into that fight, making them have options at the second fight to have the last hit, because that has been the concept of coup de grace, which is the Unite move. Get that Unite move in order to last hit the main objective into the last fight. And they had that as a backup a while ago.
Yeah, no, that is true, and making sure that you still have a backup plan, a plan B or whatever to dish out some damage is definitely a huge advantage for you to have. But as we say that, look at this, it took them like what, 2.5 minutes, stagnant at 186 points. But then again, And we have to say congratulations to F1 Esports because they controlled that match very, very well.
And JJ, just first set of match for today, we get to see a game number 3, which is not pretty much present during the group stage, and this is what we have been talking about. Playoff day, it is completely different from group stage, and we are seeing it already because might I tell you, this is the bottom of the hill. Not even the best teams from the group stage, but they are looking so great to the point that they might have been a best team in these matchups.
No, that is true. And the thing is, if it's already going to take 3 games every time that they are going to be playing, whoever wins here, that's going to, you know, the mental fortitude is going to decrease a lot if, and especially if, they are going to reach the grand final stage, because then you need to have played what, like seven games, right? 7, like 6 times 3 is like what, 18 games, 18 matches after you reach the grand final, and that's a lot.
Man, the recoil is going to be very huge, and for sure, you know, these Pokemon trainers, they need to have a rocket ability to cancel those recoils, you know what I mean? Because that is going to be a lot of matches, a lot of thinking, a lot of strategizing, and man, at maximum, if whoever wins this, and if they want to be the champion, I mean, for sure, they want to be the champion, right?
That's
but
true.
That's actually 6 sets of matches. 5 best of 3s, 1 best of 5. That is going to be a lot to handle. But of course, we'll just have to wait and see if they could actually reach until that point, because there's a lot of guardians at the hill, just like what I have been saying over and over again. And this would determine actually who's going to climb up at the very next stage of the hill. It's 1-1 here, JJ. Really tough to predict who's going to get game number 3, because game number 1, Made in Thailand was able to get the win. Despite F1 Esports controlling the game as a whole during early to mid, they were able to flip things up. And right now, F1 Esports was actually much more stable in game number 2, being able to get that win. But the thing is, they have switched their sides once again. What could be the change here for Made in Thailand?
Oh yeah, that is for sure. At the very least, we do know that the Mega Charizard Y is going to be banned. The Vaporeon is going to be banned as well. The Mega Gyarados is going to be banned too. And the Miraidon did so much of backlane damage against that of Made in Thailand, so definitely a respectable respect ban. And the Mimikyu just to sub things over. But then again, you know, we still do have the Mega Lucario up and open for Made in Thailand to take.
Vaporeon actually taken out. This is interesting. I really thought that the concept here would be take the Vaporeon, and I think F1 Esports saw that through, because Made in Thailand was actually focusing too much on the first pick. But we haven't seen Mega Mewtwo X that much for the first 2 games, and I did not expect those kind of events to turn, because Mega Mewtwo X is being used a lot in the current meta.
Oh yeah, and at the same time, it's not going to be Made in Thailand that's going to be securing the Mega Lucario, but instead it's going to go into the side of F1 Esports this time around. Now, this is already solid from F1 Esports. They do have, they do have the Snorlax, then the Mega Lucario, and of course we have a bit of a support here coming in from that of the Mr. Mime. Could be a crowd control, could be a supporter directly, but at the same time there is a mid-range attacker that is the Espeon. So this is already looking solid, but obviously it could do some work still. I mean, there's still one more Pokemon for them to choose, but this is already solid.
Interesting. I love the picks here, JJ. We have Slower for Made in Thailand. A great way for you to shut down an attacker or maybe a supporter of the opposing side with a Unite move, Slow Beam. But at the same time, F1 Esports has Mr. Mime, which is doing a lot of great wonders in the duration of the ACL, with those barriers being able to narrow down the path of the team to push in or maybe to defend or just corner them down in order for it to be a benefit for your team. I love this setup coming in from F1 Esports. They have a lot of control that they have. They have Pulchum, they have Chobo, and maybe Subak with a King Shield. There's just too much control. And not just that, Mincho as well with its Night move. Everyone can control the tempo of the game, but would that control be enough for them to take down Made in Thailand? Because Made in Thailand as well, they have a lot of hindrances. They have a lot of mini stuns with the Psyduck, with the Hydro Cannon of the Empoleon, and the Slow Beam as well coming in from the Slow Burrow.
I mean, I think it's enough. I mean, especially with how with how the Aegis Slash actually moves a lot, along with the Lucario. They not only do have the attack prowess, but they do have the ability as well to get in and out of the team fights. And even if there are any crowd control capabilities in that of Made in Thailand, as long as they can pick their battles, choose their timings, they would be okay. Now, for Made in Thailand, they need to line them all up together so that they would be able to maximize all the crowd control, disabling the movement and attacks coming in from that of FN Esports.
Yeah, it's all about disabling the setup here. That's the win condition here for Made in Thailand. But for FN Esports, on the other hand, they just need to do the setup. They just need to control the whole game. It's easier said than done because controlling the game takes a lot of practice in order for you to be successful. But Chobang, on the other hand, is having a tough time shooting those 9 points in the bag. Possible for him to just leave his Mega Lucario and get the XP that they need.
Oh yeah, and here you go. Oh wow. Mr. Mime can be taken out here by the Psyduck. You know, granted, still too early, but early nonetheless. A KO is a KO. 9 minutes into the game, and we're already seeing some action.
Let's see some action. Oh, always a bit too suffering here because of that collection there, but nice shields out there, nice barriers and actually to delay the movement of Rady. But here goes the reinforcement from FN Esports. They were able to pinch down a couple members in the table. Very sad is actually winning away, but is as good as a knockout for FN Esports.
Wow. You know, FN Esports is Made in Thailand, they need to keep this Aegis Slash in check because it's going to deal a lot of damage just like they did in game number 2. But the thing is, they cannot put all of their attention into the Aegis Slash because then there's also the Mega Lucario, which is essentially their primary core, the primary attacker in this competition. But then both the Aegis Slash and the Lucario can both be the main attacker, so really they need to mark them both, and marking them would allow the others to just sustain them, especially the Espeon, that can just really do some damage.
Oh, just like that. That was the damage you have been talking about, JJ. Subak was actually able to take down a member, but in exchange as well is going to be a member for their team. But exchange keeps them coming in and out. Made in Thailand, the Talonflame is making sure that they have a trade. Wars are falling in the hands of FN Esports, which is actually great for the team. And Subak wasn't actually successful to run away after using a move. So FN Esports need to defend right after the scores if they be the front runners of the game.
Oh yeah, and there you have it. The Mr. Mime is going to be taken out here into the side of FN Esports. But look at the points right now. That's 6-77, and the XP lead right now is on. Well, actually, still on the. One of them is still on equal footing right now, with Psyduck still at level 5. Where everyone else at FN Esports does have 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, and 8. They are currently in the lead in terms of the XPs right here. But then again, the Talonflame is at level 9, allowing it to do its Unite move Flame Sweep to reposition everyone into the side of FN Esports. But right now, Regieleki is going into the side of FN Esports.
That's a lot of pressure. FN Esports, or rather Made in Thailand, would have to repel down, and this gives FN Esports a time for them to reposition, get those resources at the forest, and really do a little bit of a goals, I would say, at the bottom path. But Made in Thailand saw it through. They know what's coming up. The fly would drop down, same thing with the flame, and that would convert into a 2 knockouts. They just repelled the Regieleki. They were able to take down as with 2 Pokemons from FN.
Right, and there you go. You know, they being able to take down the core of the team, FN Esports, that is the Lucario and the Aegislash, essentially just removes most, if not all, of the damage coming through to them, to Made in Thailand. And that is the idea that they need to do. That's one of the win cons that they have to do as well. Take out the Lucario and then take out the Aegislash, and from there on out, just have a holiday, you know, double down into FN Esports.
Double down. I think Myth wants more here in the table, but they need more control. They have to control the tempo because so far FN Esports has been doing great here. They were able to read situations, but Rainy, give props to him. He's always making sure that there is actually a trade, and that would push down a lot of resources. No E-check button for the Lucario. It was a slow beam, and the combo would have to commence here from Made in Thailand. And Slam would go in for crowd control, and FN Esports was able to get a knockout. But a back cap would happen at the bottom path because Rainy saw it through that it is not going to be worth it to go into fight to 4 members.
Yeah, that's going to be the Slowbro, and of course the Mega Mewtwo Y going down into the side of FN Esports. And this is what I'm talking about earlier, right? Like, if FN Esports wants to force in the issue against Made in Thailand, they can always do that any time of the day, and they're gonna win that team fight. Now the thing is, I mean, look at this right now. They're forcing it in again, gets in a pick off. That is going to be the side going to be going out. But here comes the Child Flame. Beautiful eject button to take down the Aegislash as well. That's going to be 2 down though into FN Esports. Another one. Look at the burst damage into the Lucario. That's like almost half health, or more than half health, really, into the Flame Sweep. And another one. That's going to be 2 down. Make that 3 down for the Talonflame. Huge damage. Now, it's no longer just a carrier like we know the Talonflames from like what, season 1. Now it actually deals so much damage.
Deals so much damage and control as well on the map. FN Esports is always forced to use the E-check button just to avoid the damage that the fly that could actually do, because once that fly drops down to get hit, it is always followed by a flame charge, and they were actually forced to use the eject button in order for that damage to reach them, and at the same time the flame charge won't connect to them. So they were sacrificing a lot of resources at the early stages of the game and just to avoid being knocked out. But here comes FN Esports once again, forcing it into the team fight.
Yes, sirree, and here you go. Another team fight coming in from that of the Talonflame. That is going to be the Fly, taking down 1, and into the follow-up, that's going to be 2. That is the Snorlax. The attack prowess coming from that of FN Esports is still up there, but the survivability is now down to 0. Now, Made in Thailand, quick mass right now, 49 points. 49 points over cap at the top path. First year score goal, and now they are going to have the the positional advantage into that of the Regieleki, forcing FN Esports on an option select to whether reposition immediately to the Kyogre or allow the Regieleki to just go into the second tier score goal, which they are going to go in for the latter.
And Made in Thailand is showing the map as early as possible. But FN Esports, on the other hand, wants to pitch them allocation. Psychic Slayer was actually used, but Pincho is going to get punished after using his Unite move. And Made in Thailand is actually going to follow up with everything that they do have. FN Esports 3 Pokemon take him down, and Made in Thailand is still complete as a team. Hojun with a heavy slap gets taken out as well, and it's only the Aegislash that is actually left. Coup de grace for the last hit would not get it for the team, and Made in Thailand hits the Kyogre.
Sacred Sword, it did not whiff, but unfortunately there was a little bit too much for that Aegislash to handle in that Kyogre pit, and Made in Thailand was able to calculate it beautifully, gonna be able to take down 2 right now, and now putting down the points That's going to be another hundo, 391 to 186, and there's still a minute left for Made in Thailand to put down their points. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, 269 to 169 is going to be the play of the game here. That is the score, and what Made in Thailand is doing right now is just putting down scores. There's going to be another hundo up top, 751. It seems as if we're going to be seeing Made in Thailand going to be the first one to proceed to the next stage of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, 30 seconds up left. There's not going to be anything FN Esports is going to be able to do here right now, even if they can take out everyone from Made in Thailand. That is going to be the game here. Made in Thailand proceeding to the next stage of the tournament, going up against everyone's favorite right now.
Man, and definitely we would see FN Esports at the upcoming winter tournament, which would be on the next week. And again, they would compete in APAC East. So definitely for those who have registered in APAC East for the open qualifiers, make sure to watch out as well for FN Esports. But again, congratulations to Made in Thailand for advancing even further into the King of the Hill playoffs. And I would just like to point this one out, JJ. That talent flame made a huge difference for Made in Thailand. Rainy matches using the fly, forcing FN Esports to use their battle items, those eject buttons, and it was actually successful because once that eject button is on cooldown, the next fly is somehow a guaranteed KO already for them because Rainy always knows that there is a follow-up even if he can do the one-hit combo.
Oh yeah, and man, Rainy alone in that composition. I mean, I'm not gonna say that it's just Rainy that did everything, but with how burst of a damage Rainy did against that of FN Esports, and there goes the follow-up as well of everyone else to Made in Thailand, it made easy work of FN Esports, right? Like the moment it drops down, follow through with the basic attack, boosted the basic attack, and that's essentially it. You know, that's all they need to do. Even the Mega Charizard Y, despite having higher damage dealt than that of the the Talonflame, it was used mostly for follow-up damage coming from that of Rainy's Talonflame.
And that was just actually a great adjustment as well for Made in Thailand. Despite that Mega Charizard Y not being available on their hands, they were able to adjust their trap accordingly. And this Talonflame gave a huge shock as well to FN Esports because way back in game number 1, they used Galarian Trap, and I think somehow resembles the concept of what Made in Thailand did in game number 3 by having a reliable speedster that could take them out by surprise.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey look, it wasn't just them that they were able to take down by surprise, but we were surprised as well of how much of a difference that a Made in Thailand made themselves into this game number 3, because this wasn't Made in Thailand in like what, game 1, game 2? You know, they were I mean, they were strong, but arguably they were struggling a little bit against that of FN Esports, but this time they were so confident that they did not have any, you know, signs of weakness in game number 3.
Yeah, they were looking much solid during that game. I heavily agree on what you said, JJ, but that is just the first step towards Japan and towards championship in PUACL for Made in Thailand, because after this break, we will be seeing them going up against Team Nemesis in the King of the Hill. So Pokemon trainers who's watching, don't go away because we will be right back in a couple of minutes right here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions.
ครับผมสวัสดีครับผมกาเดียครับผมตำแหน่งแทงค์นะครับผมมั่นใจ 100% ครับผมแต่ก็มีแอบหวั่นบ้าง เพราะว่าอย่างที่ทุกคนเห็นนะครับเพราะว่าในลีกเนี้ยทุกคนแบบทุกทีมแบบเก่งกันหมด แล้วก็มีประสบการณ์แบบค่อนข้างโชคโชนนะครับแต่พวกผมจะพยายามแล้วก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับด้วยนะครับวันที่30 มกราคมนี้นะครับผมในรอบเพลย์ออฟนะครับ
สวัสดีครับผมซีกนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งออฟเลนครับผมก็ค่อนข้างมั่นใจครับจากการที่เราฝึกฝนอย่างหนักมั่นใจว่าคนไทยต้องได้ไปญี่ปุ่นแน่นอนครับผมก็อยากฝากแฟนๆมาเชียร์เราในรอบเพลย์ออฟด้วยนะครับรับรองว่าสนุกแน่นอนครับผม
I'm Rubix, I'm team captain and defender of the team.
Hello, I'm Singkwan, the central or jungler of the team.
Thank you for supporting Team Nemesis. Even though na hindi kami masyadong consistent for these past weeks, pero ginagawa namin yung best to practice and to live yung expectation nyo sa amin. Thank you for supporting us.
Hello guys, suportahan nyo pa rin kami manalo matalo pero ginagalingan namin para ma-represent yung bansa natin, Team Philippines.
Please support us in PUACL 2026.
ครับผมสวัสดีครับผมกาเดียครับผมตำแหน่งแทงค์นะครับผมมั่นใจ 100% ครับผมแต่ก็มีแอบหวั่นบ้าง เพราะว่าอย่างที่ทุกคนเห็นนะครับเพราะว่าในลีกเนี้ยทุกคนแบบทุกทีมแบบเก่งกันหมด แล้วก็มีประสบการณ์แบบค่อนข้างโชคโชนนะครับแต่พวกผมจะพยายามแล้วก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับด้วยนะครับวันที่30 มกราคมนี้นะครับผมในรอบเพลย์ออฟนะครับ
สวัสดีครับผมซีกนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งออฟเลนครับผมก็ค่อนข้างมั่นใจครับจากการที่เราฝึกฝนอย่างหนักมั่นใจว่าคนไทยต้องได้ไปญี่ปุ่นแน่นอนครับผมก็อยากฝากแฟนๆมาเชียร์เราในรอบเพลย์ออฟด้วยนะครับรับรองว่าสนุกแน่นอนครับผม
I'm Rubix, I'm team captain and defender of the team.
Hello, I'm Singkwan, the central or jungler of the team.
Thank you for supporting Team Nemesis. Even though na hindi kami masyadong consistent for these past weeks, pero ginagawa namin yung best to practice and to live yung expectation nyo sa amin. Thank you for supporting us.
Hello guys, suportahan nyo pa rin kami manalo matalo pero ginagalingan namin para ma-represent yung bansa natin, Team Philippines.
Please support us in PUACL 2026.
There you go. Welcome back, guys, to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026. Birdie's Team Nemesis right now is playing. That is going to be Team Nemesis going up against Made in Thailand. Just like what Yuls has mentioned, lakad matatag.
Yeah, man. And for those who don't know, actually, Birdie was actually...
There you go. This guy. This guy. This guy. There you go.
Birdie has been, I would have to say, a flex for the team.
Yep.
Birdie could be a second. Birdie could be a manager. But Birdie right now, from what I've heard, is acting as a coach for Team Nemesis, which is probably new to everyone. But hey, we're talking about Birdie, probably the most flexible there is on United City. But talk about the matchup that they do have with Made in Thailand for today. Made in Thailand were able to call up that game up against FN Esports, but that is just the start. And for sure, that's been a recoil on what happened. Maybe they had a little bit amount of rest. Still, the amount of games that you have to play if you want to climb up would be a lot. And Team Nemesis is coming in fresh in their matchup.
No, yeah, I mean, that is one of the biggest pros, right, for placing higher in the standing. That is just to wait for your match and let everything do the rest. I mean, that's why, the top one and top two spots, the top two spots only has to play like 2 games for today, and the top one spot, which is Onyx Rise, only has to play 1 game today, and that's just 1 best of 5 while waiting for everyone else to climb up going into the grand finals. But just to say as well, and I think this is going to be quite a morale boost as well, especially for those who are fans of Team Nemesis. They have just qualified, actually. Even so, here's the thing, right? Like they are already winners. Ask me why.
Why? Let everyone know, please.
There you go. Because they have actually secured the spot already for the Asian Games 2026. They are going to be representing the Philippines as well. So not just in Asian Champions League. If they do win this, or maybe the winter tournament, if they have to play on that, they do win that. They're going to be representing the Philippines on the Asian Champions League finals, and of course, not only that, possibly the WCS, but at the same time, at least guaranteed the ASEAN Games. You're going to see them this year.
Yeah, and so excited for Team Nemesis. But hey, let's remind everyone as well that we do have our co-streamers around the area, because there is actually a streamer contest that is actually happening at the C-League playoffs for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So make sure to check out different streamers out there, different casters that producing or co-streaming PUACL if you want to take a look at a different perspective of the analysis of the streamers and the other casters as well. So make sure to check them out, make sure to support them, and let's just watch the champion time of the teams competing here in the tournament.
No, yeah, and here you go again. For those who are streamers, you may win some prizes as well. And man, it's quite near. The prize pool is quite near into the top 8 spot. Actually, the prize of the top 8. And now going into the game again, Made in Thailand going up against Team Nemesis. Quite an exciting match. I know you are very excited for this, and I know there's a lot of Filipinos as well into the stream waiting for this one as well and rooting for Team Nemesis into this tournament.
And everybody is just gathering up, but at the same time, of course, let us not deny the supporters of Made in Thailand, because they were able to have a great start and for sure come stronger as well up against Team Nemesis. But let's talk about our key players here. Let's not deny Made in Thailand key players, that Talon Flame very on point for Rainy, but at the same time, Team Nemesis has its Talon Flame threat, which is at the hands of Sync 1. And not just that, He has been using a lot of Metagross lately in the tournament, not ACL, but also from the qualifiers from the Asian Games. So it's actually one of the things that every team has actually looked forward to, because it is just them using the Metagross with a Zen Headbutt and Meteor Mash in the tournament.
Oh yeah, but it would only be off if they are going to be able to take that one up as well. But here you go, starting off with the ban. So we're going to be seeing Hoopa respect ban. Respect ban against Kai, because again, you can't give Kai the Hoopa. I've always been saying that since year 1 of Pokemon Unite. Do not give Hoopa to Kai. That's all you need to do. You know, because the moment that you give Kai the Hoopa, it doesn't matter what else they're gonna pick. It doesn't matter what else they're gonna do. They're gonna win. You know, they're gonna, like 98%. Like this is like a minuscule, maybe 2%. But they're not gonna win. But 98% give the Hoopa to Kai. It's over. It's over.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You know, yeah, I mean, Kai does know how to control the game. That is making him so good and the fit for Team Nemesis. But looking at the draft right now, Made in Thailand actually prioritized this Mega Gyarados for Zeke. Pretty much understandable, but the regular Gyarados as well is actually available. And we saw Tramp actually use this for quite a lot, same with Rubik's with the Blastoise. So pretty quite curious here, because they did not prioritize the Vaporeon because it was wide open, giving Made in Thailand a chance to get it for their team.
Oh yeah, and this is already looking pretty great in the set of Made in Thailand, especially that they do have the Vaporeon and the Mega Gyarados as well. And of course, coming back into match number two rather, that is going to be the Talonflame, which has been the star of the game last game. But now Team Nemesis, as we have mentioned, is going to be having access into that of Blastoise, which is not only a carry, but can also be a tank.
Yeah, and not just that, I think Made in Thailand as a whole is really trying to outdraft Team Nemesis by taking that Talonflame away from Sync 1, narrowing down his options, taking the Vaporeon as well. But we saw a while ago that Ceruledge was actually being respect banned at the hands of Made in Thailand, and Team Nemesis left it wide open. And with this Suicune as well, gives a lot of control in the terms of area of effect and the freezes that it could bring into the fight, which might be a threat for Team Nemesis, but I think they do have a plan because they saw through the Ceruledge.
No, yeah, the Ceruledge is definitely a huge, it's actually quite a huge Pokemon as well to have, especially that, you know, its Unite move can, can stun, you know, opponents in, you know, a few seconds, but that is all they need, dealing out a lot of damage. But then again, that is why they do have the Psyduck as well to try to stop them from moving just a bit. But I guess the biggest problem that Team Nemesis is going to have here against set of Made in Thailand is definitely going to be Rainy, right? Rainy, when it goes up the sky, goes in for the fly, it's either they have to get away, use their battle items, their health items, or they just have to take everything. You know, and if you do take the damage, it's not gonna be pretty.
And here's the thing, I think that is where Sync 1 comes into the fight, or the response as a member of the team. Since once Rainy drops down, it will be followed up immediately by a Flame Charge. And I think Sync 1 could actually minimize that threat by using the Unite move, Play With Me, or it's actually Kai, or maybe Rubik's at the other hand, push him back with the Surf. So there's actually a lot of kit as well for Team Nemesis to push back the offense of Made in Thailand, knowing that both teams have a bruiser concept.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is definitely true. But then, I guess how it's going to go down, you know, at the end of the day is just going to be whoever's going to outlast which team. You know, if they can outlast the other, then definitely they would be the one providing the damage, because both of them, as you have mentioned, both of them are bruisers. So they just take the damage and bring back the damage, but the question is who will outlast the other.
Just have to wait and find out here. But Rady with the early ambush with the acrobatics would do a lot of damage as well. But Saquon with the Shadow Claws actually doing the job, making it possible for them to push back the threat from Made in Thailand. And Trip was actually able to take out the EV out of the picture as well.
And that's actually quite good as well. Good that you pointed out. The Shadow Claw coming from that of Saquon actually help out the Squirtle to actually survive as its focus band has procced out as well. Because if it wasn't for the if it wasn't for Saquon, right, they would have been able to be taken out while waiting for the focus band to get procced. But right now, Team Nemesis currently at 49-8, you know, and getting in their stacks.
Yeah, and the power spikes as well from Saquon and Tremp is after taking it into effect. Once that placing is online, definitely it will be great for the side of Team Nemesis. And I would just like to reiterate as well that there has been an adjustment from the overheating that hasn't been updated yet. Instead of it has been changed by a bit. So I'm not quite sure if that's going to leave a big impact to Tramp, or maybe it's the other way around. But at the same time, Nemesis would have to defend everything. But the Shadow Sneak twice, maybe thrice, could actually give a lot. And that is making Made in Thailand suffer from that feat.
Yeah, Shadow Sneak coming in from that of you know, Saquon, especially going against walls, is going to give it so much range. And even if you two try to get away, if you are within an obstacle, then you're just gonna get taken out here by Saquon. But here you go, buying in some time here, and Paulian, that is Dylan, to put out some scores here. There you go. 2 more scores, and they're going to be able to destroy the first score goal. And are they going to do it? Yes, they will, with 8 points overcapping, destroying the first score goal down bottom.
It is looking great. Everything is in the hands and favor of Team Nemesis. But on the other hand, Made in Thailand has something in response as well. Gets the Regis for HP recovery, but Rubix and the others just want to push back. Maybe Thailand, they know that they can. Unfortunately, that overheat did not maximize the damage, making it possible for Made in Thailand to live another day. But the Flame Sweep was actually beautiful as well.
Oh,
the
play with me
from Saquon was actually well on point, making it possible for them to take a knockout. Rubix, on the other hand, is doing his job, doing his best to push back the offense of Made in Thailand. Hydro Pump.
Gladia tries to get in some damage, but unfortunately, you know, the ambulance is for them, and just like that, forcing the Gyarados to actually Mega Evolve, use his Unite move, just to be able to take down Saquon is such a huge rewarding feeling for Team Nemesis right now, because then that only means that they need to expend so many of their resources just to take out one player into the side of Team Nemesis. That is a huge relief here into the side of Team Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, Made in Thailand was actually rewarded with the XPs after taking Saquon down. So they need more consistency into this matchup. But Team Nemesis always has something in trade, making it really hard for Made in Thailand to get the XPs that they actually need.
That is true, but then again, you know, going over into the score, it's 167 to 94. Well, not 196 to 94. That is what, 102 score differential right now. And in terms of the XPs as well, I'd have to say they are a little bit too close within each other. But in terms of team fights, as we see it, Sync 1 and Team Nemesis definitely is on a lead.
On the lead, very sad. We tried to buy some time. We just tried to diminish the formation of the team, but Made in Thailand was actually able to to get for an additional attacking prowess, and they are just chasing in for the KOs that they actually need. They were able to take out Tramp in the picture, but they know that they need to do defense as well at the bottom path.
Rubik's almost catching out Gladia, but still doesn't matter right now. Kai now putting that 18 points instead of Rubik's with the 40. All they need to do now is just push and wait for the attacker. Here comes Dreamt with the Blaziken. As I mentioned, that's all they need to do. Buy in some time for themselves, wait for the attackers to come in, and let them do the rest. And just like that, they were able to survive another day with the help of Dreamt here responding to them.
Yeah, but Mega TB, well, getting power spike almost at level 13, which might actually give Team Nemesis as a threat. But here he comes doing his best, outplaying the Cerulege from Made in Thailand, granting him a little bit of XP as well. And they were just maximizing everything out. Dismantle the composure and formation of Made in Thailand. It's just too great as well, Jay. If you're going to be taking a look at it, level 13 from the Mimikyu for Sync 1 before stretch, or even before the 2 minutes. Level 14, that is quite possible. But the thing is, Made in Thailand, they're trailing a lot. That's how I put it. A lot in terms of control. And it's actually possible for him to control the game, especially when Rainy D gets shut down by the Play With Me.
But the thing is, there's also one level 13 Intercept. Okay, never mind. They just got taken out. That is the Mega Gyarados Intercept Made in Thailand. At least they know that they can take out, or at least pick them off, quite immediately. Remove one piece of the puzzle here for Team Made in Thailand for them to secure, wins on a team fight. And as I say that, Team Nemesis is going to be able to secure the Registeel, giving them a buff into their attacks and special attacks, getting ready for the Kyogre.
Yeah, and that is actually for 1 minute because they were able to take the last hit at the 230 mark of the game. And not just that, they were able to convert 40 points at the bottom path with Rubik's, despite Made in Thailand getting 50 at the other end, which still narrows down the gap. But overall, Team Nemesis actually won the trade because they have the Registeel at the palm of their hand.
Yeah, and there you have it. Kyogre is now out. Team Nemesis do know that they do have the lead, albeit it not being too much, only 102. But all they need to do now, is just defend the Kyogre, not allow Myth to put in some scores. And there you have it. The Kyogre, one of the biggest damage dealers into the side of Made in Thailand, is now taken out. The second one being that of the Talonflame. Here comes it. The first, that is Fly, taking down 3 into the side of Team Nemesis. And of course, I wasn't able to see it, but there goes Cerulege with it. Unite move, take down a lot. And there you have it. Talonflame almost out as well. He's gonna be able to fly down up top. He's gonna be able to put in some scores. And Rubik's and Kai here buying in a little bit of a time here. 250 to 256. They just need to get in here into the Kyogre, do some damage. Kai surviving another day. Are they? No, they're not gonna be able to do that. But at least Rubik's is still up here, ready to help Team Nemesis.
They're trying to burst down the Kyogre. Hydro Typhoon being popped out, and everyone from Made in Thailand is actually gone. And Team Nemesis, Drem making the dream alive, getting into the Kyogre.
Man, if there's anyone that I have to say is the MVP of that team fight, I'd have to say it is Kai and Rubik's. Because honestly, if it wasn't for them, Team Made in Thailand would have been able to take down the Kyogre and of course put down some scores. But they were able to buy in so much time for the team that they have been able to respond and take down the Kyogre for themselves. And just like that, they are now going to be winning game number 1 against that of Team Made in Thailand. And that was actually quite a funny interaction too, Play With Me on the flame sweep at the very last second. It's a way to remove that from play. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. It was a little bit of a mistake here, but it is going to be Team Nemesis gaining in the first match the first game of this match and one more, and they're going to be proceeding into the next stage of the tournament.
Man, this is just a strong team. Team Nemesis, if they have their defender supporter pillar, which is Rubix and Kai, they're just an unstoppable team. And just like what you have been pointing out a while ago, they were able to buy a lot of time. They were able to put in a lot of control into the fights, making Made in Thailand have a hard time to flip the game. And might I tell you, Made in Thailand's signature as a team is the flipping capabilities of they always make sure they get the last hit at the major objective, and Team Nemesis was actually able to dismantle that strength of by having Kai, having Rubix in the fight as early as possible and as long as possible, just to lay things out. They have Hydro Pump, they have Disable from the Psyduck, and they were not using it simultaneously. They were using it one by one, making sure they have something for delay, and there's just no air. Real breathing room, that's how I put it, for Made in Thailand.
No, yeah, I mean, again, they were in complete control. That was the moment that they were, at least that was the perfect execution here, you know, coming in from that of the, what we call is the Seralish Puppets Unite move. Everyone being into that very tight corner right there, putting down three into the side of, Team Nemesis. But then again, as I have mentioned, it's Rubix and Kai buying a lot of time for the team, allowing them to respond and take down the Kyogre for themselves and take the win as well. I mean, it's 250 to 256, just a few seconds before Kyogre was taken out, and that could have been Made in Thailand's game if they weren't able to buy enough time.
Yeah, that was actually very well for Kai and Rubix at the side of Team Nemesis, because they are very well aware that you know, the back half happened and they do not have no idea who's actually on the lead. So what they could actually do is just buy a little bit of time, wait for everyone to come back, and not just that, they were not just buying time, they almost gave Made in Thailand a jump scare by almost taking out 2 members from them at the Kyogre pit.
No, that is, I mean, it's not just 2, you know, it was 3. And really, that was already a moment. And okay, if this were like an amateur tournament, right? If this were an amateur tournament, it would have been like the moment in the game where a team, especially an amateur team, would have crumbled, would have panicked. Yeah. But being experienced, Team Nemesis has been playing since, you know, they haven't been together since year 1 of Pokémon Unite, but at least they have been playing for quite a while. Some of them even already represented the Philippines in the SEA Games Olympic level tournament, even on different games as well. They know that they need to stay composed, and just like that, that is the winning, what defines the winning moment here of Team Nemesis. Really, it's their experience into these kinds of tournaments, into these kinds of stages of the tournaments, that allows them to be focused, to be calm, to be ready for whatever needs to be done for them to win the game.
Just doing everything, every ounce of experience. They're just pouring it into every games that they do have, at least for today. But over here, JJ, they still have game number 2, their best of 3 series up against Made in Thailand, and for sure, I believe that Made in Thailand has something in return in today's matchup. But it's just making difficult for them by not having that Mega Charizard. Why? I do believe that has been their best game so far, having them play 4 games actually in this tournament. So I'm not quite sure if this will be a play for Team Nemesis, but for sure, I do believe highly that they won't give it away, because they know that Made in Thailand is actually a big threat once that Mega Charizard is wide open for them.
No, yeah, I mean, it's just like them not giving up the the Hoopa into Kai. They, I'm pretty sure, you know, not going to be able to give away the Mega Charizard Y into that team Made in Thailand. And from there on out, really, it's all up to how they're going to be able to answer back against Team Nemesis. I mean, sure, there is still the Talonflame. We're not dismissing the Talonflame. We did see its effect. We did see how great of a damage it dealt, especially the Seralish is as well. It has so much of a damage output, but the thing is, if you're going to get controlled anyway, if you're not going to be able to loiter around just quite a little bit, if you're going to get controlled by the other team, then it wouldn't be too much as well. But again, not dismissing the attack prowess that this Talonflame and of course the Seralish has been providing Team Made in Thailand.
Yeah, and the Seralish actually had a buff as well with the Bitter Blade, increasing the damage as well, and the Phantom Force with its cooldown reduction. It's actually a great buff for a Seralish player, just like for a team made in Thailand. But again, Team Nemesis, during that game, they have something on their mind on how to negate or lessen the threat of a Seralish.
Yeah, and here you go. I guess all of our answers are going to be answered now. We're going to be given some resolution into game number 2, as Made in Thailand is still going to be into the side of the second, the purple side, first pick, left side, banning down still the Hoopa, and Team Nemesis, as we've mentioned, as we've discussed, is not giving up that Mega Charizard Y to Made in Thailand.
And that's actually a great call as well. And I'm quite curious, would this be an opportunity for both teams to get the Mega Mewtwo X, which was actually played a lot during the group stage? And might tell you, we did not have any patch from day number 4 and 5. So it's still the same concept. And I'm not quite sure if we can see it again. That's the thing. And actually, we did get a patch. I think there were just some fixes, but the fact that they haven't adjusted Mega Mewtwo X again, I'm not quite sure if we get to see it. But here's the thing, Made in Thailand saw it through, they get the Psyduck, they know that it has a little bit of a threat, and they just want to narrow down the options of Kai, but he still has the Eldegoss or Clefable.
Man, it's definitely going to provide reduced capabilities into Kai. But then again, that's the thing with Kai, right? Like, they have been playing the same role since year 1, that they were able to master it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they only play support. They can play other Pokemon as well, they can play other roles as well, but obviously that's just their their main role, being that of the support. But if needed, they can move that out. And now Talonflame into the hands of Nemesis. This is bringing me back a bit of memories here when the Philippines is using always the Talonflame, not only for its huge damage, but also for its huge burst damage, but also for its mobility, putting down some scores.
Yeah, and it's very nostalgia, but at the same time, Sync One has been doing a lot of things as well with the Talonflame, but we do have the Galarian Rabbit dash.
Wow, again.
We're gonna be seeing an attacker type of Galarian Rapidash, just like what FF Esports did a while ago. But at the same time, there's a second speedster on the team, which is Sync One. And Team Nemesis, they're looking powerful here. But the sustain, I'm not quite sure, because Rubix and Kai would have to do a lot of job once again, hinder Made in Thailand to get close. But here's the thing, their speedsters need to close. They need to do crowd control, a big crowd control, in order to narrow down the damage of Made in Thailand.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you. But then again, at the very least, there's already one player, already one Pokemon that is a Talonflame that doesn't necessarily need to get in, because it has Fly, it has, it cannot be targeted anyway, so it can just go in whenever it wants to. The Galarian Rapidash, however, is going to have a little bit of a problem, but again, that is the reason why they have the Mamoswine, just to disposition, reposition the other team, the other players into whatever area, allowing the Galarian Rapidash to go in on team fights and do its damage.
Just have to wait and see it as well, because we do see commonly before that when Galarian Rapidash is actually being used, there has to be a Confe. And for how many games already for today, it doesn't have enough support like a Confe, and they're just relying on their defenders, on other supporters as well, making the execution much more tough point.
I mean, hey man, to be fair, we did see the Galarian Rapidash being used earlier without the Confi as well, and it worked out fine. But as I say that, it is going to be the Galarian Ponyta that is going to be taken out here, but that's going to be not without a response from Team Nemesis, as they're going to be able to take out the Miraidon.
Yeah, a trade is a trade. That is what they want to see. And Synquon has actually rotated into bottom path, making sure they get the birds at 850. And Main Thailand saw it through. Rainy D is actually rotating all the way here, and that gave Synquon a notification that he can go at the other side of the map. Especially they need Shrem Gyarados as early as possible.
Oh yeah, and here to have it, look at this. Team Nemesis is doing their best, and they're going to be able to do so as well. Secure most of the wild Pokemon for themselves, getting in some XP. Vaporeon is now a Vaporeon.
Yes, and Trem, on the other hand, still has a splash on the ground, but definitely would hit that Gyarados at the 8-minute mark. But Kai is giving a lot of vision as well for the team, making sure he buys some time in order for Team Nemesis to get wild Pokemons around the middle area of the map.
No, yeah, here you go. Excuse me, 8-minute mark of the game, going to be the first set of objective coming up. And there you have it, the Reiji Drago is going to be coming up. There you go. Team Nemesis might not have enough of a damage to take another Reiji Drago, as it is going to be, you know, the Slowbro going to be taken out here into the side of Made in Thailand. Very sad right now. Having a little bit of a problem. Very beautiful combo. Ice Fang into the fly. Is definitely going to be able to secure a KO. And this, you know, the moment you get hit by those two, it's goodbye, dude.
That is just too difficult. And here we go. Saquon actually secures the Reiji Drago, and Rubex actually did set up an Ice Fang in order to take down the Slowbro as well. And they are looking for more.
Electro Drift.
The Electro Drift will be used to back away, but in exchange, Made in Thailand sacrificed their tier 1 gold zone in the bottom path.
No, yeah, I mean, Team Nemesis right now is in the lead. 7-minute mark, of course, the first major objective is now coming up. And 96-0 is going to be playing the game here. And without any stacks into the side of Made in Thailand, definitely the lead is on Team Nemesis. And just like that, 4KO is going to be the name of the game here. You're going to be able to destroy this first to the score goal up top without any scores down bottom. That is going to be Team Nemesis right there, trying to end this, trying to end the streak of Made in Thailand.
And this is actually a really solid performance for Team Nemesis as they are heading towards the mid-game. And not just that, they're getting every objective that they need, and they are eyeing on this Regieleki to put a huge amount of pressure at the offense of Made in Thailand.
There you go. Oh, 6 minutes into the game right now. Gets the fly. Ooh.
Constantly used here, but Unite move from the Galarian Rapidash was actually used immediately and just takes out 2 Pokemons from Made in Thailand. They didn't even use the Mega Evolution of the Gyarados, which is actually great because that could actually give them an opportunity to engage into another fight in the bottom path and maximize the value of the Regieleki.
Okay, and here you go. 185-40. Is going to be the play here. Still a huge lead here coming in for that Team Nemesis. They are really going in all out right now, especially that they are already in the lead in terms of the XP, the levels, the points, and now the team fight as well. They are going in all out. 4KO. No, make that a team wipe, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. Team Nemesis is the nemesis of everyone right now.
That was phenomenal execution here, JJ. Nemesis make sure that they get every ounce of what they have in the buffs from their major objectives.
Whew. Oh, there you go. It is at least they're gonna be able to get in the Gyarados, but then again, they need to do more than just that. 46-2, 99 is gonna be playing the game here. Electro Drift gonna be able to be stopped here. There's gonna be 3 down again. No, make that 4 KO into the side of Made in Thailand. Yules, man, you have to see this right now. They are on a roll, and I think that one man, that one guy might be, I mean, it's a little bit too early, but with this kind of performance, that one guy that predicted Team Nemesis, oh man, that might be, he might be happy by the end of it, you know, by the end of everything. Let's find out.
We'll just have to wait and find out. We still have 3 and 30 in this matchup. Made in Thailand still has the potential to flip the game, but Team Nemesis, they're eyeing on more objectives. They are going to probably ignore this Regieleki and instead get the Regidrago for a scoring prowess, but they can actually get both with this limited amount of time if they want to.
Oh, that is true. Now, Made in Thailand is struggling so hard, and even if they do try to flip for the Kyogre, it's not really going to be a a guarantee win if they do take it. And at the same time, before they can take in the Kyogre, they still have to go through Team Nemesis.
Yeah, and getting the Regieleki actually is a lot better for Team Nemesis because they would give Made in Thailand a lot of pressure. You know, they would have to choose, will they let their goal zone be defenseless or just contest and maybe force things out and eventually get the Kyogre to heighten up the chances of them winning the game?
No, they're going to be able to repel away the Regieleki, which is a good thing, because then with 30 seconds left in the game before the Kyogre comes up, they still have some time to refresh, and that's what they're doing right now, trying to get in as much points and XPs as possible as going into the Kyogre. But then again, look at them, level 11, 13, 13, 14, 11 into Team Nemesis. In comparison to 11, 11, 11, 13, 13 of Made in Thailand, that is such a huge gap.
And right now, Made in Thailand does know that they are trailing a lot, but Kyogre might actually be enough or would help them a lot in getting the win. But Synchron is putting a lot of pressure by using the Flame Swing into multiple members of Made in Thailand. Kai, on the other hand, pushes them back.
Dragon
Gyarados is actually online.
Slow beam,
actually. Going to be used. Rubix, on the other hand, uses the Unite Loop as well.
Oh,
and they're able to take the team wipe. And they're going to take the Kyogre in the bank.
Dude, that was actually quite beautiful, using Slow Beam immediately after the Kyogre goes, sorry, not the Kyogre, the Gyarados goes up, gets to the Slow Beam, stopping the Gyarados at least, you know, in some way, shape, and form. They were able to stop the offense rather, of Team Nemesis. But then again, with 4 more players on the ground, oh my goodness, Team Nemesis showed us what's up right now, and they are in it to win it, and gets in the team wipe, gets in the Kyogre, and now they don't even need to put down the points. They will, but they don't have to. That's the thing.
Yeah, it is actually smart for Team Nemesis. They're just keeping a keen eye of vision, just so to let know that there is no one trying to sneak in some goals from Made in Thailand. But I think they would actually go in for the fight as they take down the Empoleon. Hundo at the base. Electro Trick comes in, but not going to be quite enough for them to take the knockouts. And there's only one Pokemon left for mid. They are going to score Hundo at the top, but that is not just enough for them to flip the game.
Oh my goodness. I don't think we've reached 1,000 points, but it's too much of a gap for Made in Thailand to catch up, and just like that, there goes 1-0 for that one guy who predicted for Team Nemesis getting in a win right there. And I know a lot of Filipino fans right now are happy for Team Nemesis right now, but then again, you know, this is just the beginning for them. They still need to climb up. They still have 5 more games to play, one of it being a best of 5, assuming they do reach the grand finals, which I do also believe that they have the chance. They have a high chance of doing it, so getting themselves into grand finals. And just like that, Team Nemesis wins 2-0 and is now proceeding to the next stage of the tournament.
First 2-0 of the day, by the way. Looking strong here, Team Nemesis. But the next stage will be much more tougher. They'd have to go up against Team Evo's FXL, and we all know that for the record in the group stage, they didn't quite get the best results, and that is actually a huge challenge as well for Team Nemesis. But let's set that one aside first. Let's get into our analysis here, JJ. From start to finish, Team Nemesis was actually very consistent, and I do believe that all started because of the phenomenal ambushes that was actually to provide for the team. You know, being able to have Tremp evolve immediately despite not flashy plays at the first or at the early game, I would say. Then just get Rubik's the power spikes as well by evolving into a Pilot Swine immediately and Spank online, and everything was just a follow-up into their damage department.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? They never really needed the Memo Swine. Obviously, he's going to provide a power spike as well. But the moment that they were able, you know, Rubik was able to hit the Pilot Swine, the moment that they have the access into the Ice Fang, that's all they needed to open up, to go online, and everything else just followed through. There we go. That's what I was talking about. This slow beam, after the Gyarados comes up from the Dragon's Current from the dive, stopping the Gyarados is, you know, it still is stop a gate on its own, but then it wasn't enough to stop the full force of Team Nemesis.
And I do believe that despite Made in Thailand losing in a lot of points into this game, number 2, losing a lot of control as well, I was able to see the game plan or the concept of how possible it is for them to overcome that struggle, you know, create some game plans as well to have a higher chances of winning the game or winning the fights, because they have something in plan. But the major struggle was actually their stacks, because the points that they did have before the Kyogre fight was actually coming in from a single Pokemon and a single score. So that is not actually enough to get every stack that you need.
No, yeah, I mean, and there's also Team Nemesis that essentially almost everyone is doing in scores, and at least they do have 2 forms of attackers as well. And just like that, they were able to overwhelm Team Made in Thailand, and they just made themselves proceed to the next stage of the tournament. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we're going to be heading into a short break. Don't go anywhere. Take your snacks, drink some water, and we'll be right back after this one.
Alright, what's up guys? I'm Slash from the EVFL team. I play Defender, but I've been playing top lane because of the EXP share changes. You can now play tank carries, and I've been playing Pokemon like Blastoise, Snorlax. I actually played Mamoswine in the tournaments and went undefeated, but we didn't really play it in scrims at all.
Hello guys, I'm Shingdi. I'm the jungler of the team. Recently, I played a lot of Leafeon, ABQ, and Blaziken. That's fun.
We wanted to share our message with just all our fans that support us. So I wanted to say that we finished 5th in the overall rankings, but we still have a chance to get 1st place. And I really believe that we can do it. I've been working really hard and the team's been working really hard, and we really want to finish 1st place and see you guys in ACL in Japan in March.
Yeah, and I'm always have confidence to win all the games. So please come to support us, because I always think that if there are more fans and we can have more power to win the games. Yeah, so please remember to come to support us.
And honestly, we've just been getting unlucky brackets, so let's hope we pull it off at the end of January. And make sure to come check out the live stream, Pokemon Unite ACL 2026. You can look up like Pokemon Asia English channel to see it.
I'm Rubix, the team captain and defender of the team.
Hello, I'm Singkwan, the central or jungler of the team.
Thank you for supporting Team Nemesis. Even though na hindi kami masyadong consistent for these past weeks, pero ginagawa namin yung best to practice and to live yung expectation nyo sa amin. Thank you for supporting us.
Hello guys, supportahan nyo pa rin kami manalo matalo, pero ginagalingan namin para ma-represent yung bansa natin, Team Philippines.
Please support us in PUACL 2026.
Alright, what's up guys? I'm Slash from the EVFL team. I play defender, but I've been playing top lane. Because of the EXP share changes, you can now play tank carries. And I've been playing Pokemon like Blastoise, Snorlax. I actually played Mamoswine in the tournaments and went undefeated, but we didn't really play it in scrims at all.
Hello guys, I'm Shingdi. I'm the jungler of the team. Recently, I played a lot of Leafeon, ABQ, and Blaziken. That's fun.
We wanted to share our message with just all our fans that support us. So I wanted to say that we finished 5th in the overall rankings, but we still have a chance to get 1st place. And I really believe that we can do it. I've been working really hard and the team's been working really hard, and we really want to finish 1st place and see you guys in ACL in Japan in March.
Yeah, and I'm always have confidence to win all the games. So please come to support us, because I always think that if there are more fans and we can have more power to win the games. Yeah, so please remember to come to support us.
And honestly, we've just been getting unlucky brackets, so let's hope we pull it off at the end of January. And make sure to come check out the live stream, Pokemon Unite ACL 2026. You can look up like Pokemon Asia English channel to see it.
I'm Rubix, the team captain and defender of the team.
Hello, I'm Singkwan, the central or jungler of the team.
Thank you for supporting Team Nemesis. Even though na hindi kami masyadong consistent for these past weeks, pero ginagawa namin yung best to practice and to live yung expectation nyo sa amin. Thank you for supporting us.
Hello guys, supportahan nyo pa rin kami manalo matalo pero ginagalingan namin para ma-represent yung bansa natin, Team Philippines.
Please support us in PUACL 2026.
Hello there, Pokemon, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C-League 2026 playoffs. It's still PKOs with JJ, and we're ready, hype up to see the next upcoming series. And this is going to be Team Nemesis, who just won their matchup up against the one who's just sitting at their own hill, which is EVFL.
No, yeah, I mean, we just saw the interview as well earlier coming from that of EVFL. And of course, the interview as well coming in from that of what we call this Team Nemesis. We did see, what we call this, it's Battle of the Kings, really, you know, knowing the fact that we have been saying, or I mean, I have been saying as well, that they have been the crown prince of Southeast Asia for quite a while, but now it's it may be looking a little bit bleak, but at least they were still able to get in the fourth placement, the fifth placement right now, and just like that, they're going to be able to try to defend themselves as well, or maybe even retrieve the crown right from of Southeast Asia to prove themselves into this tournament. Again, Pokemon Asia Champions League C-League 2026. Here comes our players.
Now we have 94, Z-Ray, Slash, Shingdi, and 77 Chin. You know, we have been telling over and over again, they have been crowned as champions at before here in C-League, but as well they have a world champion, which is Slash. But for Team Nemesis, they have the veterans here, man. They have Synquan, Trem, Kai, Dylan, and of course Rubik. Straw has multiple world's appearances, but for sure that's the same case here for EVFL. For our key player, we have Shingdi. Top 3 Pokemon pick, it's Mimikyu, Blaziken, and Leafeon, and he's a scary guy to deal with if he has that Mimikyu.
No, yeah, that is for sure. But here comes Synquan as well, coming for the Metagross, the Mimikyu, and the Talonflame, which they have been using for quite a while as well. Granted, it provides so much damage into their team, but right now we're going to be heading into our first game of match number 3.
I was quite surprised. Like the moment the draft started, it was an automatic Hoopa, and it's pretty much understandable. It is the playoffs, no room for mistakes. You want to nerf Kai as much as possible.
Dude, I think all the players, and I think all the teams, all the players are also listening to me when I say. And see, the thing is, whatever team Nemesis play, or actually, it's not just Team Nemesis, because I've been saying this every time I say Kai. Every time I see Kai, right? Like in any teams that they have been in, you know, Reach, Pokemon, they've been into several different teams, really. The moment you see Kai, and you don't ban the Hoopa, I think everyone has been listening to me for the past few years. I think it's been like, what, 4 years now for Pokemon Unite that I've been saying this? Do not give him the Hoopa. That's the first step. It's defeating a team with Kai in it. Don't give them the Hoopa.
And they really did. That's why Kai actually did go back into the Vaporeon, which was actually used as well during their match up against Maid in Thailand. But Shingdi, on the other hand, gets the Mimikyu already for himself, making Synquan take one out from his options as a central laner. So from top 3 Pokemon's pick, that was actually 1 Mimikyu. Number 2 is going to be Talonflame. So if we're going to base it off on that statistic, he still has the Metagross.
Z-Ray. Zira is Mew is one of Zira's top picks as well in their career of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah.
But now Team Nemesis is going to be able to answer back with their own. That's going to be the Gyarados, Magikarp, and that of the Empoleon. But now EVOS FXL answering back with the Ceruledge and really a what do you call this?
Crustle.
Crustle, yeah. It's I'm not entirely sure, but you can walk me through it. Days 4 and 5. How was the Crustle coming in from that EVOS FXL? Because the last time I saw this, days 1 to 3, we haven't really been able to see much of a prowess, or at least much of an effect that a Crustle was able to give in a team.
Now here's the thing, man. I think that this Crustle in general is a way to shut down Sync 1, because the potential with the Rock 2 definitely could narrow down the options, and Sync 1 does have the Zen Headbutt and the Meteor Mash on its kit, right? So if you were able to block the path of other members of Team Nemesis, Sync 1 would be left alone, and the follow-up might be better than you think, because all of them are bruisers. They don't have enough range compared to EVOS FXL. They have Zire with the Mew. So I think that the plan here for EVOS FXL is to bait the Zen Headbutt and the Meteor Dash combo from Sync 1, and they would group up and take him down, because he is one of the most powerful Pokemon in the damage department at the side of Team Nemesis.
No, yeah, but then there's also Computer and Crash that essentially works as a rock tomb as well, which is just going to be another setup, another trap for Team Nemesis going up against EVOS FXL, allowing them to just secure everyone else inside the radius, do the damage, do the deed, and from there on out, do everything they need to do to finish the job.
But we do need to see the follow-up as well for Team Nemesis. Just like what you've said, if you get Rock 2, get the Computer Crush online, and the follow-up might not be the best for now, but if they reserve the Unite move, the Dragon's Current, and of course the check button combo with the Haicho Typhoon, I do feel like Team Nemesis has a big potential to flip the fights later on, but it does cost a lot of resources.
No, yeah, and this is one of the hardest points as well into this game, is that the team that wins from the lower side of the bracket has to keep on playing again and again and again with only 5 minutes of a break, just like we do, right? Just like we do.
Yeah.
We take 5 minutes of a break after every match, and from there on out, it's another game. So definitely, they will be exhausted the moment they reach Grand Finals. Hopefully not, though, obviously.
Yeah.
But reality is, that is more likely to happen than not.
Yeah, we're seeing EVOS FXL coming on fresh, Shingdi getting multiple knockouts on the top lane as well, which is actually a good sign. And not to mention, they have the Ceruledge already at level 6, which is compared to Sync 1, who just hit the level 6 mark, which is quite of an advantage. That's how I put it for EVOS FXL, because they were able to get the power spikes as early as possible.
Yeah, and here you go. That is a Slash right now with the Crustle.
Oh, wow.
There you go. They're gonna be able to stop the Magikarp from trying to get away, and gonna be able to take them out in the process as well. There's gonna be another one down into the side of EVOS FXL off cam, but that is the side going down.
And this is just looking tough for Team Nemesis as well. Trent has not yet evolved into a Gyarados. Not the ideal time for him to be staying as a Magikarp, because Team Nemesis needs him. But the X-Scissor is actually quite successful, but the follow-up was not there for EVOS FXL. Decided to give up the fight and pivot into their forest and get the resources that they will be having eventually.
Yep. Oh, man. It's still too early to tell, really. I mean, it's just 7-minute mark of the game, 51-21. But definitely, we can say that EVFL is already in the lead in terms of team fights, despite Team Nemesis, as of right before that team fight that we just saw, has the lead in terms of XP. In terms of mechanics, EVFL definitely is on the winning edge.
Yeah, and I think we do see the effect of the Crossel as well, especially that last fight that we witnessed, just being able to jail down a lot of members from Team Nemesis with the Rock Tomb, follow up with the X-Scissor, just gives a lot of hindrances, and the breathing room is too narrow for Team Nemesis to move around and do a setup.
No, yeah, and here you go, 135-21. It seems as if what Team Nemesis did to Made in Thailand is being done to them in this match, and they are struggling just a little bit, especially to put down some scores here, get in some sacks, and
quick maths.
Yeah, I mean, at least now they're going to be able to try to catch up, 135-128.
Yeah, but still 94 is at level 10 with the Mimikyu. I think same thing with Shane D at level 10 with the Ceruledge. Quite an advantage. That's how I say it, because they're seconds behind. Team Nemesis are seconds behind, and if EVFL gets another opportunity for them to wipe them out, that will be big.
And here you go. Team Nemesis all needs is just one good team fight, one good result of a team fight. But as I say that, it is going to be the Vaporeon going down. It's going to be 2 down right now into Team Nemesis. That is one of the biggest damage dealer into their side. Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up, but here comes the follow through. But unfortunately for them, the follow through of Team Nemesis actually fired back against them. It backfired against them.
Man, and the rough was actually had great timing as well, being able to avoid the damage that Team Nemesis that is trying to dish out up against Evo's FXL, and that was just able for Evo's FXL to live another day in that fight and making sure that they keep their XPs into themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, that is, I guess, the risk of running in Compute and Crash Unite move coming from that of the Metagross is that, hey, you might be what do you call this? You might be trapping a Pokemon or two inside, but that also means that you are going to be trapped with them. And unfortunately for them, EVFL use it to their advantage.
Right now, Team Nemesis actually got something in return. Dylan being able to take a knockout here, and they're putting a lot of pressure towards Z-Ray. Forced to use the Unite move, but I do think they will try to eye on the goal. But Hydro Typhoon seems again not hitting anyone, not knocking up someone. And that is going to be detrimental. Team Nemesis, as EVFL gets multiple knockouts, and the response for Team Nemesis would be a cross-map trade at the top. But Slash using the Rubble Router to buy some time, and Trent would be down and get KO'd by P immediately. But Waterfall was actually enough to give him mobility and live another day.
No, yeah, and here you go. It's going to be another play with me. It's going to be popped up here. Going to be able to take down the Gyarados. Just getting ready to get in as much XP as possible before the Kyogre comes out. And I do like the fact that the EVFL is also taking them out one by one, picking them off one by one. And I totally see what you mean now by, the Crossel now being a factor into that of EVFL, because then again, Rock Tomb may not be used, may not just be used for trapping Pokemon, but also being used as a distraction, being used as an obstacle, making sure that they're going to be able to catch up with however Pokemon that they are, whoever Pokemon that they are actually trying to, catch up to.
30 seconds though. Still has the Regieleki in about 5 seconds, and I think Team Nemesis would use this in order to lure down the members of FXL, and Slash was actually taken out in the picture. They will be using this Regieleki for a distraction, but Evo's FXL is already grouped up into the Kyogre split, and Team Nemesis is well aware of that because Rubik's in Sync 1 is giving them the vision that the team needs.
Yeah, and here you have it. The Kyogre is now out. Rock Tomb is going to be popped up as well. But the question is, would that be enough? Here comes the Mew trying to, trying to look over the Kyogre pit.
But now Team Nemesis just running around in circles. They're doing their best to buy some time. There goes the Mutant Crush, not being able to make the barrier for themselves. Dragon's Current follow up immediately, and that's gonna hit Slash in the picture. Slash though is still alive as well, but two members are already down for both teams, and Rubix would have to relocate and buy some, and this was the case as well for Team Nemesis. Can they do it again? Slash putting a lot of sustain. Shin almost take him down. Hydro Typhoon was actually used to buy some time. The Surf connects. Can they take down the last two? Not yet quite. Slash the only ones left.
Oh,
barely
that's
even
one.
makes it, and that is going to be one. Slash is doing himself for time, but right now he was actually taken out, but quite enough time for Shin and 94 to come back.
There have it, 329 to 251. Team Nemesis, all they need to do is, buy themselves some time. They don't need to put in some scores. But look at that right now. Kyogre. There goes the Hondo up top. Hondo up top. Kyogre is gonna go. Kyogre is gonna go into the side of Evo's FXL. 19 seconds left.
They need 200. Can they do it? There goes the dive. Rubix was not able to defend it. 10 seconds left. They need a Hondo. They need more than it. Safety. He's trying his best. The serve defense is successful. But at the bottom path, there's someone.
There you go. Oh my goodness. The Psyduck had 48 points. It's being brought. And, man. At least they were able to stop it. They were able to defend the first Skullgirl down bottom and was not allowed 77 Chin to put down the score. Drem was the one who first jumped in and made sure that they're not going to be able to score in. Unfortunately, we were able to see that at the very last moment. But ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, Team Nemesis still hanging on.
Man, and not just that, Rubix with the back cap of 100 points. They know that they do not have Unite moves left on their kit. That's why they decided to stall some time in Kyogre Spit. Once everyone is already available, get the 100 points, just go back into the fight or maybe go back into the base. They know that the success rate of getting the Kyogre is already low, but they were able to stall a lot of time. Then they were able to reposition, get some defense available despite their goal zones being defenseless because of the Kyogre buff.
I guess that's one of the defining factor here of Team Nemesis, right? Since the start of the game, I think you can agree with me on this, that they have been losing team fight.
Yeah.
And it's definitely onto the side of Team Evo's FXL. They have complete control of team fights. They have control of the map. But at the very least, the last shining ray of hope here of Team Nemesis is that they know that they have a higher lead in terms of points, and that's the only thing that's keeping them together, knowing the fact that they are in lead. Just needs, they just need to buy themselves some time, make sure that they can survive, and make sure that Team Evo's FXL does not score whatsoever. And that's what they did. The moment that they were able to secure that win con for themselves, hey, everything just fell into place. At least Rubix was able to put down another hundo up top, making sure that they can win the entire game. But then again, there was still a risk involved, a huge risk nonetheless, because if Rubix wasn't able to put down the hundo points up top, it could have been a game of Team Evo's FXL.
Yeah, but those timings, those risks, how phenomenally executed. The chances are I think I'd have to say around 40% chance that Team Nemesis would actually lose that game, since they have the buff already. Even FXL has it. The only thing that they need to do is just to avoid the obstacles, avoid the Pokemons from Team Nemesis. But Team Nemesis saw it through. Despite trying to contest the objective, they were able to reposition as quick as possible because both teams are just rushing themselves. Team Evil's FXL, they want to score. Team Nemesis, they want to defend. And they did not waste their time to go for fights because they knew that they only have 19 seconds left to score those points.
I mean, hey man, it might be a risk, but then again, just like what they say in the video game department, if it's not 100% accuracy, then it's not 100% accuracy. You know what I mean? It can still miss. Even if it's like 95 accuracy, it can still miss. But then, Team Nemesis, they did not miss. They are they got in game number 1, so they're still in for the game. They're still in for the tournament.
Man, that was a good game. That was just game number 1 of the series, and we get to see another one in which the draft is already happening. And same concept here, JJ, taking away the Hoopa, taking away the Mega Mewtwo as well. And you know what? We might see the same draft, which would somewhat give a huge amount of risk for Team Nemesis. I'm not quite sure if they're gonna fix anything yet. Maybe get the Mimikyu for themselves, but you know, I'm not sure. Maybe they're confident with the draft that they had a while ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure even. I mean, like, I think like Team Nemesis does have a bit of a. I think they had a great lineup. It's just that, how do I put this? They don't really have a lot of damages to go up against Evil's FXL in comparison to like Evil's FXL, which has been overwhelming them, right? Overwhelming them with attack prowess coming in from that of Shingdi with the Zero Ledge. We have Z-Ray with the Mew, which is going to be a Mew still. And there was the Mimikyu as well. So if I think if they can somehow be able to bring about the damage that they were dealt with, I think that would be a huge answer against that of FXL. But the thing is, at the same time, they wouldn't have much of a response. They wouldn't have much of a sustain for themselves. So it's really a matter of who's going to be able to survive longer in a team fight with this with these kinds of composition. Game number 2.
And Mimikyu would be the last Pokemon here for Team Nemesis. We haven't seen Trem use Mimikyu that much, but Team Nemesis has been running this over and over again way back then, even though they were not Team Nemesis yet. But the core of the roster is still intact, so definitely they have a game plan out of this, despite Trem is going to be the one to pile up this Pokemon. But Evil's FXL, on the other hand, they have a much more aggressive composition. I mean, they were aggressive a while ago, but having Slash in that Snorlax gives him access to the Flail and the Block, potentially dismantling the position of Team Nemesis. And I do get the concept as well, because I think that is what they have been lacking a while ago, because they have a solid setup, they have a solid team fight, but the control, the disturbance, the hindrances, I think that wasn't really present during game 1.
No, I totally agree. And I mean, if there's any time that they need to change things up, I think it's this time. Because if they are able to take down Evil's FXL, I think they would have I wouldn't say an easy, but at least an easier time going through everything else moving forward, because Evil's FXL is definitely one of the biggest, if not the highest, gates, mountains that one team should and need to climb over for them to be able to get in on the grand finals. And I mean, again, all they need to do now here is just reach top 3. Really, that's all they need to do, and they're going to be able to secure a spot for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals on March.
That's going to be a long road, but it's not impossible. Here we go. Game 2. Match point for Team Nemesis, and EVFL needs 2 consecutive to get the victory and take down Team Nemesis and push them into the winter tournament.
Here you go. EVFL still has a little bit of a lead here against that of Team Nemesis. Dream just trying to flail in and out. There you go, gonna be able to take down the Mimikyu. Still, you know, EVFL, this is looking like the same game as of right now. At least it's looking like a little bit of a same thing as what happened game number 1. But then we know for a fact that you know, it already had a different outcome on game number 2, so we might be able to see the same thing over. But again, they have to be able to have an answer back into EVFL. They really need to do something to make sure that EVFL won't be able to control mid game, because that's what happened. That is what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, as much as possible, we want consistency. We want a much more stabilized gameplay compared to taking in huge risk, high reward type of thing. And I think Team Nemesis has been adjusting slowly but surely. They're trading objectives, knockouts, bit by bit, and I think that is a step closer to maintaining and, you know, be on head-to-head with Team EVFL, because if they cannot get the power spike as early as possible, they always have something in return, and that is scoring back, getting those objectives, which is also a way for them to get the XP and maybe at an equal footing up against EVOs.
No, yeah, and here you go. 97 to 86 at the very least. You know, they were able to hear our calls for them to be able to have an answer back against EVFL. At least they're no longer what do you call this, forcing the issue against EVFL, and at least they are not allowing EVFL to take as much as game number 1. At least that alone is already a win. An adjustment against an adjustment for Team Nemesis, making sure that they would have a better, or at least a bigger breathing room going into this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, EVFL has been getting important objectives as well, getting the Red Rock for additional defense for team fights, in which they do know they really excel in those kind of play style. But Kai is a bit too pinched. The Ice Fan was actually enough in range to take the KO up against the Ceruledge, and Slash would just have to run around in circles, maybe get an opportunity for them to take the knockouts. Dragon's Curve, not quite effective here from 94. Ice Fan lands once again, but damage follow-up is not present for Team Nemesis, as Mimikyu was actually taken down off the camera. And Team Nemesis, I love the decision as well. Readjustment, just go back to not risk the team fight.
Oh yeah, and here we go. 153 to 97 is going to be the play of the game here. And Team Nemesis actually is on the lead in terms of XP, and if they can play this well, then they're going to be able to answer back against that of EVFL. Now Kai tries to get away once again. They're always targeting Kai, but then again, it is also Kai that's always what do you call this? That is always the target, because they're always the one in front of EVFL. I think there are some cases where, at least in this match, they have been overstepping quite a little bit. I mean, look at this right now. If there were like 2-3 people from EVFL, they can immediately get targeted right there. But look at this right there, right here. I mean, at least Team Nemesis now has some answer. I mean, look at that, another overstepping here, overextending coming from Kai, gonna get a KO once again, and they need to reduce that, I think.
Yeah, I heavily agree, but at the same time, I think Team Nemesis just wants to get something back or in return, which they do get that up against Z-Ray, but the objective is looking quite great for EVFL. giving Team Nemesis a huge amount of pressure, forced them to use the flame sweep, but the Aqua Ring is still present here, giving sustain for the team. But the Unite move from the Cerulean was actually popped as well. Not much of an impact, but multiple knockouts are very favorable for Team Nemesis, and they were able to repel the Regieleki.
There you go. Regieleki is going to get repelled here by Team Nemesis. At least it wasn't able to get in and push to the first tier score goal. But now, it's just going to be a handshake. Actually, not a handshake, because it was EVFL that was able to secure the Regieleki. And they're going to be able to secure the Registeel as well for them. And if they do so decide to force the issue against that of Team Nemesis, then Nemesis will have a difficult time against them.
But here's the thing, that Registeel buff would end already at 230 mark. And Team Nemesis, the only thing that they have to do is to avoid the issue of the team fights and wait for that Registeel buff to burn down. But EVFL is trying to force things out here, but still, Team Nemesis can outnumber them. But Mimikyu has been already taken down in the picture. Same thing with Sync 1 with Talonflame, and EVFL does need advantage. That's why they want to overstep and want to push their limits.
No, yeah, and look at this right now. EVFL is securing the first score goal, destroying that one as well. With the help of Snorlax, which has always been in front using block, and Team Nemesis doesn't have any answers into that block of Snorlax.
Yes, this is actually looking tough already for Team Nemesis. Not as tough as game number 1, but still they are at the backline, or they are the ones who need the breathing room. So they need to make something out of it, and they were able to lift Slash. This could be big at 230, but they can actually take the KO. No front line for EVFL for 10 seconds, and this might actually push them back.
I mean, oh man, it's just a few seconds left before the Kyogre, and now that they're doing this right now, gonna be able to do one down before the Kyogre comes out. That is already used for Team Nemesis. All they need to do now is follow through here. Flame Sweep is gonna be popped up. Unfortunately, gonna be able to hit a lot here. Dragon Scare is gonna be popped up as well. And look at that, gonna be able to take down 2 into the side of Team Nemesis. Unfortunately for them, it's gonna be 4 down right now. Only the Talonflame is up left. They might have had the numbers lead earlier, but now it's going to be up to Sync 1 to buy some time, maybe seal the Kyogre, but I don't think they're going to allow them to seal it out. Here comes the Fly, and it's going to need, the cooldown. They baited out the Fly, made it so that Team Nemesis, that Sync 1 uses Fly, so that they are going to be able to secure the ground for themselves. But right now, are they going to be able to put down a hundo? There's still a minute left here. That's going to be 88. A minute left here for Team Nemesis to catch up. And are they going to be able to do so? That's going to be it's looking pretty bleak right now. 504 to 225.
They need a wipe as early as possible, but that's another hundo coming in from EVFL, and Team Nemesis doesn't have the capabilities to wipe them out because of the continuous recovery of HP that the Kyogre is actually bringing for the side of EVFL, and we are going to have a game number 3.
Oh my goodness. 700 to 225. They might have had a bit of an adjustment, Team Nemesis, going into game number 2. But then again, EVFL was able to just, power through. Really, they were in complete control of the game. Game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, all streamers alike, this has been the Crown Prince of Southeast Asia, trying to retrieve back the crown.
Gonna be having a game number 3 here, JJ, and we love the adjustment that happened from Team Nemesis, making sure that their all throughout game is much more stable compared to the one we witnessed in game number 1. But that wasn't just enough for them to take the win. They need much more established early to mid game in order to take down the game as a whole, because EVO's FXL, they have the confidence, man. They always make sure that they are up front, have the power spikes, and that is what has been happening for the past 2 games. And I'd have to commend as well the call from EVO's FXL being able to force the team fight before the Kyogre, since they were just trying to maximize the value of the Registeel that they got at the 3:30 mark or 4-minute mark of the game. Yes, that's a 4-minute mark of the game. So they just wanted to maximize the value. It was actually high risk as well. The moment that someone from the team got knocked out from Team EVO's FXL. And Team Nemesis, on the other hand, they were baited and grouped up at the forest at mid, and they did not saw through that the Dragon's Current is still available for Team EVO's FXL. That gave a huge chunk of damage and just depleted the HP of Team Nemesis as a team.
No, yeah, I mean, this is going to be the last chance here for teams. Actually, for both of them, really. Because again, the moment that they do lose game number 3, that's going to be a goodbye for them in the Southeast Asia, playoffs. You know, and the next time they're going to be seeing each other is going to be tomorrow. If they're going to be playing on the Winter Tournament, which I'm pretty sure they're going to go apply for, you know?
Yeah, and here's the thing, just like what I've said before we officially started with our games for today, they are, if ever they do have to compete for the Winter Tournament, they will be directly seeded already in the playoffs, just like last year. So for now, made in Thailand, same thing with FN Esports, they're gonna sit back and watch the rest of the broadcast here, try to readjust and show up eventually next week in order to get that last chance and get the spot for ACL finals in Japan through the Winter Tournament.
No, yeah, and here you have it. Man, it's it was kind of hard to watch. I mean, you know, it's one thing to see a landslide, but it's also another thing to see a team struggling to find their footing, trying their best really to go up against another team, and that's what has been happening on game numbers 1 and 2 really for Team Nemesis and Team EVO's FXL. So again, final chance for either of these teams to win, for them to proceed to the next stage, right, to the upper level of the King of the Hill, or they just have to, you know, rest up, get ready for tomorrow for the Winter Tournament Open qualifiers.
Yeah, and here's the thing: Team Nemesis, they played 4 games already. This is going to be their 5th, and that's going to take a lot of stamina. Meanwhile, EVO's FXL, after playing 2 games, they know for sure to themselves that they are doing well. They always have the momentum. They always have the game at the palm of their hand, and definitely would give them a huge boost of confidence after being able to perform that way, and at the same time being able to get game number 2.
Here you go. First set of bans, EVO's FXL still going to go in for the same one. I think they have banned the same set of Pokemon, except for the... No, actually, yeah. Is it in the Blastoise? Yeah, the Blastoise. It's the Talon Flame? No, the Talon Flame was being used earlier. It was game number 1 that I am looking at. But then, you know, Talon Flame is still up open, right? It's still up open. EVO's FXL now going in for a different draft. I don't think they should change any of their draft because it has been working out quite a while. And that's one of the biggest mistakes that Team Nemesis has been doing. With the Ceruledge as well as Ceruledge pick, that has been working out pretty well. Ceruledge and the Mimikyu. There we go. Sorry, not the Mimikyu. That wasn't the staple, but rather the Zero-Ace Mew, that has been one of the biggest things of EVFL here, providing so much damage against out of Team Nemesis. But now they do have access into that of the Mamoswine, which has been stolen now into Team Nemesis, which honestly, it's one of the biggest Pokemon that has been, providing so much for Team Nemesis, and it being stolen along with the Glare Rapidash, which they did use earlier. Man, the blow to the knee, bro, is so much right now into Team Nemesis.
Yeah, and I think EVFL has been doing a great job as well, being able to steal or dismantle the draft of Team Nemesis, because for sure Team Nemesis has something on the line, and EVFL does know how to manipulate it. That is what they did during game number 2. Steal away the Gyarados, take away the key Pokemons or best Pokemons. That's how I put it from Team Nemesis. And right now, they were able to take away the Galarian Rapidash, just like what you said, JJ. But that brings Team Nemesis having that Gyarados back in action to Drem. They have the Talonflame as well, but Rubik's in a different picture, which is going to be the crossover.
Ooh. Just stealing away each other's Pokemon, huh? Is going to be the play of the game right now. With this kind of composition, though, EVFL definitely, it's very solid. That's what I can say for sure. But Team Nemesis definitely needs some conditions to be met for them to be able to actually go online. I do believe in the capabilities of Team Nemesis. It's just that EVFL has been quite dominating for the past 2 games.
Yeah, they have a great momentum. They have, they were just performing really well. But Team Nemesis, yes, they have a great chemistry, but it's just EVFL always taking them by surprise. And what I love about Team Nemesis is just they have a way to recover in the game. And I don't know if you noticed this one, JJ, but the moment that they always lose team fights, Team Nemesis would just have to outscore EVFL, which is actually a great thing, because scoring does give you an XP, and at the same time, scoring wins the games.
No, that is true, but the thing is, would they be able to do it at the very last second? I mean, they were able to do that in game number 1, getting in the flip, but the thing is, it's you cannot let fate decide your chances. You need to take over it. You know what I mean? And EVFL, as I say that right now, is controlling the top path again.
And Shigdy is almost at level 6, and this would be huge for EVFL if ever they do get the power spikes. What the ideal here is to get Shigdy to 7 and have someone of Team Nemesis, the highest level Pokemon, at level 5. That would give them a huge amount of firepower, which is actually enough to control until the mid game.
Oh yeah, and here you go. Getting in their stacks early again is and always has been a pretty huge steal, right? And it's just that Nemesis has always been delayed going up against EVFL.
XP is not looking good, just like what you've said, JJ, and Slash being able to do a setup. Not going to be converting into a KO, at least they got one, but the fly from Sync 1 would actually be the trade here in terms of the knockout. But on the other hand, Chim is being chased down by some members of Team Nemesis as well. Shingdi does appear in the map to give a threat to Team Nemesis, knowing that they are trailing behind in terms of scoring and the stacks.
Yeah, and here you have it. EVFL going to be able to secure the Ranger Draco. And going to be able to take down the Talonflame as well, one of the highest dealers of damage into Team Nemesis. Right now, as with the current status of the game, EVFL is and does have the control of the game.
Absolutely control here. Dylan just reached level 7, but there is already a level 8 Pokemon here for EVFL, which Team Nemesis does have to watch out, because Sync 1 The good thing about the Talonflame is you can take someone by surprise with the fly, but EVFL doesn't know how to control the tempo of a Talonflame.
No, yeah. It's, Oh, wow. I think he's going to be able to pick up one. That is a win, you know? Nonetheless, it's regardless of how small it is, it's already a win. And it's a small step for a man. And a huge leap for Team Nemesis. As of right now, at least, you know?
Yeah, as of right now. But they're trying to maximize the overcapping here. There we go.
Ooh.
That's the goal zone destroyed, but at what cost? Maybe this would be a knockout. Flame Sweep in order to live another day, and they would give up D-Lep into that fight. Rubik's on the other hand, together with Kai, they are trying to defend, but what can they do? It's just them sacrificing another knockout. They were trying their best to defend, but there's just full house members of EVFL.
No, that's true. I mean, the Flame Sweep was all for naught, bro. It's, as you mentioned, and as you have pointed out, was used to escape, but then it didn't really matter. They were still taken out nonetheless. And now EVFL is getting control of the map right now, gets the fly. They're going to be able to take the Galarian ramp dash. But that's not all. They need to be able to take down everyone from EVFL right now, or at least try to get in some XPs first before they do try to get in some Pekos. Because, I mean, as we can see it, they're never really winning the team fights, and overextending is not going to be an answer against EVFL. And right now, look at this. They are now also already going to get forced into a team fight once again. At the very least, they do have access. Saquon does have access to fly, allowing them to get away. But there goes Kai going down again.
And Kai has been always the target here for EVFL. They want to make sure that one defender goes down, the support and a pillar goes down for Team Nemesis, because that has been the name of the game. If they are not together, Rubik's and Kai, it is so tough for them. But Psyduck gets the last hit on the Regirock, giving a huge amount of defense to Team EVFL, and they have an overwhelmingly great offense as well, making them so hard to take down in this point, JJ.
No, I totally agree with you. Team Nemesis, they cannot just rely on the flip later for the Kyogre. As I have mentioned, we're not playing for the Groudon or the Zapdos or the Rayquaza anymore. If we were, then sure, that could have been like a okay strategy still. Maybe give you like 75-80% win rate the moment that you do flip. But the thing is, with Kyogre, that's not entirely possible. I mean, sure, you might have some lead if you do take in the Kyogre, but then it doesn't necessarily mean a guaranteed win immediately.
Yes, and I think Team Nemesis here is trying to force and take down Shady, but they do not know that there is actually backup available. Rebel Browser was the check button was actually enough to shut down Shady, and this could be big for Team Nemesis if they want to take down the goal zone. 94 on the other hand does have the Dazzling Gleam to create an area of effect for him, and they manage to take down one, and then one more. Rock Tomb setup, not the best output, and that is going to backfire on Team Nemesis. A team wipe for Evos.
And that's what I've been talking about, dude. The overextension here of Team Nemesis is costing them a lot, not only in points, but also in XP and the team fight. The moment that they overextend, try to stay in one place a little bit too long, they're getting eaten up here by EVFL.
And this is a big objective. Regirock, Team Nemesis needs this more because EVFL could just burst them down, and Team Nemesis saw that through, but there's just a lot of steal potential here. They do get the Regirock though. This could be a game changer into the last fight, but again, that Kyogre is not still enough for you to take the win.
And at the same time, look at this right now, level 13. That is going to be the Talon Flame. The Kyogre is still at level 13 either.
Oh no, Kai.
Oh, Kai overextended again.
But it's not yet over. They might have a hope here. Fly is actually up. It will drop down. Rapidash take him down, and Slash would have to back away for his life. He gets taken down out of the picture, and Shinji will do the Unite move, but not quite enough to take the KO. And Shinji's already down! Two members left! They are waiting! They are looking for the Mew! But there goes the 90 back cap, which puts Team Nemesis on the lead, and the Rock Tomb was able to narrow down the path of Z-Ray.
They were able to buy in time, just in time for Kai to get in, because here comes the sustain of Team Nemesis. But then again, there's still the Kyogre, and that's going to be taken in by Stink One. And now they do have the Kyogre. They were able to take in, you know, a 7-7 Chin as well. Galarian Rapidash almost down low as well. Now they still need to put this in because this score lead is not yet enough. But here comes a hundo coming from Team Nemesis. Ladies and gentlemen, all trains are like 40 is a 92 off top as well. It's still not enough. They still need to put in a lot here. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All trains are like the battle, the final stretch. Kai once again taking out the sustain of Team Nemesis is out once again. 25 seconds, and all they need to do now is defend with only 4 Pokemon up their side. Team Nemesis.
Everything is already ready. 4 members at the bottom path to dismantle the formation. 1 at top with a flame sweep, and they saw them in. And EVFL will bruise their way. It's not gonna be quite enough. Oh, they form the score, but that's not gonna be quite enough for them to take the win. Team Nemesis once again escapes the hurdle against Evos.
That is 2 for 2. Ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike. Team Nemesis going up against Made in Thailand and now against that of Evo's FXL. And they are going to be proceeding up top into the hill. But then that only means that they only have like, what, 5 minutes of a break before they head over to the next step of the tournament, to the next stage of the tournament. And this is going to be, you know, the more that they climb, the harder it gets. Granted that it's again, everyone is just waiting for them, and they have been playing since earlier. This is their second match, and now heading into their third, where their opponent is just going to be playing the first game of the tournament.
This is big, and that was actually another huge risk for Team Nemesis. They were looking for an opportunity to get Evo's FXL 1-by-1, and they were looking for a choke point somewhere in the map, and that is near the bottom path. And Kai, on the other hand, has been sacrificing a lot of knockouts, and he was under-leveled by a lot. Just imagine level 8, there's already a level 12, almost at 13 for Evo's FXL. Just to give vision for the team, just to give an intel, Kai has been sacrificing himself. He does know that there isn't that much of an XP grant already at the side of Evo's FXL, so might just maximize it, provide the vision for the team, provide what the team needs, and be able to strategize and refresh their positions.
I mean, I guess I am seeing a little bit of what's happening right now, why Kai is always overextending. Maybe perhaps it's to buy time for their team, allowing the others to just get into XP that they need while getting the attention of everyone else into Team Evo's FXL. But then again, that is quite a huge risk, given that, you know, every time that they get taken out, XP and points goes into the side of Evo's FXL, and that just made things harder for them even.
Team Nemesis is still alive in the battle, ladies and gentlemen, Pokemon trainers who's watching. EVFL, on the other hand, would have to sit down first and prepare for the winter tournament that is going to start tomorrow, but we would have to see them next week because they are guaranteed or seeded already into the playoffs. But again, congratulations as well to Team Nemesis climbing up once again into King of the Hill.
No, yeah, and that only means that they, again, still has so much to play, and really just a few minutes of a break and we're going to be proceeding to the next stage of the tournament. Again, Team Nemesis, a lot of people have been looking forward to Team Nemesis, and they have been living the expectation of the people, especially this guy right here. Yeah, so let's take a break, let's take a break, and we'll see you guys in a bit. We'll see you with more Team Nemesis. Peace out.
Hello， 大家好，我是杨，我是来自 EVFL 担任辅助位，做我对手技能躲番外。简单来讲呢，就是尽量多打训练赛然后不要把自己变没了。其实进入季后赛，我觉得每一支队都蛮强的，然后我也没有想要特地去挑选谁，就是尽量打好自己的比赛，要全力以赴就好。然后最后再一次祝你们技能躲番外。
I'm Rubix, the team captain and defender of the team.
Hello, I'm Singwan, the central or jungler of the team.
Thank you for supporting Team Nemesis. Even though na hindi kami masyadong consistent for these past weeks, pero ginagawa namin yung best to practice and to live yung expectation nyo sa amin. Thank you for supporting us.
Hello guys, supportahan nyo pa rin kami manalo matalo pero ginagalingan namin para ma-represent yung bansa natin, Team Philippines.
Please support us in PUACL 2026.
Hello， 大家好，我是杨，我是来自 EVFL 担任辅助位，做我对手技能都番外。简单来讲呢，就是尽量多打训练赛然后不要把自己变没了。其实进入季后赛，我觉得每一支队都蛮强的，然后我也没有想要特地去挑谁，就是尽量打好自己的比赛，要全力以赴就好。然后最后再一次祝你们技能都番外。
I'm Rubix, the team captain and defender of the team.
Hello, I'm Singkwan, the central or jungler of the team.
Thank you for supporting Team Nemesis. Even though na hindi kami masyadong consistent for these past weeks, pero ginagawa namin yung best to practice and to live yung expectation nyo sa amin. Thank you for supporting us.
Hello guys, supportahan nyo pa rin kami manalo-matalo pero ginagalingan namin para ma-represent yung bansa natin, Team Philippines.
Please support us in PUACL 2026.
Hello， 大家好，我是杨，我是来自 EVFL 担任辅助位，做我对手技能都番外。简单来讲呢，就是尽量多打训练赛然后。
Hello there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C-League 2026. It's still PKOs with JJ, and what a match that we have been witnessing already. First 3 matches are already done. We're headed towards the 4th one, and again, it's Team Nemesis this time around going up against rival esports.
No, yeah, I mean, again, alongside EVFL, Rival Esports is also considered one of the prints along with Onyx Rise. So definitely this is going to be such a huge hurdle once again for Team Nemesis. Again, the more that they do win, the more hurdles they have to face. But then again, all they need to get is up until the 3rd place for them to secure that spot for the Asia Champions League finals in Japan. So if anything, right, like Nemesis just needs, easier said than done, but just needs 2 more wins. Just 2 more wins and they secure the spot. So hey, it's just 2 more games for them. But of course, winning the entire thing is gonna make not only the Filipino people happy and proud, but also make this guy prouder. I'm not gonna look at you. I'm not gonna. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look at the opposite side. But yeah, you know. So
Let's just wait and see what happens, man. Because I have my own personal analysis aside this team being my favorite. Because of the pride. But I think you would agree, but both of us and me personally know this team even better than anyone else because of my constant communication with the team, especially with Birdie, who has been, doing a lot of things for the team as well. So definitely I've seen them in their ups and downs, and definitely I know for sure they are at 100% or even can go beyond 100% for today.
That is great to know. And now we're just getting ready, waiting actually for the lobbies to get back up. And the moment that it is up, we're gonna head straight into the draft. And
Hoopa
band.
I mean, I think it is at the bucket list, JJ, especially when we're going up against Rival Esports. And but not to mention here, Rival Esports, for the record, during their past team last season in ACL, which I do believe they were Paper Rex before.
Yep.
They were able to secure the ACL slot via one of the top 4 teams in the C League. So definitely they have a name or a branding here in ACL already that, you know, there's a little bit of a pressure in themselves that, hey, we did it last year, let's run it back, do it again this year.
No, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be impossible for them to do if they've already did it, you know, one time. But then again, I am already trying to get to see, because this is Rivals, potentially bringing back the Venusaur Comfy, which essentially which essentially just means sorry, no, not Comfy, but rather Blissey, which essentially just means for Nemesis, higher chance that we might be able to see the Hoopa.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is quite a possibility here. Like, you know, there has been an ongoing meta here in Pokemon Unite, but at the same time, all the teams out here has something unique that they could actually pull it off very well. We saw an example in the last day of the group stage. You know, Onyx running the Venusaur with Axe with the Pedal Dance and the Giga Drain, and that is something that T1 did not expect, because T1 does want to get that Venusaur up close, but at the same time, Onyx does want that one as well, because with the Pedal Dance and the Giga Drain, it could sustain itself and at the same time deal a lot of damage at the area of effect up against T1. So that's an example, and you did give an example as well for Rival Esports and Team Nemesis. Where in Team Nemesis, it's got to be tied with a Hoopa, and for Rival Esports, it's the same case with the Venusaur as well.
No, yeah, I mean, it's the sustain that they have been needing. You know, it's the sustain that they have been needing for both of these teams, allowing them to well, survive longer, and at the same time, while surviving, dish out more damage than they could without the sustain.
Yeah, but here we go for the lineup of Rival Esports. Oh yeah, there we go. We got HD, Yimu, Ice, and the others. But Team Nemesis, it's still them. Take One Tram, Rubix, Dylan, and Kai. So a matchup that we have been seeing a lot for the past couple of history in Pokemon Unite. But again, the stakes are much more higher up until this point. They are fighting for that last spot, last guaranteed spot. That's how I put it, to C League. But HT, the key player of the day, and Sync 1 for Team Nemesis, the central laners of the team, which somehow gives a lot of impact, being the core in terms of damage, objectives of every single team. And we've seen their capabilities, their potentials, and probably I'd say this, but one of the top picks from both ends is probably the Mimikyu. I've been seeing that for quite a while and quite some times, and for sure that would be the same case as well for this game. But going into the draft here, JJ, Mega Mewtwo Y is actually banned, knowing that this is actually a signature pick as well for Dylan as the main attacker of Team Nemesis. That's why Dylan was actually pivoting into the Empoleon, because I do see it as Mega Mewtwo Y is one of his priority picks, but if it's not available, he always pivots back to the Aeon.
All I'm excited for is that the Hoopa isn't banned yet. I am sorry. Like, I just want to say, oh, dude, I've been Hoopa all day, all night. Every time I see Team Nemesis, and all I see is Team Nemesis get a handle of Hoopa.
Gotta get rid of it if you want your chances to be high. And it is not bad. For the first time. Hoopa. We're not quite sure. Maybe Rival Esports gets it, but nah. They want the Psyduck.
Here we go.
Lock it in.
I don't think it's going to be a priority pick for Nemesis. Oh no. They went okay, not an oh no in a bad sense, but more like oh man. It's like it's not a hoop though. You know, it's open and they're not but I mean, hey, at least we're still gonna be seeing Team Nemesis. You know, that's something.
And I think Rival Esports is actually prepared for the Hoopa as well. That's why they were not cautious. They were not worried about leaving it wide open. So this is a really huge test for Team Nemesis. Would they get it or not? Because they could actually pull this one off with Rubix using the Vaporeon and Kai pivoting into the Hoopa. But nonetheless, it's not going to be the case for today. Rubix locks in the Mammal Swine, and Kai would be sticking with the Bubble Beam and the Aqua Ring for the Vaporeon. So we have been seeing a lot of Cerulean lately together with the Galarian Rapidash because of the recent buffs that they actually got, and it's pretty quite understandable. Esports just decides not to use the Cerulean while Sync 1 has his Metagross still open. Because Talonflame is actually banned together with the Mimikyu, and that is one of his that is 2 out of his 3 top picks.
Yep. No, that is true, and I mean it also has provided Team Nemesis a lot of damage potential, a lot of damage prowess against that of the teams that they went up against the last 2 matches. But now they're going to be heading over into Metagross, one of the top picks here for Sync 1 as well. But they do have a lot of control here. But what I'm quite worried about is the the damage prowess of Team Nemesis.
That's a lot of bruisers, and at the same time, there's a lot of hindrances as well for Rival Esports, which is actually a way, I'd say, to counter the concept of bruisers here, because you have Psyduck, probably they have this, I will just double check the itemization here for Ice, but since I do not see the Scarf, this would be a Heavy Slam and the Block, because it has Focus Band, XP Shear, and the Body Barrier, so it would be focusing more on the setups and the blocks. So I think what they want to do here is to limit down the capabilities of Team Nemesis when it comes to team fights, because they have a lot of crowd controls. But at the same time, Sync 1 is so quick with the execution of the Metagross with the Zen Headbutt and the Meteor Mash. And definitely he could just priority target maybe the Psyduck or Rhyme, who's going in for the Galarian Rapidash.
Well, let's find out though if that's gonna be the case here. As we see right now, Rival Esports having a little bit of a not a little bit really, but more of a balanced out composition, I'd say, compared to Team Nemesis. But as I say that as well, the milestone giveaway, we still haven't reached it. And once we do reach that milestone of getting 500 concurrent viewers, then we're up for giving away a lot of our merchandise. We have a Pokemon Unite official cap. We have, this is a jersey. This is a good one. And I believe this is a towel. Yeah, a towel. I do want the jersey though. I do have the 2020, the first one. I think it's 2021 jersey. I do have it. I was when I was on casting, I was joining the on the days that I was on casting, I was joining the giveaway too. So
what do you mean, man? I remember that you were casting on the desk with me, and your name just popped in, man. That was man. You gotta watch the replays, JJ. But yeah, come on, you gotta watch. You gotta check it out, man.
Hey, man, I am a collector of things that are limited and collection. So if you know what, we'll get there. We'll get there, and I will have the jersey. You know what I mean? I want the jersey. Everyone wants a jersey. Who doesn't want a jersey? You know what I mean? Like, it's all good, man.
Let's see if you get this year's jersey.
Hopefully.
But yeah, going back here, JJ. 8-minute mark, first objective, ready to throw go. Looking great for Team Nemesis, and Saquon is already actually almost at level 8, and they would give this away, not to Tremp, but instead to Saquon. I thought it was actually going to Tremp simply because they want the stack of the attack weight to be maximized as quick as possible.
Yeah, here you go. Some scores here coming from Team Nemesis. At the very least, you know, like, look at this though. It's looking better for Team Nemesis than how they were playing against that of Team EVFL. I mean, at least they're able to, you know, at least put the game into an even playing field right now for themselves. Even more so, destroying a first goal down bottom for them. Well, getting answered back by rivals into the top path though. Still, it's not as bad as it was against EVFL.
Yeah, and this is actually what Team Nemesis wants, you know, rely on stability and consistency instead of doing high risk, high reward plays in the last 2 minutes. This is ideally the setup that they actually want to get, and things are actually at the equal footing in terms of XPs, points. Everything is well done by both teams, but of course, if you want to win the game, you want to be ahead. And Sync 1, a while ago, he was really up and the XPs, but right now, he almost has the same XP as what Rivals Esports does have.
Oh yeah, and here you go right now, 6 minutes into the game. Yimu tries to get away right now, and just like that, you know, they were able to repel them away, taking down the Blaziken from HT, and just like that, now going to be able to put down some scores. Close combat, computer crash going to be popped up, but it isn't really needed right there. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, from all trainers alike. Team Nemesis now was able to take down a Pokemon into the side of Rival Esports, and was able to take down the first Google up top as well.
That was actually not the Zen head, but I think Sync 1 did go for the Magnet Rise and the Meteor Mash. So that's mobility plus damage that he is trying to do, because we were used to seeing that he was using Zen head, but in order to get the guaranteed up range into his opponents. But right now he prioritizes the mobility, knowing that there could be threat in the crowd control from Rival Esports, because if he does not make the first move, then might as well back away, refresh the HP, and reformation as a team.
No, that is true. I totally agree with you. And now, Team Nemesis is currently in the lead, not only in points, but also in XP, and at the same time, they are currently in a very comfortable position where they can, and if they do want to, force in the issue against that of Rival Esports. Regi is now coming up right now, gonna be taken in by Rival Esports, but then here's the thing, Team Nemesis still needs to defend this down bottom, gonna get outnumbered 4-5. Computer and Cash gonna be popped up as well, not quite yet. It is gonna be the Metagross gonna be taken out here, but it's gonna be 2 down. The Nemesis is gonna be taken out as well, and as well as Kai with the Vaporeon. It's gonna be 3 for non. Dragon's Current is gonna be popped up, and just like that, they're not gonna be able to stop the prowess of Rival Esports, but at the very least, they're gonna be able to, you know, try to reposition themselves up top, as Rival Esports is now going to be repositioning themselves, trying to go up as well.
And right now, Team Nemesis would have to pivot themselves into the Regieleki. And there was actually a vision already coming at the side of Rival Esports, and they know what's coming next. They need to repel the Regieleki. That's going to put a lot of pressure at their top goal zone. And what Team Nemesis would have to do right now is get all of the resources, because they know that Rival Esports would prioritize clearing out and repelling that Regieleki.
And at the same time, right, like, it's Kai once again with the Vaporeon being that of the refreshments, the sustain of the team. Despite it still being at level 9, it can and would be able to do a lot at this form, but then it would be able to do more if it were leveled up. So definitely overextension is not going to be the play of the game here for them with the Aqua Ring, really, just to make sure that they survive another day, another team fight. And here we have it. Kai trying to give some information, some vision, but they need to be, of a little bit distance as well away from the opponents while waiting for everyone else to get in. And here we have it. Instead of the Fable, it is Aquaring that's going to be providing them a lot of sustain. And here you have it. Oh, here comes a pause right after the heavy slam.
Oh no, that is going to be very big for both teams because there was already an initiation into the fight. But of course, we'll have to confirm what happened into our official because it's really common that we do not pause when team fight breaks through. But
especially not on a immediate initiation. No, not especially after initiation.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This is very crucial, JJ. They are fighting for Regirock, granting them defense, and this is not like Regice wherein you get HP. This would give a lot of sustain for both teams, whoever gets it, especially they are preparing for the final stretch, and that would be used in the minute, half of the duration of the Kyogre fight.
Here you go. They're going to be continuing on without a hitch. And just like that, Team Nemesis, despite Rival Esports being the one who initiates the team fight, going to be able to, Team Nemesis is going to be able to take down the Snorlax. And I really think that the pause has done a lot into the team fight because that they could have been able to, follow through of that, but everyone has been caught off guard. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. The team fight before the Kyogre coming up right now.
There we go! Computer Crush actually landed immediately, but that would punish the Snake One instead. But here comes the Dragon Spirit being able to come up
four down!
And takes 4 immediately on the side of Rival Esports. And some numbers for Team Nemesis would push back the Blaziken. And they are eyeing on the prize, which is the Kyogre.
Eye on the prize as they are buying themselves some time, and they're going to be able to secure the Kyogre for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are now going to be able to see them put down the points, but I think they're going to be waiting for the very last moment as so that they can put in as much damage, put in a salt to the wound type of thing, and be able to make sure that they can defend it immediately afterwards as well. But they don't know who's in the lead at the moment.
Sync 1 is going for the back cap here. That's a guaranteed hundo point. Everyone from Rival Esports is 2-4, and that would put them up on Team Nemesis does know what is happening, but they have to be very careful. Rival Esports could wipe them out.
Power
That's
nap.
going to be Ruben taken down. Power nap to sustain the fight, and Sync 1 is still off and online. Drift as well together with Kai, but can they do the damage? Kyogre is helping them a lot in recovering the HPs, making Team Nemesis possible for them to score down the Hundos. Hundo for the Vaporeon, and they would push everything at the base.
And it's still not over yet because there's another Hundo here coming in from that of the Gyarados, and despite having 88 up top coming in from that of the Lucario, it's not going to be enough for them to catch up with the score of Team Nemesis. And just like that, game number 1 goes to Team Nemesis. Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, one more to get into against Team Full Sets.
And Team Nemesis once again looking much more stronger compared to the game that they had up against EVFL. They were able to refresh, they were able to reset their mentality, made sure to adjust accordingly, and we saw the adjustment. It's very crystal clear that they weren't losing already when it comes to the objectives and the fights. They were able to trade up against Rival Esports. They were not trailing, but they were able to stand at equal footing.
No, that is true. I mean, again, that's one of the biggest pros as well of being able to play since earlier. That of being, that of being that you've already, started your engine started the motor, started the engine, and is on a roll, essentially bringing up the morale that you've had from earlier games, winning those games up to this point of the tournament. In comparison to the teams that has just been waiting for their matches, they're just staying there, playing some random matches, maybe to warm up themselves. But it's still a different kind of warm up to have been able to play a much earlier time, compared to other games, and that's what's bringing the morale up of Team Nemesis right now.
That is actually a huge boost of confidence as well. And this would give a lot of pressure as well at the side of Rival Esports, knowing that despite opening the core Pokemons of Team Nemesis just like Koopa, there's just a lot of things to consider as well to Team Nemesis. They're not just a team who runs one composition.
Oh yeah, and one more match. One more match is all they need to. One more game is all they need to do to get to win and move towards the next stage. But then again, we cannot dismiss the fact that Rival Esports rivals almost everyone in Southeast Asia. So definitely they're not gonna let this happen, let this slide immediately going into game number 2, because they are Rival Esports.
Yes, absolutely. Phenomenal experience that we get to see here. It's just game number 1 though, and we are just about to see a game number 2 in a moment. But for clarification here, I think we just got an update regarding the pause, because I think it's really common for us to know, if you've been tuning in into Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, that a pause cannot be granted if a team fight was actually breaking through. And we got an update that the pause was actually requested before the team fight happened, and it's just a matter of timing that Rival Esports was able to engage into a fight, or had a call to go into a fight, and the pause just happened. So I hope there has been a clarification here. So it did not happen in the middle of the fight. It just so happened that the pause happened wherein Rival Esports just decided to go in for a fight.
No, yeah. So, hey man, things happen, and that's quite unfortunate to have known as well. But I think we're going to be continuing on to the next game of the tournament, where again it's Team Nemesis having one game ahead of one game ahead of against that of Team Rival.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is actually one step towards to the next matchup here for Team Nemesis, which is, if unfortunately they would win, they are going to be going up against Full Sense, who is sitting at the 3rd seed. And that would actually determine who is going to get the last lot for ACL Final. So there's just 3 teams competing for it, namely Rival Esports, Team Nemesis, and Full Sense. And that would narrow down to 2 after finishing this set of match.
No, yeah. Right now, I think we're just waiting for the admins to set up the game lobby. Sorry, I'm currently looking at what's happening right now. That's why I'm looking over to this one, to this
same.
side of my my monitor. I'm trying to look at what's happening, trying to give you really of what's currently happening. So it seems as if we are still going to be having to wait just a bit. There we go, before we set up the next stage. So, yeah.
Just waiting for
You're just waiting for, we're actually just waiting as well. What's going to be happening here? I think there's still, still trying to fix some problems in terms of the lobby, in terms of that being concerned. So we're just waiting for that to be resolved, and then immediately we're going to be heading in straight into the match.
Absolutely. But, that was actually a big opportunity as well for Rival Esports if the pause did not happen. But at the same time, we were taking a look at the conversation here and the statements from Team Nemesis as well, that they were calling the pause around 15 seconds ahead of time because someone from the team was actually having a tough time in terms of internet connection, and the pause was just granted at a later time. So we're just waiting for the officials to patch things up, and right after that, we're heading straight towards to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, whoever's not waiting, right? Whoever's not excited to get into game number 2. But as we say that as well, we'd like to remind everyone that once we do reach 500 viewers, concurrent viewers, we're going to be able to unlock our milestone giveaway. And we're going to give you, we're going to have some giveaways of the merchandise, Pokemon Unite merchandise. We have the jersey, we have the cap, we do have the towels as well, which I really do want. So let's keep on sharing the stream, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, and let's both and all of us get the jersey. You know, I want it.
Who doesn't want it, right? But at the same time here, JJ, we haven't had our first pop quiz yet. We're in a question will just pop out at the start of the match, and everyone from our live stream at YouTube just have to answer the question, and they will have a chance to win the giveaway. Could be a t-shirt, could be a cap, could be anything around the sun that Pokemon Unite has something for us. So I do suggest that, you know, keep a keen eye on the details of the live stream, because for the past couple of live streams and broadcast days, the pop quiz are always related on what's happening at the current live stream.
Question, and tell me if you can answer this. But, can we join the pop quiz?
I'm not quite sure, man. But I mean, I think you did it last year, but so maybe I think we can, but I'm not quite sure. I'm quite too focused on the current state of the game, especially we're having a fire matchup here. So, by the way, before we move on, of course, to the next set of matches here, JJ would like to remind everyone that tickets are now available for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Finals, which will be held in March 28 to 29, 2026 at Yokohama Buntai, which is at Japan, wherein 60 teams from around the world, not just in Asia, will compete in Japan.
I mean, it's again, I am also one of those that wants to get into Japan and watch the matches live. And so if you do want to do it, here's the QR code, scan it, and it will tell you everything that you need to know in order for you to get in on Japan, the venue, and get your tickets to be able to watch it live.
Yeah, I mean, will you be getting a ticket, JJ? Because I think I kind of want to, you know, watch it on live. Because, you know, for context, everyone, I've been casting Pokemon Unite for almost 3 years, but I haven't watched an offline event yet. Even on the desk, man. I'm always, you know, here in the green screen, definitely. So, you know, maybe we'll go into ACL finals. I'm not quite sure. At least, you know, if we're gonna be on the desk or we'll be an audience, but I'm just looking forward to it, man. But hey, we also have our streamer contest here for C-League Playoff, which is happening right now. So, guys, if you are a streamer, if you are a caster that you want to co-stream Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, this is now your time to do it, because there is actually a lot of reward as well for our co-streamers out there. And if you are a viewer who wants a different perspective on how you want to see Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, then I do suggest that you check out our co-streamers as well in order for you to get a lot of insights, because definitely me and JJ cannot cover everything, right? Because some other people
I don't know about that
to fill in, but man, hey, we're doing our best. We're filling everything else, but you know, I think JJ disagrees with me. I think he can fill in everything.
I mean, like, you might not know it, but maybe I'm restreaming the tournament as we're doing this. You know, like, you don't know. I'm not gonna admit to it. You know, I'm not gonna say nothing. But like, hey, man, I might be joining the streamer contest too. You know what I mean? Like. Everyone can join this, by the way.
Yeah.
And they never said we can't join it. So you know what I mean? Like, hey man, I'm just playing by the rules. I'm just playing by the rules, all right?
Yeah, I mean, rules are rules at the end of the day. There's nothing much of a rule book that, casters on the desk are not allowed to co-stream at the moment. So I get where you're coming from, JJ. I might check your profile later on, or maybe your co-stream if ever you do it right now. You know what I'm saying? But again, make sure to check out our co-streamers, and if you are a streamer, then you still have an ample amount of time. We're just at the set of our 7 sets of matches for today, so there's going to be a lot of things happening around the corner, and Grand Finals is best of 5. So this will be a long day, JJ. Maybe we'll be, up until let's say around, I don't know, whatever time zone that is. We are from different parts of Southeast Asia, but not just Southeast Asia, but around the world. But at least for standard time in Southeast Asia, maybe we will be around up until 9 to 10 p.m. I think
that is
just an estimation.
There's three time zones in Southeast Asia, man.
Okay, can we break that one down, JJ?
We have GMT plus 7, which is like Thailand, Indonesia. GMT plus 8, which is our time. Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, and Taiwan.
Yeah, I think.
And Hong Kong.
Yeah, Hong Kong. There we go.
There you go. No, I think Taiwan is plus 1. I'm not entirely sure, but I do know there's three. There's 3. So
yeah.
Hey man, it's 9 p.m. GMT plus 8. I think that's the biggest one. So that everyone is do know. There you go.
Yeah, and I think based on my knowledge as well, the announcements most likely in the socials does announce GMT plus 8. That is far by my knowledge, but
yes,
yeah, because that is, how do I put it? That is somehow the middle ground. So I think that's the best way to put it. And we're just lucky that we followed GMT plus 8. But yeah, going back on it, for those who just joined in the broadcast of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, the game 2 of Rival Esports versus Team Nemesis would just happen in a short amount of time, and a little bit of an update as well what happened a while ago. So we do have FN Esports, Made in Thailand, EVFL competing in the winter tournament after they have lost their previous games here in the tournament. So they will be directly seeded into the playoffs, so they will be playing only in day number 2 instead of going through the open qualifiers, which happen tomorrow.
No, yeah, I mean, that is going to be the open qualifiers for both APAC East and APAC West, and then the playoffs is going to be next week.
Man, here's the thing. Like, I know that you have been watching open tournaments here in Pokemon Unite. Maybe it's could be a winter tournament or the local qualifiers, or local regional qualifiers for WCS. But give me 2 teams that, or one in each, like one for APAC East and one for APAC West. Who are the teams that you are looking forward to see? And I'll share mine as well right after you.
In the winter tournament. Into winter tournament?
Yeah, I mean, outside of the teams who are competing right now in ACL, who do you want to see, like, from the open qualifiers, man?
That is a hard question to answer.
Right?
Aside from the teams already in Asia Champions League C, that is a tough question.
You want me to go first, and while you're thinking of a team?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So let's just give everyone a context first. So for APAC West, there's Thailand, Singapore, and Indonesia, and that's like the core, but there are still other regions out there. But I personally think that what I'm looking for a team right now on APAC West is Onyx, formerly known as Eva's Onyx, way back last year in ACL, but they were not. They didn't get an invite for this year. So I think it's a team that I always look forward to see. And for APAC East, I think I'd have to go with. Twisted Minds, man, because we saw them during the local regional qualifiers as well in WCS, and unfortunately they weren't able to win the whole thing because, you know, T1 here was actually a huge obstacle as well. Same thing with Team K. So it's so exciting to see, you know, Ward back in action in Pokemon Unite because they're one of the best out there in Asia. But yeah, going back, how about you? Do you have something already in your mind?
No, man. And I always give you the same answer, dude. It's always, hey man, I just want to see High Five play. High Five gaming, RJ game. It's always that, right? Like it's either that or, hey, it's Nemesis. It's always like that. But since year one, I've been a fan of Shengdi and the crew. It was just quite both unfortunate, but at the same time both fortunate that we still get to see them in action here in ACL, despite them not having not having the same set of roster. Hopefully we do get to see them on the previous roster. That is quite nostalgic for me, and it's really hard to answer the question because I've always been and always has been a fan of those boys. You know what I mean? Like they're my boys, dude.
Yeah, man. Here's the thing. Like, if we would include the teams who are included in the ACL C League, both of them are at APAC East, so you have to choose someone from APAC West, man.
Oh, West. You know, there's a lot of teams, right? There's a lot of teams in APAC West that hasn't seen the light of day. A lot of them already disbanded too. That's why we usually, that's why we usually see a lot of because Rise, right? Rise in and of itself is a huge team. They do have a lot of They do have a lot of teams within themselves, just like the Philippines. You know, it's one huge umbrella. But then they usually merge into one, which is what we do now have Rise, for example. There's really a lot, and the thing is, there's also a lot of teams that has been has always been changing, you know. But I guess I forgot the name of this team. I have this one team that I have at the top of my mind that I do want to see from Thailand, but I've forgotten their name. Unfortunately, it's not made in Thailand. It's not made in Thailand. It's not It's not Full Sense. But I remember this one team, and they're really good of a team that I think, given the opportunity, they would be able to showcase their talents and maybe go on par with the top teams in and everyone else in Southeast Asia, you know. But speaking of which, though, we are once again back with a viewer giveaway again. The moment that we do reach 500 viewers, which, by the way, I'm keeping track right now. We are currently concurrent viewers at 429. We need like 500, so we're like 70 more, right? Okay, 70 more, and we're gonna be able to give away a cap, a towel, some t-shirts, and the best one of all, I'd say, is the jersey, which I do want. Please. I want it.
Yeah, everyone does want it, man. It just gives you a vibe that, hey, I play a lot of Pokemon Unite, man. I might be one of the best. I got the ACL jersey.
Dude, I'm not even gonna wear it. I'm just gonna frame it, you know? Like, hey,
yeah.
It's Pokemon Unite, dude.
I was thinking, you mentioned a team in Thailand. Now, right now, I'm looking at what happened before in the WCS qualifiers. Let me check here. So I see notable names like Loading. I think you meant Loading, or I was thinking it's because K-Kalok is full sense right now.
Yep.
Is it Loading or
no? They're not really that much of a known team. Because they usually played in locals.
Right.
I'm trying to remember what the name of that was.
We still have enough time here, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because it's been a while, you know. And the peak was, I don't know, man. It's been so long.
Are you referring in the UCS? Is that how long it is?
I don't know, man. I don't think it's a UCS. I don't think it's a UCS, but it's been really quite a long time. I know there's this one team in Thailand that I'm trying to remember. I'll try to mention it once I do remember. But we are now finally at game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen and all trainers alike, we are now going to be proceeding to game number 2, dude.
I'm just quite curious what would be the adjustment here for Rival Esports. Like, I don't see anything wrong with the draft that they did a while ago. I mean, they have the firepower, they have their crowd controls as well, but I think what they have to take away now is going to be the Vaporeon. Kai providing a lot of vision, and with its enough tankiness, definitely could do and just, bait out himself. But at the same time here, Team Nemesis had an opportunity once again to keep that Vaporeon for themselves. And so far, the track is still the same. Mega Lucario and the Snorlax being kept here by Rival Esports. So if this is locked in, that's 4 out of 5 from the lineup from Team Nemesis during Game 1, and I do believe that will be the case.
Well, I mean, don't change what's not broken. This is what they've been using since earlier, and I am now losing hope that we're going to be losing hope to see the Hoopa. But that's besides the point, because we're going to be seeing a new Pokemon into the fray for this for today's tournament. That is going to be the Sidwai, and actually not a Talonflame because that got banned, but instead a Dodrio.
And I have to tell you this is what comes next after the top 3 Pokemon of Sync 1, which is Dodrio. This has the capacity to score 3 times faster, but the condition is your scoring would be divided into 3. So I think for the past couple of games, we have been seeing Team Nemesis outplaying other teams just like EVFL by outscoring them despite losing some objectives. And it's actually a great call as well, especially that Team Nemesis is planning ahead of time in case that they would struggle once again at the early and mid game. And at least they have something in backup in which they can score at a faster pace.
No, yeah, it's I totally agree with you, but then this is the Battle of the Kings. It's always okay. How do I put this? This is I'd like to say that this is more of like a royal match where Team Nemesis they've always been the prince. Okay, they've always been the prince, and Rival Esports, EVFL, and the likes, Rise, they've always been the crowned kings of C. Now, in this kind of match, right, it's up to Nemesis to finally inherit the throne. That is what Nemesis is trying to do here. They are trying to inherit the throne from the kings of Southeast Asia, and maybe this time, hopefully this time, really, they do get it, because they've been playing for quite some time, and they're always like one step close enough to get the crown, but never do they really ever get it. But maybe this time they've already gotten in 2. Now this is gonna be the 3rd one.
Yeah, and I think it's not just Team Nemesis or the players of Team Nemesis, but I think the Philippine region as a whole, because 2023 Worlds Yokohama, they came up short, coming 2nd place. 2024 top 16 in WCS, same thing with the C League coming up very in the ACL. 2025, it wasn't their best year, but for 2026, would this be the year for the Philippine region, which is resting at the back of Team Nemesis? But hey, we got our first pop quiz of the day. When will the 80s playoffs for winter tournament happen? Will it be on February 7th or February 8th? Make sure to get the right answer.
I think it's March 7th, dude.
Man, that's a different one, right?
I think it's March 7th, because they need to take a break too, because they've been playing for so long in this playoff. So I don't think it's February 7th.
So you think that this is just a way to, be on a confused race setting of a Sableye and, just don't know, because you need to snap out all your confusion, JJ. And if you are confused, definitely you might do, or you might get the wrong answer, man.
Oh man. Well, good thing I'm not gonna be playing in the pop quiz. But speaking of which, though, we are now heading into the 8-minute mark of the game, where both of them, Rival Esports and Team Nemesis, is still on equal footing.
Yeah, but Kai is putting a lot of pressure as well, and at the same time, vision for Team Nemesis, being just able to buy some time, dismantle their position, and give the other members a breathing room to get the resources, and at the same time, just get a huge amount of spacing and maybe plan things out on the next ambush.
Oh yeah, here you go. We have 2 birds. Actually, no, we actually have 4 birds in the match right now. The one being able to take down Raging Draco, and one gonna get taken out here by this Hero Ledge. And just like that, are they gonna be able to get an answer back? Rubik's proccing in that focus band, gonna be able to survive another team fight here, or trying to buy some time, just a little bit, for them to survive, getting a score goal. Never mind. Actually, yes, they will, and survive another day.
That's actually a great knockout as well from Kai, being able to take down one of the core Pokemons from Rival Esports, granting him an XP and making him as close as the level of the primary attackers of Team Nemesis. So this is actually looking great for Kai, because a while ago we have been seeing him giving vision, but at the cost of losing the levels.
Oh, here you go. Team Nemesis right now currently has the lead in terms of points and XP, but now Rubik's can get taken out here. But they still, oh wow! The Sidawai proccing in the Regieleki, stealing it away from Nemesis, is going to be able to take down one in the process. 1-for-1 trade, 2 birds knocked out with 1 stone from each of the team.
Absolutely, and Team Nemesis, it's time to repel the Regieleki. 3 members are trying to defend, while others from Rival Esports has an opportunity to get the resources at the forest. So I think that will be the case as well for Team Nemesis, especially for Sync 1. Just try to level up, and they know and they're confident that he is still the most leveled Pokemon here in the game. So there is an edge still for Team Nemesis, but Rival Esports, 1 team fight is what they need in order to catch up.
And here you go. That is true what you mentioned, but we're gonna be seeing a team fight right now. Knock, knock into the doors of Nemesis. Gonna be able to take down the burn of Team Nemesis. That's gonna be 2 down as well, alongside Kai. And no, make that 3. That is the Gyaras going down as well. Dylan not gonna be able to survive. The Supers 1 stone for Rival Esports. 3 down into the side of Team Nemesis. Now they do have the lead, 128-86, with 1 score goal down for the other team.
And this is not just a small lead, JJ. They have the lead as well at the points, at the XP, and at the same time at the objective take after taking additional defense from the Regirock, which would make it harder for Team Nemesis to deal some damage, especially that they are a bruiser team. And knowing that Rival Esports has a lot of tanky Pokemon, it would be just hard for Team Nemesis to dish it out because they have a special attacker, but in the form of Dylan, who needs to get up close to maximize the damage as well.
No, yeah, here you go, though. I mean, it's still not too late for either of the teams, really. Even for Team Nemesis, they're still both on equal footing. All of them already have their spikes, and they're not. No one's actually leading by so much. But as I say that, the Impulse is going to be taken out here. Dragon Current is going to be popped up as well. That's going to be 2 down. The Dragon Current really did not a lot, as Rival Esports is going to be able to take down the 3rd one. That is the Drio. Rival Esports now getting in the lead against that of Team Nemesis. I just said that they're still on equal footing, but with that team fight, Rival Esports was able to tip the scales.
Yeah, and Team Nemesis is looking scrambled all over the map. This is not the Nemesis that we saw at least for the past couple of games. I mean, they still have 3 minutes to patch things up, and maybe there might be an adjustment that we might see at the last couple of minutes in the game. On the other hand, trying to maximize the stack, but this is just too much damage to handle from Rhyme. Despite having the arrow from the snipe, he does have ample amount of attack speed as well and can slow down the offense of Team Nemesis.
No, yeah, here you go, though. 243 to 174. 3 minutes is left. This is going to be the last Reggie of the game, or at least the top Reggie. That's going to be a Reggie Steal, providing buffs for the attack and the special attack here, which is definitely going to be a lot against that of Team Nemesis, provided that, yes, they can put down a lot of points here, but at the same time, they are kind of squishy.
That's true. But here is the thing. Team Nemesis needs to burn the Registeel buff as much as possible, because that would run out at around 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. And not just that, they need to get the Kyogre buff as well in order to have the capacity to score faster against Rival Esports. Or if not, they could just wipe them out. But here's the thing, can they do the job? Especially that Rival Esports is actually making a noise here in the pit. Here comes the Night Move coming in, and he might take him down in the picture. No more front line for the side of Team Nemesis, and they have to wait for another 10 seconds, which is ideally the plan in order to burn down the buff off the Registeel. But Kai is advancing forward, forces the Night Move immediately to
here you go
up against Rival Esports. Dylan on the other hand, but still the side up gets the last hit out of it, and there's just too much recovery coming in the side of Rival Esports, and Team Nemesis has to defend, but Dylan decides to push the bottom path, and this is going to be multiple scores.
Good block.
Defense is available from Nemesis, but there goes the scores landing for Rival Esports, and defense is much needed for Nemesis to sustain another fight.
Yeah, it's that's what I mentioned earlier, right? Like, the composition of Team Nemesis here is kind of squishy. They are not going to be able to last a lot in these kinds of team fights. So really, especially the back lane attacker that comes in the form of the Sidowai rather.
Yeah.
It's gonna be it definitely made Team Nemesis' job difficult than they did game number 1, especially that most of their Pokemon right now needs to get in.
There we go. Multiple scores coming in. Rival Esports extends the series to a game number 3, which puts a lot of pressure for Team Nemesis. Time is ticking here, JJ. Pressure and the fatigue factor is already at the shoulders of Nemesis.
3, 2, 1.
There you go. That's what I told you earlier. The fatigue factor definitely is getting into play right now, but at the same time I wouldn't really factor in 100% it on the fatigue of Team Nemesis. I have to say that the composition of Rival Esports right now in this game is a total counter into Team Nemesis. Again, as I've mentioned, all of them, they need to get in. And the thing is, Rival Esports, especially with ICE, is making sure, doing their best to make sure the Team Nemesis cannot go in on their team, allowing the Decidueye to do damage freely. And if they do so, be able to get in, at least there's still the Psyduck stopping them from coming in. And there's also the Lucario and the Ceruledge ready to take them out, ready to welcome them into the team, dishing out damage, still allowing the Decidueye to do a lot of damage.
And
freely.
And here's the thing, JJ, it's not just about closing the doors for Team Nemesis, it's also, protecting the Decidueye as a whole to, just like what you said, really go for the hits. And definitely, if Team Nemesis cannot get past through it, it's just really attacking the Decidueye. It's just, at the same time, just hindering your opponent and protecting the Decidueye. And here's the thing, there's no one in the team of there's no one from Team Nemesis that could actually get past through the defense because they don't have the access to the Talonflame, which was actually banned by Rival Esports. So they have completely outdrafted them, just like what you've said, a total counter. Maybe the triple trample could have done a thing, but at the end of the day, I personally think that Fly is a better option because not just you can't pass through the obstacles, but at the same time, you cannot get hit by your opponent. And the moment that you drop down, there is a guaranteed damage plus the flame charge. It might be actually enough to take down the Decidueye, knowing how squishy of a Pokemon here in Pokemon Unite.
No, that is true. So definitely, if they do want to be able to get in the next match, which again is going to be crucial for both of these teams, because whoever loses this game number 3 is going to have to say goodbye. It's they need to go all out, and that's the biggest factor here as well, especially for the teams, especially really for Team Nemesis. They have been playing beyond their maximum. They've already been putting their gears to full throttle, and it's unfortunately for them, it's not that it's not enough, but they have to keep it running overclocked, right, up until later. So they might be exhausted now, but they cannot let that exhaustion be a factor for them not to overclock their gears. And especially if they are always going to get in on game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, as much as possible, do not get carried away of the results and the overall time that you have been playing here in the tournament, because they have been chasing for this dream to get the slot.
Yep.
That's the first goal here for Team Nemesis, and I do believe for Rival Esports as well. Once they get the spot for ACL Finals, they would have to go in all out as well to be the champions of Southeast Asia, because I do believe that this would play as well a huge role on the seedings and the drafting of the the group stages of the ACL Finals, because that was actually the case in the draw lots as well before. So definitely everything has a factor, everything has a condition at this point, and they just have to be very cautious here from now on, JJ.
No, that is totally true. But right now, I think I can confidently say that we're not going to wait for as long as we did wait for game number 2.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be able to get into the match quite earlier. Actually, there we go. As I mentioned, immediately going into game number 3. But then again, as we mentioned, this is going to be a crucial match for both of the teams. Whoever loses here will have to say goodbye and will have to say hello to Winter Tournament.
Yep. And for context for everyone, that Rival Esports is actually or will be competing at the APAC West if ever that they cannot win this matchup. And for Team Nemesis, they will be competing in APAC East. So that is, I don't know, a little bit of a trivia for the Pokemon trainers watching our broadcast here. So if you're a player, you have to expect these teams to compete in the Winter Tournament, or one of these teams to compete in the Winter Tournament. But if not, then it's just a little bit of trivia for you to expect what might happen in the future or what could come in front in the future. But Rival Esports decides to stick with their trap, which is Talonflame, Mega Mewtwo Y, and of course the Blastoise, which is frequently being played by Team Nemesis. Dylan in the hands of Mewtwo Y, Sync 1 in the Talonflame, and Rubex with the Blastoise.
The hoop is still open.
Yeah, and we haven't seen it yet.
We haven't seen it yet. The hoop is still open, especially now that the Psyduck has now been taken down here by Rebel Esports. They're no longer going to priority pick the Vaporeon, and instead, since they are going to leave the Vaporeon open, it's going to go into the hands of Rival Esports, which also means that we do have a higher chance of seeing the Hoopa now, right? Like the LD calls for the Hoopa, or I want to see the Hoopa,
And it's really tough to decide here, JJ.
No, that's true.
If you decide to go for the Hoopa immediately,
oh
wow, are the attackers yet at the side of Rival Esports, but Empoleon and the Cerulege. Okay, Sync 1 would go as a core Cerulege here, probably with a Bitter Blade and the Phantom Force because of the recent buff. But if you want a guaranteed mobility, then I think Flame Charge is a better option here. But going back into the in-depth draft, based on the lineup the Team Nemesis currently does have, I think that Hoopa would be really great into this composition, especially of the firepower that Rival Esports does have. But hovering over to Mr. Mime, I'm not quite sure, but Alcremie could be an option as well to add the sustain into a team without using those spoils, because you could just expect it. But Mr. Mime would be the final call here for Kai.
It's not Hoopa. But hey, I mean, at the very least, right? Miraidon is going to be a problem for Team Nemesis.
Yeah.
Miraidon, of everyone into the side of Rival Esports, Miraidon is going to be the biggest threat here for Team Nemesis. Considering that everyone into the side of Team Nemesis needs to get in on team fights for them to dish out some damage, Rhyme, especially at the hands of Rhyme, Miraidon is scary. And making sure that you allow it to get in some free damage against you, just speaks. It's music to their ears, really. Especially the charge beam. And then I'm not entirely sure how they can go up against that, but at the same time, even without the Miraidon, there's still the Mimikyu that can get in at any given point of the match, of the battle, right? Especially with Shadow Sneak, that's all it needs. One wall, one obstacle, one long Shadow Sneak. It can go from the top path to the bottom path and vice versa in just one move.
Yeah, but I'm quite curious, would it be really the charge beam, since I saw full heal and you use full heal if you go for the electro trip because of the chances of being suppressed. So that's a possibility, but I think the best option here so far is going to be Charge Beam, just like what you said, JJ. But congratulations to our giveaway winner from the pop quiz. So you actually won an official t-shirt of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So make sure to scan the QR code to get your winning. But as we speak, HD gets the first knockout up against Shrimp in the form of a magic card.
Yep. And sorry, I was just going to say it's quite congratulations too. It's the official T-shirt. It's amazing to have. But right now, Team Nemesis, I want to say that they have, and it would be nice to see them play as if they played on game number 1, because that Team Nemesis was very, very confident on what they're doing in comparison to like game number 2 as well. So now it's there's still nothing yet to say really. It's still the early game. However that may be, Rival Esports already has their stacks in comparison to Team Nemesis, which probably only one Pokemon as of the moment have their stack.
That's going to be tough here for Nemesis, but Regidrago is available already. Sync 1 prioritizes the Regidrago for the team, while other members from Nemesis are still struggling because a Piplup is still a Piplup with into a Prinplup. So this would slow down the phasing of Team Nemesis unless they want to break through a fight here at the bottom path, which Rival Esports does saw it ahead of time. HP is running around near the bottom lane because he is expecting this heavy slam to be popped by Rubix.
No, and at the same time, right, like it's already at the 7-minute mark and none of them has their Unite moves just yet. Rival Esports definitely does have the lead in terms of XPs, which would then in turn by default they are going to be winning team fights right here, and just like that Kai's going to get picked off.
And this is a Reggie steal for Rival Esports. That's the best Reggie that you could actually get at the early stages of the game, granting you an attack and special attack increase for 1 minute and 30 seconds in the game. And for sure, Rival Esports would maximize this one out. They know that they have the advantage at the level department. And just like that, they took out Snorlax, which is Rubix, and I think they were hunting for more.
Zealand right now 30 points up top now, and Napoleon finally at level 7. But then again, we are now currently at 6-minute mark and none of them are still at level, okay, now they are at level 9, but 6-minute mark, dude, and nobody's still at 2 digits.
Yeah. And that's tough for both teams, especially for Team Nemesis. And at the same time, we saw the defense at top path making sure that Rival Esports would push this for that Regieleki to destroy the goal zone instead of overcapping it and putting the Regieleki at the second tier for additional pressure. But speaking of pressure, I think Team Nemesis is the ones getting the pressure here. Electro Trip comes in the picture. No one can pinch him down. Kai gonna get taken out in the picture. And Napoleon's HP shredded down. Sync 1 running away for his life. Right Future Meteor Storm set of the distance. And that is a triple knockout. Favorable for Rival Esports.
That was huge. That was really, really huge. And right now, they're not stopping anytime soon because they do want to still get control of the entire map as well.
And this is a huge control as well for Rival Esports. All of them almost at level 10, while we have the Snorlax and the Survive from Nemesis at 7 and 8, which is a tough break for them. Have to scale up those XPs as fast as they can because the damage department is not just enough for them, but Yemu takes down another knockout. Trump is just running around in circles trying to get away, but there's just too much to handle. Rival Esports is perfectly on sync.
They just want to buy some time for the team. And it's working out pretty well for Rebel Esports. And look at this right now. Team Nemesis is currently on a huge deficit. Sure, they might not be in a huge deficit in the terms of the level department, but in terms of team fight, they are getting what do you call this? Rival Esports is getting ahead by so much. And I am afraid that Team Nemesis is not going to be able to catch up.
I do agree, and they're just scrambled, and we do not see enough teamwork yet. Check button to nothing. That is going to be a lot of cost for Team Nemesis. There goes the power nap, though. 2 members taken down already from Nemesis.
Ooh.
Make that one 3, make that one 4, and it is just Rubik's left alone. And I did not like the setup that we saw. Was trying to go for the heavy slam eject button combo, but it did not hit anything, making the setup already broken for Nemesis and able for them to get the knockouts that they want.
Are they going to go in for split pushing? Because if they're going to heavily rely on split pushing, then it's going to be a tall order. It's taking out the entirety of Rival Esports is, as of the moment, currently second to impossible. Winning by points, if they're not going to be able to take down Rival Esports one way or another, it's going to be a tall order for them.
Here comes Nemesis, trying to eye on a prize here. They want to compete at the bottom lane objective, and that is going to be a Regis. Not much of a thing here, so Nemesis decides to retreat back, but I think Rival Esports, this is their chance to pinch them down. Diego decides to go in. Rubik's as well. The block commences immediately. Right up, taking out in the picture. Dylan running away for his life because he knows he might get knocked out. That's why Sync 1 decides to sacrifice himself for a 1-on-1 exchange. But Rival Esports does want the Regis for the team. They want the XP. They want the HP gradual restore, but Team Nemesis decides to group up at the pit of the Kyogre. Sync 1 a bit too late here, but Rod has already advanced into the pit.
At least they do have all of their Unite moves. Now they need to time it right. Here comes Showtime. Showtime's gonna be popped up.
And there we go. The Unite move as well coming in from the Cerealish, being able to take down Trev in the picture. Play with me as well has been used in order to deal some damage to Kai. And there's 2 members taken down already on the side of Team Nemesis. And Rubik's would have to refresh things up, delay things, and Sync 1 comes back into the action. Rubik's providing the vision that the team needs, but can they advance even further? Because I see the Gyarados being trapped at the very back of the map. There we have it. Rival Esports takes the last hit into the Kyogre, and slowly Team Nemesis is falling one by one. The HP is being diminished. 2 members are already down, and Rival Esports is looking for more KOs. There's just 2 Pokemon left. The 2 water types will get electrified by Rive and the other members of Rival Esports.
And that is what I have been talking about. If they're going to rely heavily into just one win con, that being a scoring of points, is going to be almost impossible for them as a feat. But then again, there's still 30 more seconds, and 311 to 138 is not much of a gap, if I say so myself. But then there's only 20 more seconds.
Yeah, man, and that is not enough for you to make a comeback unless you have the capability to push them away. But 100 points is actually not enough here at the bottom lane. There goes multiple scores. 56 landed. Was barely even made it to make it 200 points for the side of Team Nemesis, but not enough to take the game. And Rival Esports with the reverse sweep, despite being down by 1, they were able to claw back on top and advance to the hill.
It is a goodbye to Team Nemesis, but a good day for tomorrow, because that only means that they're going to be headed into the winter tournament tomorrow with opening qualifiers. There's no breaks for them. They might have a little bit of a break today, but tomorrow is another day. Rival Esports going to be winning 2-1 and proceeding to the next stage of the tournament.
That was a good game for Rival E. They were able to shift their composure, their momentum, and be able to, show that they are the dominating team in the matchup up against Team Nemesis. Team Nemesis, on the other hand, I'm not quite sure what was really the case for game number 2 and game number 3. It just looked like they were a whole different team.
Yep.
In general, they were not in sync. Weren't properly set it up. That's how I put it into words. The fact
it's different, dude. Like game one, Team Nemesis was a different team. They were confident. They were in control. They got the pacing. But game 2 came. It's as if like everything just was thrown out the window.
Yeah, I do agree. And, everyone was just scrambled around. And I think one of the biggest factor as well is, I think once someone goes in a team, even though it is a failed setup, they always do try to go in for the fight. And it just cost them a lot, man. And that's really a tough break for them. And ideally, if you know that you can't win a team fight, you just have to sacrifice a member into the team fight and, just maybe get some resources back, get those XPs, and avoid sacrificing more Pokemon. But for Team Nemesis, what they did for Game 2 and 3, they always follow through. Yes, it could be a good concept, but not at a case wherein you would sacrifice a lot of XP. You were going head-to-head at first, maybe up until the mid-game, but the cost and the risk is too much, and that made it possible for Rival Esports to ramp up those XPs, ramp stats and damages, and be able for them to be the dominant team at the last stretch.
I totally agree with you, and it's quite, it's quite saddening to know and be able to see the results as well go down like that, especially when I keep saying it again and again, but like the results of game number 1 was quite good. Quite good. And then everything else happened. So with that being said, congratulations still to Rival Esports, as they are now going to be proceeding, going up against Full Sense. And if they do win against Full Sense, then they're going to be the ones going into Japan. However, if Full Sense does agree, then everyone at the top 3, as of right now, is going to be proceeding to the finals in Japan. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we'll be right back after this short break.
สวัสดีครับซันเซตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมาก่อนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลทกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ปูเซฟถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโคเซนโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
Hello，大家好，我是杨，我是来自 Rabbit Sport 担任辅助位，做我对手技能躲防外。简单来讲呢，就是尽量多打训练赛然后不要把自己变没了。其实进入季后赛，我觉得每一支队都蛮强的，然后我也没有想要特地去挑谁与谁，就是尽量打好自己的比赛，要全力以赴就好。然后最后再一次祝你们技能躲防外。
สวัสดีครับซันเซตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมาก่อนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลทกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ปูเซฟถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโคเซนโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是杨，我是来自 Rabbit Sport 担任辅助位，做我对手技能躲防外。简单来讲呢，就是尽量多打训练赛然后不要把自己变没了。其实进入季后赛，我觉得每一支队都蛮强的，然后我也没有想要特地去挑谁与谁，就是尽量打好自己的比赛，要全力以赴就好。然后最后再一次祝你们技能躲防外。
สวัสดีครับซันเซตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมาก่อนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่าง
Hey there, guys. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League League 2026. It's the playoffs day. And, a lot of things have already happened if you just joined the broadcast. And we are heading towards our fifth set of matches, or match number 5. And that is going to be Rival Esports up against Full Sense. And this would actually determine on who's going to be getting the last slot for ACL finals, because Asia Champions League for League allocates top 3 teams across these 8 teams competing in this tournament, having a guaranteed spot into the ACL finals. And for those 5 who won't make it into the top 3, they would have to play in the winter tournament open qualifiers, which would start tomorrow, but they have a guaranteed spot already in the playoffs, so we would be seeing them next week.
No, yeah, but at the same time, despite them not going to be able to reach down the top 3 spot of the Asia Champions League, they are still guaranteed a huge chunk of the prize pool. I mean, it's already way too much, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. And for one player to, for one team to be able to get these, and it just increases the more, the more you go up the ladder, the prize pool just increases as well. So that plus, of course, for those top 3, that plus the accommodation and the flights as well, handled by the Pokemon Company, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, that is quite the reward going to Japan.
Absolutely, and everyone would love to have that kind of opportunity, not just compete in Pokemon Unite, but at the same time represent the region. And, Team Nemesis, a while ago, we saw that they are just, loud and proud to represent the region of Philippines in Pokemon Unite. So I think that is something really their, passion burning within themselves. So definitely we'll have to see them into the winter tournament. But let's pivot our attention here, JJ. Of course, the matchup that we are about to witness is Rival Esports up against Full Sense. Full Sense, man, they are a phenomenal team. There has been an ups and downs, but when they are up against a super strong team, they just evolve in the game itself, being such a great contender into the tournament.
And here comes the joker of the tournament as well. Not in the sense that they're bad, but more so it's a jack of all trades. Because, the thing is, with Full Sense, it's their gameplay, based on my observation, doesn't really make a lot of sense. At the same time, it does make sense, mainly because of the fact that it's I do understand why that's happening, because I myself, when I play, sometimes am like that. It's when your strength depends on who you're up against. So if they are playing a relatively great team, they play so great too. But when they play, I wouldn't say not much of a great team, but somewhat of a lower level, they play that kind of play as well. So really, this is like the jack of all trades. This is like the joker in a deck of cards. That being a Full Sense, and essentially what I'm trying to say is that they can take on everyone in the tournament.
Yeah, JJ, I'm just quite excited as well what we are about to see, because we have been highlighting Full Sense here, and man, it's just great to have a team like this. They are really a joker, just like what you've said, in a way that definitely this team could actually take down anyone into the tournament. And Full Sense, we haven't seen them a lot in the casters' prediction to be a champion team, but they were able to claw back here into the top 3 in the group stage, but not a guarantee for them to get the spot into the ACL finals, because a lot of fans, a lot of casters, a lot of analysts out there, coaches have been expecting Onyx T1, which probably that would be the best protection. But for the other teams, they were predicting Made in Thailand before, Team Nemesis, EVO's FXL. No one actually came up with the idea that, hey, there's Full Sense, my guy. They are a great team as well. And as the ACL progresses, not just the season, Full Sense just keeps on improving as a team.
No, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, aside from the fact that they can go up against a lot of the teams, or at least most of the teams, they are also one of those teams that has been gradually, despite it just a little bit, but still gradually progressing and developing themselves, cementing themselves as like, a really great team in the entire tournament.
Yeah, and I just cannot wait, JJ. We have a huge blast of series, Team Nemesis gave us a cinema a while ago, Rival Esports as well. So the question right now is, can Rival Esports maintain the level of gameplay that they did up against Team Nemesis? Because they played phenomenally well during the game number 2 and 3. So I really do hope that they can carry up the same amount of gameplay or even better up against Full Sense. But like what you said, the greater the opponent, the stronger Full Sense gets. And definitely if they are up against a team like Rival Esports, 100% they're gonna be even better.
No, yeah, and here you go. The first on the ban list is going to be the Talonflame, the Mega Mutant Y, the Blastoise, the Miraidon, the Psyduck, and of course we have the Mega Lucario, which again we're going to be able to see the Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah, and we haven't seen this during their games with Team Nemesis, simply because the Team Nemesis always bans this Pokemon. So this is a different form of Rival Esports that we are about to see for this matchup. But Full Sense, on the other hand, does have a room to lock in one of the more frequently used Pokemons in the current meta, in the current format, which is the Vaporeon, and of course the Mega Gyarados, which is quite expected. We always see that Vaporeon is one of the priority Pokemons as well. But going back to Rival Esports, we've seen a lot of Zacian plays, not just in ACL, but at the same time during the during the Asian Games qualifiers for the Philippine region. At least we saw a lot of those. But Rival Esports decides to stick with the Mimikyu, which is quite a Pokemon that we get to see most of the time, and definitely this is a moment for Mimikyu lovers out there that this is a Pokemon that you have to watch out, despite what the moveset is. It could be Play Rough, could be Shadow Claw. It just deals a lot of damage overall. But we've seen Mew a while ago change. We have Sun Sage who's going to be using it. It's not going to be Z-Ray, but man, this man is phenomenal as well with the Mew. Just great at utilizing those solar beams to get the light.
No, yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those teams, one of those Pokemon rather, that you just need to buy some distance, and making sure that they are within of a distance, making sure that they are not dived in by the other team. That is all Mew needs for it to set up to do some free damage as well. But at the same time, this perhaps the Mega Charizard Y is going to be one of the answers here for Full Sense, especially that it's one of the Pokemon that is going to be the back lane, perhaps a back lane or more of a mid range, really, attacker coming in from that of Rival Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the overall contribution would be really great, and I just cannot wait to see it in the game, in action. And Rival Esports does really need this win, and momentum-wise, they do have it, because Full Sense, they might have been not playing any games yet, at least for the tournament. They have all the time to rest and have a mental composure. But Rival Esports does have a great momentum after their victories up against Team Nemesis, which might overwhelm. At least that's how I put it into words. It might overwhelm their opponent, which is Full Sense. So let's just jump into the Sky Ruins Pokemon trainers who's watching the broadcast. Game 1 of their series.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Rival Esports versus Full Sense. Both of them still trying to poke each other out, and this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing the Poopa, unfortunately not in the hands of Kai, but in the hands of Ice, which actually is being the flex of the team, actually can play a lot Pokemon in their poll as well. And speaking of which, it's I think we're gonna be able to finally find out what's gonna be the how much of the same Koopa can do against a team that hasn't.
And Full Sense, I would say that they're doing a great job at the early stages. They were able to keep those stacks up, and I think that is a very important part of the game because we saw the impact of stacks a while ago during the previous amount of series that we did cast in the desk. So this is a good sign for Full Sense, and at the same time for Rival Esports, being able to get a minimal amount of stacks for them to scale up their damages or their HPs, because that is a very much needed factor into the mid to late game.
Yeah, and what do you call this? It's still an early game for both of these teams,
Yeah.
None of them still trying to have a nobody still has a lead just yet.
Yeah.
And so still poking each other out, trying to feel each other out, and especially in Full Sense where they they really need to get their warm up ready because Rival Esports has already had a game, and this is gonna be the first game of the day for Full Sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in very fresh, from watching the broadcast, that's for sure. Doing some research in the background. But at the same time, speaking of in the background, they have been scoring a lot of points here. 122, they're somewhat getting ahead of it already. But Rival Esports would have a cross-map trade here, scoring multiples as well at the bottom lane. Force Full Sense to go back and defend this goal zone, but pressure is just too big. HT with those flames, trying to burn down the HP of Full Sense, and it's just Full Sense doing their best to repel them back, and that would be actually quite successful, being able to take down 2 KOs. But at the end of the day, Rival Esports got what they want, and that is to score some goals.
Yes, Zuri, and here you go. Revenge Steel right now is up for grabs, and Full Sense is going to be able to take it up from them. 131 to 89 in favor of Full Sense, and they are the ones taking in damage. But here comes Drown here, the stunning light coming in, and look at the damage that Mega Charge Y is putting up.
Oh man, bigger than a goal zone. That is just huge for you to handle, especially if you're a defending team just like Full Sense. But here comes United as well, coming in from the Galarian Rapidash, putting a bit of damage as well. But Hong kind of jumps into the fight with a heavy slam, tries to go for the KO, and they do get the Galarian Rapidash. SCG Mega evolves and does take out one Pokemon as well from Rival Esports, and Full Sense keeps on pushing forward and takes the tier 1 gold zone at the bottom lane.
It is no longer a flying type when it Mega evolves, so it's yeah,
Yeah, come on.
yeah. Now Full Sense is actually having the momentum in this game, which is actually quite surprising as well, given that Rival Esports of all the teams is having a hard time.
Yeah, and knowing that they had a great game up against Nemesis, this is really looking quite the opposite of what they did a while ago, because they were dominating in their recent matchup, and right now they're the ones struggling a lot. There has been a lot of trades that happened during the early game, but going into the mid game, it's all about Full Sense winning the fights, winning the objectives, and the scoring capabilities just landed immediately on their favorite. And look at this, no one is defending the goal zone. They want to outscore Full Sense, but this would somehow leave the defense of Rival Esports and their goal zones as well very wide open. And here comes Mega Charizard Y. Mega evolves, decides to go over the hyperspace hole, making it possible for them to get the buff at the bottom lane.
No, it's not going to be up there. Not just yet. It's not up. Yeah, it's not up there. But they're going to be able to put down 80. Unfortunately, no more Mega Evolution. But as I say that, Mark got S could be able to take down Reggie Lecky off top. Dragon Carrot. Could they pop up? Well, I mean, it's a little bit too early now. You know, it's just 4-minute mark, and they can still be able. They're still going to be able to recover the Mega Evolution later on. So that's all fine and dandy.
Yeah, I was quite surprised as well, but here we go. Full Sense putting a lot of pressure. Hong does land the head towards Yang, but Yang decides to retreat back. Actually, pushes some pressure as well to Hong, despite knowing that there's a lot of members from Full Sense, you know, lurking around the tall grasses here at the forest. So Rival Esports has to be very careful when it comes to their execution.
No, yeah, and Full Sense, despite having a bit of a lead here, of course, they cannot be too complacent. There's still a minute left before the Kyogre, and with this kind of status for both of the teams, it could still be anyone's game.
Yeah. Anyone's game indeed, but look at that barrier. Nice, well-timed. And that is actually another knockout at the hands of Rival Esports. Makes that one too. And this is actually looking great for them, but at the same time, there has been an exchange for Full Sense being able to score 50 points at the top lane, making the whole top lane of Rival Esports defenseless. So this is actually a huge breathing room for Full Sense, but Rival Esports, they have a lot of goal zones to be able to attack later on. And if they do get the buffs, that would be a big, big advantage for them.
Yeah, and here you have it. Here comes a team fight, potentially the team fight before the before the Kyogre rather. And here comes the Unite move. Drown's gonna be popped up. I think they want to do it here, and there's gonna be 3 KO. But look at the sustain. Nobody got KO. Well, okay, there's one now, but it took a while for them to take down one from Full Sense.
Yeah, it might take a while, man, but hey, Charizard Y is still up and online. Mega Evolution runs out immediately, and there's no Unite moves available for both teams. Rival Esports does have one, though. They have the Play With Me, but can Play With Me be a big, big factor here? They need to use it as soon as possible. Solo Beam actually gets it! And Full Sense! This is good as game over for game number 1, JJ. That was a phenomenal timing for Sunsage, and able to deny the flip of Rival Esports.
We were both out.
Yeah, man.
That was a good slower beam, dude. Sunsage giving the drought into Rival Esports. Still a minute is up left. Well, now they are at 500, well, 490.
No, that is 600. 500 and
603. Yeah, 603. They're not going to be able to catch up with this, despite having such lead of a time here of a minute.
Yeah.
Even if so that's the thing, right? Rival Esports still needs to get in everyone to 50. And of course, Full Sense is going to be defending their score goals. They need to put it in maybe like 8 seconds for a full 50. It's going to be impossible for them to do. And just like that, Full Sense once again has been making us surprised. And it's going to be winning game number 1 of their match against Rival Esports.
And pre-shot to handle. This is what we have been talking about a while ago. Full Sense just evolves mid-game and, you know, just gets so strong at the middle of the matchup, depending on who they're going up against. And knowing that Rival Esports a while ago were controlling the early game, they have adjusted accordingly and were able to adapt to the play style of Rival Esports, making them the dominant team at the later part of the mid-game up until the end.
No, it's actually true. But I mean, at the same time, you know, like how do I put this? Just the way the Full Sense was able to capitalize on their composition, especially with Mark S. There's also the there's also SCG, you know, which essentially acts as the initiator of the team. they have a balanced out composition. Naughties are definitely putting out a lot of sustain for the team as well. It's their composition is not that too far off against the what Nemesis did earlier. It's not that too far off, but then they played it quite differently that they were able to win against that of Rival Esports, and I have to say that this is a better play than earlier. Instead of like making your defender support, that is the I get it, okay. I get it that you need information, you need visuals from the map, but to overextend all the time, it's what led them their demise. But at least into this side, Full Sense did not let that happen. Made sure everyone's always together. When they want to pick up, whenever they want to get an objective or want to get in on a team fight, they are always together. They are never split out. And if they are split out, at least they try to, regroup and then attack.
Yeah, like the approach of Full Sense is they're trying to avoid risk and try to focus more on guarantees. That's how the gameplay went for this team, making them successful to take game number 1. If the risk is actually too big, despite it will be a big and rewarding, they just don't take it. They want guarantees, they want sure things out, and that made it possible for them to get this huge boost of morale and take game 1. But I'm not denying the fact that Rival Esports did not play really well. They were doing great here.
Oh, they played well, dude.
Yeah, man. And HD, if you saw the damage a while ago, almost at 100k, man. HD played a huge role in this game by doing the damage. But again, you need a secondary Pokemon to cover up if in case the Mega Charizard Y is already taken out. They need more of those. I'm not saying that they don't have it a while ago, but they need more damage as well, because it's not enough if you have a Glare and Rapidash. It's just you need more sustain and you need more damage.
No, yeah, I mean, okay, well, to be fair, I don't think they are lacking in terms of sustain, but I do think that they are lacking in bruisers. The Pokemon that could be a frontliner that could take in the damage while getting sustained by the support. So I think that's one of the problems with it. As you have mentioned, there might be the Galarian Rapidash, but you cannot really hyper cannon, hyper carry the Mega Charizard Y, at least not with that kind of composition. And I think that's one of the factors as well as to why Full Sense was able to capitalize on that, made sure that they don't overstep. And I think they have been watching the games, before their match, and they know now was able to take some notes how they're going to go off against team Rival Esports. And now Full Sense is one game up ahead than that of Rival Esports. One more, and they're going to be able to secure not only the 3rd place spot, but also have the chance to get in on top.
Absolutely, and this is something that Full Sense does want to happen. They want to make sure to get the last slot here at C League for the ACL Finals, and just maybe advance even forward, and who knows, they might become the champions of this tournament. But of course, there's a huge hurdle left. We still have T1 waiting on the next round. We still have Onyx waiting for the championship, and there's just high stake here, man. And Rival Esports won't let them pass as easy as possible. So definitely this game 2 is going to be tight. I'm not quite sure if we get to see 2-0 because almost every games that we have here in the desk, JJ,
today,
almost all of them are game number 3.
No, yeah, I mean, we also saw this earlier on the previous match. It was Nemesis that won game 1, and then there was Rival Esports waking up, just like an anime character that got beaten up at the earlier stages of the arc, and then the main character beats up the other guy. That might be the case here. But at the same time, looking at how Full Sense played beautifully against that Rival Esports, that may be a dream.
Absolutely, yeah.
That may be a dream against that of Full Sense.
But hey, man, game number 2. This is very important, very crucial. And here's the thing: like Rival Esports, even though they used the Mega Charizard a while ago, they're going to be the ones who is taking it away into the trap. So this would be a different Rival Esports that we will be seeing. Not might, but we will be seeing at least for game number 2. So Mega Charizard X still available if they want a powerful Bruiser, Mega Lucario as well, Mega Gyarados. A lot of things are still available in the Pokemon pool, but the priority would go into the Vaporeon. I think they want a solid defender here, but I think there is also a time for Full Sense to check in on what they could actually have, and we know that they have been running a lot of Mega Pokemons.
And as we have mentioned, it's now going to be 2 Mega Pokemon into the side of Full Sense. Might we see a Mega Mewtwo X, please? And Charizard, Mega Charizard X? There's one more Mega Pokemon, right? There should be one more, or is that all? Yeah, that's just, I think that's, at the top of my mind, I think that's all of it. But, you know, regardless of which, it is going to be what do you call this? It's gonna be the Mamoswine and the Mew, which really has been quite the staple in the tournament right now. You know, especially with this kind of composition. At least they now have 2 Bruisers. Well, 3 if you do count the Mamoswine. They do have the defender that's that may be able to reposition. And then of course, into the side of Rival Esports, we have the Vaporeon, the Mimikyu, the Snorlax, Rhyme back into the Decidueye, and of course Empoleon into Mew, which basically guarantees that they would have not only a frontliner but also a backlane attacker into the side of Rival Esports. Perhaps they're going to be going back into what they did, playing the same thing that they did against that of Nemesis earlier in the previous match. And now, finally, starting off with Suicune to end things up for Full Sense.
I don't know, man. Full Sense is looking great in this draft. And I think it's because of the crowd control that they do have with the Suicune and the Mamoswine being available on their team. And we saw Sun Sage with the Mew a while ago, very phenomenal, taking last hits, objectives as well, with the Solar Beam and any other moves that this Mew does have in the kit. But for Rival Esports as well, they are running it back, the Decidueye. Same thing with the Mimikyu and the Empoleon for the team. Mimikyu probably has to priority target the Mew later on, especially that this is doing a lot of work in the backline. So this would play a huge role for HP, who needs to catch it off guard. And this Decidueye probably would just sit in the back line out there, and they have 2 reliable defenders on the team, which is, I think it's not a question right now here, JJ. Definitely he would have a lot of room here for Rhyme to attack from the back line. So SCG, SGC would be the Pokemon. I personally think that he's the only Pokemon that could reach Rhyme, because Sun Sage would have to focus on the back line. It's just him and Markot S.
No, yeah, I mean, Markot S can definitely reach into Rhyme, assuming that they're going to be running in a, like power-up punch. But then again, for you to be able to reach Rhyme, you still have to go through Ice. Ice, being a very phenomenal Snorlax player, could easily stop anyone trying to go in attacking Rhyme.
All right. I'm trying to think what could be the biggest win con here for Full Sense, because they are the upfront here in the matchup. Because I personally think that overall draft, I think Rival Esports has a slight advantage because of the how well-rounded their team is, and I can guarantee that those 2 defenders could protect Rhyme from their casualty.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, like, the moment that Hong right gets in Ice Fang, and then there's also the Dragon Current. It's well, I'm not saying that it's going to immediately take out Ice, but it's going to deal out so much damage for both of the teams, their their composition, their formation rather, and of course there's also Mark God S that could dish out damage, allowing Sun Sage and of course Suicune, Notiza, to put out free damage.
And now Rage Draco. Oh, that was quick for Full Sense. They know they need the scores here, JJ, and they just wanna, get it, maximize the scoring capabilities. It is actually Sun Sage getting the buff for his own. Rival Esports, on the other hand, does put a lot of pressure here. H2 is actually pinched down at the area of Full Sense, which is actually off limits. And, that's just a center of attraction for Full Sense. They weren't able to convert anything, though they got an XP from the knockout.
Oh, yeah. And now, 7 minutes into the game, and we're going to see the first set of major objectives in just a few seconds. Full Sense right now still in the lead for both the XP department and the points, which is which is essentially the same thing as game number 1 in this match.
But here's the thing, JJ. We saw a while ago that Vaporeon is being ran with the Bubble Beam and the Aquaring, but right now we get to see the Muddy Water back in action, and this provides a lot of space for Rivals Esports. So I think that was actually planned out, especially that Snorlax would have to prioritize being a hindrance, and at the same time, it's just a concept of pushing back Full Sense as a unit. So I think that was actually the game plan here. They need to protect Rhyme. I've been saying this over and over again. And Muddy Water, personally, I think is the best option if they want to, protect Rhyme as an attacker unit in the back. But hey, again, Ice Fang, Dragon's Current, that would play a lot of role, especially with the access to Earthquake into that Piloswine. It would be easier if they get the timing properly and take them by surprise.
No, for sure. I totally agree with you. But here comes Hong right now. Trying to get some XP here. Almost getting in that Mamoswine as well. Now at 5-minute mark. As Rival Esports is trying to get in as much XPs as well, so that they can have access. Well, all of them now has access to their Unite move. In comparison to Full Sense, where there's still 2 Pokemon, that is the Suicune, and of course the Piloswine, still at a Mamoswine, but doesn't have their Unite move. That they will be obtaining it in just a bit. And still, nonetheless, Full Sense still in the lead, 135 to 35. That's a 100-point lead right now for Full Sense, and now they're going to be heading towards some more damage. You might be able to see. Oh wow! Here comes the Muddy Water, getting in. Iris Power into Ice Bag. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Hong right now, right there, going to reposition the Vaporeon and taking it out as well, coming in for the response of Full Sense.
Here comes Vaporeon at the other side, at the other end of the map, just being able to repel the Mega Gyarados from Full Sense, and the overall value from that fight wasn't too much for both teams to handle. I mean, yes, Full Sense got a knockout, but it was just a Vaporeon, nothing much of a rewarding XP that they actually got for it. I think it's understandable why SCG decides to pivot to the Registeel, which could give them an attacking prowess because they're confident enough that they can repel back the Regieleki at the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, 95 now to 135. Regieleki going into the side of Rival Esports going to be able to allow them to put down points. Quick Mats though, unfortunately for them, it's just going to be an 8-point overcap. And now Rival Esports now has the lead in terms of points, 152 to 135. But then again, team fight is a totally different matter than the scores.
Yeah, I mean, score wins the game as a whole, as a unit. But right now, Rival Esports is looking more comfortably, looking more confident here compared to what we saw during the early stages of the game. They were able to come back in terms of scoring because of the cross-map trade that they actually did by giving up the Registeel, and they were just fortunate enough that FullSense did not decide to repel back the Registeel, making it possible for them to score some goals. But knockouts majority still is in the advantage of FullSense, so this somehow gives them ahead in the firepower unit, making it difficult for Rival Esports to readjust later. But defense is still available for this team. They're not charging into Mark.S because they know that they can get a knockout in front.
Yeah, and here's the thing, there's almost like a minute left. They're probably going to be giving everything into Mark.S just so they are going to be able to get in, most of the Unite charges for them to, get its Unite move. It's this Mega Evolution by the time the Kyogre comes out. But now I think FullSense, there he goes, going to be shredding this Reggie up top. There you go. Reggie is now up as well. They're going to be shredding it up just so that they are going to be able to get the huge boost in terms of Unite move. But then again, are they going to be able to get it? Yes, they would.
Oh, wow.
They would be. And gets their Unite move as well. But no! The flip happened so quick. I wasn't ready.
Yeah,
I was not
me
ready.
Too, man. But hey, it's not yet over, JJ. FullSense is trying to pinch them down, is trying to force things up. But there's just two members here for Rival Esports being able to score a hundo here. FullSense decides to go back into their base immediately and try to defend instead of overcapping and scoring multiple goals at the bottom lane.
It's also quite interesting the decision of FullSense to actually shred down Rival Esports rather than allow Rival Esports to score in while they put their own 50 points. Now 385 to 212 is going to be the name of the game here. Are they going to be able to catch up on the points? I mean, considering that there's still a minute left and all of them does have their points, but here comes the jump. Oh no,
this could be big. Oh no, they did not make it on time. Ice with the defense. But here's the thing, Sunsage has the buff here.
Another score.
Access to that scoring prowess, and there goes the hundo. 123 is what they need, but there goes another batch of scores coming in from Rival Esports, and we may have a game number 3. But FullSense, they're not just giving up here, JJ. 20 seconds left, and SGC wants to push this hundo, decides to go for the Dragon's Current. There goes the assist coming in from FullSense with the Mega Lucario, but still too much damage, too much Pokemon for FullSense to handle. And Rival Esports, this is the first time we've seen a flip happen in a Kyogre setting.
Oh my goodness. Rival Esports stopped FullSense. Oh my goodness, that is all I can say right now. We are heading into game number 3. I mean, are you not excited that we are getting the most of everything? Game number 3 across the board except for one game. But, everything else has been game number 3.
Man, this is just top-notch Pokemon Unite we are seeing. We have been telling this over and over again. Playoffs is a different story compared to group stage. Yeah, group stage we might have seen 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, but man, this is different. We're talking about playoffs. We're talking about the last spot for ACL finals, and for sure both of these teams would have to bring it all out, make it possible for them to force a game number 3. But Rival Esports, on the other hand, we did not expect that coming. It was just maybe just around 20 seconds that they got the Kyogre, or even less. And I think this is, I would not say it's an error here for FullSense, but they could have left someone in the pit to have a vision on what probably Rival Esports is going up to, or what were their plans. You know, there was just no intel for full sense on what's about to happen or what were the possible plans of Rival Esports. Instead, they just focus on the objective that's available in the top half, making Rival Esports have an opportunity to be unknown, or, you know, just take them by surprise.
No, yeah, I mean, it's also, it's not just them that got taken out by surprise. We were taken out by surprise as well, because, I mean, like, hey, Full Sense was just able to get the Reggie Rock up top. Yeah. And then, next thing we know, my goodness, Kyogre has been shredded out.
You know, I mean, I'm not surprised. They used the knock to just dish a lot of damage out there, my guy. And wow, this is the first time I've seen a flip happen with a Kyogre being used in the map. Phenomenally well executed here for Rival Esports. It worked for now, but you know, definitely for sure it would not work all the time. You know, there was a gleam of hope still for Full Sense to flip back the game. They had an opportunity, but those regenerative HP from the Kyogre buff is just too much for them to handle.
No, I totally agree with you. And now we are heading into game number 3 because of that. And I mean, who's not excited? You know, everyone wants to always see game number 3. And it's that only means we get to cast more, you know, like we get to see more Pokemon in action. Again, only here at Pokemon United Asia Champions League, C League. There you go. And this is just the third to the last match. Yeah. Immediately after this, we're going to get the battle for third and second. And then afterwards, we're going to have the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5.
Yeah, and you know, just for a fun fact for everyone who's just jumped into the broadcast here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, the teams that are currently winning at the King of the Hill format is going to be T1, who's going to be playing up next to whoever wins this matchup. And the one who's winning in the championship round or the grand finals is going to be Onyx Rise, being the top seeded team in ACL C League during the group stage. So make sure to call up your friends. I know there's a lot of fans from Onyx Rise and T1 here, probably one of the fan favorites out here in the C League. So, you know, group up, make sure to get everyone else, and you know, let's hit the milestone giveaway as well, because there's a lot of merchandise available that we can give away and send out to everyone who's supporting and shooting him into PUACL.
No, I totally agree. I mean, again, it's we just need to hit some milestones, and we're gonna be able to, as you mentioned, give away a lot into for you guys, for the viewers, you know, especially with our pop quiz as well. Make sure you do answer correctly, and you will be put in a raffle, in a lottery, and whoever's going to be picked by the lottery, random picker, whoever answers right is going to win some merchandise. Again, me, myself, I want to win the jersey. So, hey man, I just want the jersey.
I want to win the cap, man. I'm not a cap guy, but you know, that unique cap that you could actually win here in the viewer giveaway via the pop quiz, you know, it's just, you know, it would be great to have it, you know what I'm saying? But hey, we're jumping into game number 3, JJ. This is literally one step backward and you're going to the winter tournament.
No, yeah, it's whoever wins here, right? Yeah, whoever wins here, Full Sense, you'd think, and out of all the 3, it's just Full Sense that is not guaranteed to get into Japan, because they would still have to fight for at least one match. But now, there is a missing band.
Skip band. I'm not quite sure what happened. It could be a what do I call it? It could be a technical difficulty, but at the same time, that would give access to, you know, Rival Esports getting the Blastoise, because as far as I know, it's always the Blastoise who's the last ban here for full sense, based on the past 2 games that we have here on the desk.
But I mean, I guess that's one of the reasons why, maybe perhaps why they did not ban it. But because of that as well, you know, it's Rival Esports is going to be able to get that one up. And now, Full Sense still getting in for the same set of Pokemon. Except this time, it's not going to be the Mamoswine, but instead the Snorlax.
Ooh. Let's see. Right here, I'm actually would they go for the Decidueye once again? That's actually possible, but I think Snorlax, they need Snorlax for them to utilize the Decidueye. So the answer is going to be the Galarian Rapidash, which is quite understandable because you cannot afford to babysit if you have a defender like in the form of a Blastoise, since Blastoise is more of an attacker type of defender wherein it has to charge in, you have to set up the play for your team, compared to a Snorlax that could do everything around the table. It could defend, it could set up the play, so it's totally understandable that they decided to pivot back to the Galarian Rapidash for Rival Esports.
Yeah, it's most of them are actually of the same composition, with the exception of Rhyme into the Decidueye, and of course Yemu with the what do you call this? From the Empoleon now into the Ceruledge. So everything else is intact, especially into the side of Full Sense, where only the Snorlax has been changed from the Mamoswine.
Well, I mean, what I think about this matchup is there's going to be a a setting here that everyone will just go all out. But Rival Esports, on the other hand, I mean, both of them has a squishy weak point, but Rival Esports, that squishy Pokemon that they do have needs to charge in compared to the squishy Pokemon of Full Sense, which will just sit at the back, which is Sun Sage. So, like, in the concept or the raw picture of the draft, I feel like Rival Esports would collapse first, simply because that attacker, one of their prominent attackers, which is in the form of Galarian Rapidash, needs to charge in. Compared to Full Sense, they have a lot of backup, they have a lot of all-rounders that could protect Sun Sage later on, and can just comfortably, do the attacks that he wants to.
Right, and here you have it though. Rival Esports and Full Sense, final match for them. Not the final match of the day, but just the final game for both of these teams. To find out whoever's going to be heading into the winter tournament. Or proceeding to the next stage of the tournament. So right now, Rival Esports getting in the first points. That is 11 winners tax.
And Hong is just trying to dismantle the formation. SGC does have almost his Rage Mark completed in order to evolve, but at the same time, Ceruledge doing a lot of damage, but Lucario Marcotte S was able to go in for a trade, but Yang appears perfectly on time in order to trade the KO, but Hong just goes back immediately into the picture, goes for the defense, and just deny the concept of Rival Esports dumping a lot of points, but the offense here from Rivals is too strong, and Full Sense is having a tough time.
Yes, Zuri, and now Rival Esports is quite dominating. I mean, it's just an early game, not even like 2 minutes into the game yet, but sorry, not even 3 minutes into the game yet, but like they are currently trying to dominate the early game, and once they do and are able to dominate the early game, they can easily convert it into the late game, just like what they did against that of Team Nemesis in the last game.
Yeah, and this is what Rival Esports actually wanted. You know, have a great head start, maintain it up until the very end, because they cannot afford to do the same thing that they did during game number 2, because the flip has a high risk, high reward analogy, and they don't want to risk everything and, you know, just went out and turn it as a fail. So right now they're more on guarantees, they're aggressive, they know they have firepower, and they're just looking confident as a unit here, making it possible for them to dump a lot of scores into the bottom lane and maybe eventually take down the first tier.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now 139 to 24, Rival Esports is still in the lead. Full Sense almost not being able to do anything right now.
Oh man, this is going to be very tough for them. I mean, Dave Vaporeon, on the other hand, which is Yang, has been doing a great job with the Hydro Pump and the Aqua Ring, being able to push back his opponents and at the same time provide the heals that definitely they needed to have. So this would give them a lot of sustain, give a lot of pressure, and could definitely push back the defense and offense of Full Sense. So that's a gold zone taken out, but Full Sense is looking for a trade here at the top lane. Play with me was actually used, but this is just too much to handle for Full Sense. That's a 2KO streak. Look at that, man. Mimikyu doing it all, doing the damage, doing the crowd control for the team, and this is just too much for Full Sense to handle. A totally different game from what we saw during games number 1 and 2.
32 point up over a cap for the side of Rival Esports, and really, the Dragon Current earlier didn't really do anything. And instead, it felt like a wasted opportunity for Full Sense. Unfortunately for them as well, after the Dragon Current, there wasn't really any of the there wasn't really any of the follow-up, allowing it to just get devoured here by Rebel Esports. But right now, as we say that, Market S trying to survive right now, but I don't think they are going to go for it. There we go. Another KO here for HT.
KO, Ryan, on the other hand, trying to push things up. You know, just putting on a huge pressure here. Hydro Typhoon was actually enough to take a KO. This is looking great for Rival Esports. They were able to push down a couple members of from Full Sense, and they are taking multiple knockouts out of it. Power Nap has been used to for added sustain. Heavy Slam onto ice, search back immediately. Gets the reinforcement that the team needs. Sun Sage goes for the Unite move for them to take a KO on the Blastoise, but Full Sense is trying to go in for a chase, trying to get Yang out of the picture, but the eject button is well timed. HD goes for the reinforcement, and they actually got a knockout because Yama was actually present in the fight as well.
HT right now doing a lot of damage, you know, especially with its Unite move, especially deleting Pokemon into the side of Full Sense. And now, because of Dragon Current, they're going to be able to, you know, steal away the Regieleki, but then again, is that going to do a lot? They are able to take it out at 4-minute mark, marking that this is going to be the final Regieleki of the game. And the question is, was that a good choice for them to have done it immediately now? Or is that going to put them into a detrimental state later when before the Kyogre comes out? But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike, Rival Esports is now currently trying to dominate the entire board by getting in as much wild Pokemon as possible.
I mean, they really have to. They can't afford Full Sense to be on a comfortable spot wherein they could just engage into fights as much as possible. They want to suppress the capabilities or the potential of what Full Sense can actually do. And, you know, you pointed out that maybe it's not the best time to take that Regieleki. I heavily agree on what she said, because that would just be repelled back by Rival Esports. They weren't able to convert the scores. Yes, they got some XPs, but the maximum value was not there. It wasn't even a pressure at the side of Rival Esports. They were confident that they could just repel it back.
No, yeah, I mean, at the same time, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full Sense are able to take that one up, you know, like, even if Full I think Rival Esports is smart enough to at least leave one more Pokemon, one more player down into the Kyogre pit. Especially that they've already, tried to take it once, very quickly. Obviously, they would have to, They would have to consider the fact that Full Sense might be able to do it as well. But as we see that 111 is going to be the score of the game here to 234. In just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the Kyogre. So we're going to be seeing the pop-up here. Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up into the Power Nap as well. That's going to be 2,000 intercept of Full Sense. Is that going to be added up more? It might be, but they are currently running in right now. Mega Gyarados right now circling into that of the Kyogre pit and now showing themselves SCG SGC is going to be popped up. And here you go. Hong goes in. Are they going to be able to recover it? Yes, they would. Full Sense going to be able to secure the Kyogre that is with the Solar Beam. But the question is, would they be able to survive to put that down? That is the big question. But currently the score right now is 234 to 311.
Japan one step closer to Full Sense after getting the Kyogre, but I think this is not quite enough. They have to defend and to score more if they want to guarantee the win. There goes the contest coming in from SCG SGC. Defense as well is available at the bottom path. Continuous recovery of HP is huge for Full Sense, being able to sustain the fight. Ice was frozen immediately. Serves back in order to buy some time. There's no one scoring for Full Sense, but it doesn't matter because they have the lead, and the Electro Ball finally gets the last hit for the knockout. There's 3 members left to defend, but Hong is waiting at their goal zone. They know a back cap might happen, so they have to defend and attack at the same time. There goes the Hundo.
Oh, another Hundo.
Batches of score keeps on landing, and this is looking very dim for Rival Esports to get the last lot to Japan in C-League.
Wow, that is huge, man. Like, or at least I was already thinking, hey, you know what? Rival Esports controls the entire thing. They are controlling this. But then Full Sense was able to not only take down, they didn't need to take down everyone from Rival Esports. They were able to take down like what, 2 or 3 Pokemon, and then from there on out, taking out the Kyogre allowed them to just flip it and catch up in terms of points.
Man, and the last hit is just too good for the team, Even though SCG SGC was running around in circle into the Kyogre pit, has the Mega Evolution online and the waterfall that could penetrate into the walls, man, it didn't matter. Like, Full Sense was well aware on what's about to happen, and without any pressure, they know when to press the last hits that they do have. Actually, SCG, I was referring to other Pokemons, but, SCG SGC was running around in circles, trying to create a vision for Full Sense, and, it's just information that they needed. And Rival Esports might have actually the game, but there's just too many factors for Full Sense to have. They have a lot of last hits, and Rival Esports wasn't able to capitalize onto that. Because just imagine, man, they have Dragon Breath, they have Solar Beam, Electro Ball, and probably they have more as well. What are the other things? They have Bark God S, they have Notisa for the crowd control. There's just a lot for them, and Rival Esports wasn't able to handle that and make it possible for Full Sense to escape this series. But I want to take a look at the replay here, JJ, because a lot of things were happening in that fight. Oh, here we go. Here's the replay, JJ. Right.
I mean, it's still anyone's. It could be anyone's game now. Full Sense is gonna be the one heading into the They're still heading into the battle for third. That's number 1. No, actually not battle
for second.
Battle for second. Yeah, battle for second, going up against T1, and I think of everyone, I think that's going to be one of the biggest hurdles in the game as well. But into this game though, I really think that, you know, it could have been rival esports game. I really believe that it's going to be a rival esports game, but then they showed us that, hey, you know what, team fights is not everything. You need to strategize, and that's what's best. And Full Sense showed us that you can win without taking out everyone into the other side.
Yeah, and I think this kind of concept somewhat resembles what Team Nemesis did their previous games in their whole run into the playoff stage of PUACL, and you know, just being able to see it on a different team, you know, makes me really think that this is really possible, especially when you have a well-coordinated team and timing as well. Everything is possible, man. Despite losing a lot of fights, you can just claw your way back and be the victors of this matchup. But hey, again, congratulations to Full Sense as they secured the last spot in C League into this into the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals, which will be held in Japan. But of course, Rival Esports will have to see them in the Winter Tournament next week.
And before we go into anywhere else, I'd just like to mention that apparently it wasn't a bug or whatever error that happened why there was no final ban for Full Sense. It's just that here's the official reasoning. Full Sense mentioned that they did not know what to ban, so they just left it blank. What a power move, dude. What a power. They were like, you know what? We don't need bans. We can still win the game.
Man,
you know what I mean?
Man, just imagine they left the Blastoise wide open, you know, and Rival Esports decides to go for the Blastoise, and man, they just won the game with, you know, for 2 games they had been banning that Blastoise and they left it wide open and they just won the game.
And they did it. They got it too. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we will be right back for the battle for 2nd place. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
본명은 김재영이고요. 선수명은 세람이라고 합니다. 제가 선호하는 포켓몬 풀은 흔히 말하는 이제 탱커형 캐릭터들인데요. 아무래도 제가 개인적으로 흔히 말하는 이제 플레이 메이킹 역할하는 걸 좀 좋아해서 탱커형을 좀 선호하고, 그래서 판 자체를 깔아주는 이제 마법사형들도 생각보다 좋아하는 편입니다. 특히 좋아하는 캐릭터는 현재 메타에서는 이제 엑스 뮤츠라고 해서 다들 아시는 이제 뮤츠인데 이제 메가 진화했을 때 엑스폼을 되게 좋아합니다. 저도 AUS나 MOBA를 되게 좋아하는데 롤에서 T1이 항상 좋은 성적 많이 거두고 그런 거 많이 봤었는데, 이제 T1이라는 팀이 되게 강하구나, 그래서 이번에 T1에 들어오게 됐는데 T1에 걸맞는 선수가 됐으면 하는 바람이 있습니다. 오닉 라이즈가 지금 현재 1등을 하고 있는데요. 그 팀의 최대 강점이 오래전부터 맞춰온 팀업이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 저희도 이번에는 팀업을 최대한 잘 맞춰서 좋은 성적으로 마무리할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 요코하마에서 열리는 파이널에 갈 수 있는 티켓이 확보되어 있는 상태인데 이번에 요코하마 가서도 최대한 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 거두겠습니다. 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
สวัสดีครับซันเซ็ตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมากอนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลตกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ฟูเซตถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโปรเซนต์โปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
본명은 김재영이고요. 선수명은 세람이라고 합니다. 제가 선호하는 포켓몬 풀은 흔히 말하는 이제 탱커형 캐릭터들인데요. 아무래도 제가 개인적으로 흔히 말하는 이제 플레이 메이킹 역할하는 걸 좀 좋아해서 탱커형을 좀 선호하고 그래서 판 자체를 깔아주는 이제 마법사형들도 생각보다 좋아하는 편입니다. 특히 좋아하는 캐릭터는 현재 메타에서는 이제 엑스 뮤츠라고 해서 다들 아시는 이제 뮤츠인데 이제 메가 진화했을 때 엑스폼을 되게 좋아합니다. 저도 이제 AUS나 MOBA를 되게 좋아하는데 롤에서 T1이 항상 좋은 성적 많이 거두고 그런 거 많이 봤었는데 이제 T1이라는 팀이 되게 강하구나. 그래서 이번에 T1에 들어오게 됐는데 T1에 걸맞는 선수가 됐으면 하는 바람이 있습니다. 오닉 라이즈가 지금 현재 1등을 하고 있는데요. 그 팀의 최대 강점이 오래전부터 맞춰온 팀업이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 저희도 이번에는 팀업을 최대한 잘 맞춰서 좋은 성적으로 마무리할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 요코하마에서 열리는 파이널에 갈 수 있는 티켓이 확보되어 있는 상태인데 이번에 요코하마 가서도 최대한 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 거두겠습니다. 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
สวัสดีครับซันเซ็ตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมากอนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลตกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ฟูเซตถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโปรเซนต์โปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
และ
본명은 김재영이고요. 선수명은 세람이라고 합니다. 제가 선호하는 포켓몬 풀은 흔히 말하는 이제 탱커형 캐릭터들인데요. 아무래도 제가 개인적으로 흔히 말하는 이제 플레이 메이킹 역할하는 걸 좀 좋아해서 탱커형을 좀 선호하고, 그래서 판 자체를 깔아주는 이제 마법사형들도 생각보다 좋아하는 편입니다. 특히 좋아하는 캐릭터는 현재 메타에서는 이제 엑스 뮤츠라고 해서 다들 아시는 이제 뮤츠인데 이제 메가 진화했을 때 엑스폼을 되게 좋아합니다. 저도 이제 AUS나 MOBA를 되게 좋아하는데 롤에서 T1이 항상 좋은 성적 많이 거두고 그런 거 많이 봤었는데, 이제 T1이라는 팀이 되게 강하구나, 그래서 이번에 T1에 들어오게 됐는데 T1에 걸맞는 선수가 됐으면 하는 바람이 있습니다. 오닉 라이즈가 지금 현재 1등을 하고 있는데요. 그 팀의 최대 강점이 오래전부터 맞춰온 팀업이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 저희도 이번에는 팀업을 최대한 잘 맞춰서 좋은 성적으로 마무리할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 요코하마에서 열리는 파이널에 갈 수 있는 티켓이 확보되어 있는 상태인데, 이번에 요코하마 가서도 최대한 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 거두겠습니다. 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
สวัสดีครับซันเซตครับตำแหน่ง Attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมากอนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้ว จังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไป สวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับ เก็บไป 3 นกอย่างรวดเร็ว แล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ 4 นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลตกำลังไล่อยู่ครับ จังหวะนี้ปูเซฟถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมคูเซนโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
본명은 김재영이고요. 선수명은 세람이라고 합니다. 제가 선호하는 포켓몬 풀은 흔히 말하는 이제 탱커형 캐릭터들인데요. 아무래도 제가 개인적으로 흔히 말하는 이제 플레이 메이킹 역할하는 걸 좀 좋아해서 탱커형을 좀 선호하고, 그래서 판 자체를 깔아주는 이제 마법사형들도 생각보다 좋아하는 편입니다. 특히 좋아하는 캐릭터는 현재 메타에서는 이제 엑스 뮤츠라고 해서 다들 아시는 이제 뮤츠인데 이제 메가 진화했을 때 엑스폼을 되게 좋아합니다. 저도 이제 AUS나 MOBA를 되게 좋아하는데 롤에서 T1이 항상 좋은 성적 많이 거두고 그런 거 많이 봤었는데, 이제 T1이라는 팀이 되게 강하구나, 그래서 이번에 T1에 들어오게 됐는데 T1에 걸맞는 선수가 됐으면 하는 바람이 있습니다. 오닉 라이즈가 지금 현재 1등을 하고 있는데요. 그 팀의 최대 강점이 오래전부터 맞춰온 팀업이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 저희도 이번에는 팀업을 최대한 잘 맞춰서 좋은 성적으로 마무리할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 요코하마에서 열리는 파이널에 갈 수 있는 티켓이 확보되어 있는 상태인데, 이번에 요코하마 가서도 최대한 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 거두겠습니다. 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
สวัสดีครับซันเซตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมากอนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้ว จังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไป สวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับ เก็บไป 3 นกอย่างรวดเร็ว แล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ 4 นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลทกำลังไล่อยู่ครับ จังหวะนี้ฟูเซฟถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโคเซนโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
본명은 김재영이고요. 선수명은 세람이라고 합니다. 제가 선호하는 포켓몬 풀은 흔히 말하는 이제 탱커형 캐릭터들인데요. 아무래도 제가 개인적으로 흔히 말하는 이제 플레이 메이킹 역할하는 걸 좀 좋아해서 탱커형을 좀 선호하고, 그래서 판 자체를 깔아주는 이제 마법사형들도 생각보다 좋아하는 편입니다. 특히 좋아하는 캐릭터는 현재 메타에서는 이제 엑스 뮤츠라고 해서 다들 아시는 이제 뮤츠인데 이제 메가 진화했을 때 엑스폼을 되게 좋아합니다. 저도 이제 AUS나 MOBA를 되게 좋아하는데 롤에서 T1이 항상 좋은 성적 많이 거두고 그런 거 많이 봤었는데 이제 T1이라는 팀이 되게 강하구나. 그래서 이번에 T1에 들어오게.
Hello there, Pokemon trainers. Thank you so much for waiting. And finally, we are back in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C-League playoff stage. And this is still Pikios with JJ, and we are heading towards to the second to the last matchup. I'd have to say this as a battle for the silver or the second place. This is going to be up against Full Sense and T1. And we all know for the record, JJ, that T1 is probably one of the teams to beat here, especially of how well they did during the group stage. And I mean, for those who hasn't been tuning in into the broadcast of PUACL and just watch here in the playoffs day, it's always T1, or if not, Onyx is always a title contender every single group stage tournament that we do have.
No, yeah, and they are currently one of the, if not the best right now in Southeast Asia as well, you know, T1. So definitely Full Sense going up against them. And as I mentioned earlier, Full Sense is one of those teams that is, they play better if they play better opponents too. So it's going to be a statement, really, how they're going to fare off against T1, especially Komi. You don't want to give any of the special attackers, especially the backlane attackers, to Komi. We've seen how Komi plays those kinds of Pokemon very well. You know, with the Miraidon, with the Mew, with the Mewtwo, and all that special attacking Pokemon. As long as it's coming in from the back lane, you don't want to give it to Komi.
Absolutely, but here comes the draft, JJ. Full Sense is gonna target ban the Psyduck, which is a pretty consistent ban that they have been banning over the course of the tournament run here in the playoff stage. For the record, they have been constantly banning Psyduck, Miraidon, and Blastoise, in which right now they're not going to be banning the Miraidon, but instead tries to pivot to the Mega Lucario, because they're the ones using the Mega Lucario as always, and this time around they would have to take it away in the pool. Same thing with the Vaporeon here, JJ, because I do feel like it's one of the primary reasons that T1 is so good at using this Pokemon, and it's one of the Pokemons that we must actually ban all the time. But T1, I think, saw the threat with Sun Sage using the Mew, just take it away, because definitely an attacker first pick is not really that ideal. And if Kobe decides to go for it, then definitely Full Sense would have a great counter. But Full Sense, on the other hand, would try to deny that trivia of mine or fun fact and would just focus on getting the attacker first hand. And they are back running the double Mega Mewtwo again.
Yeah, it's I mean, at least they don't have the Mew because it's banned now. You know, could have been Mewtwo, Mew. You know. But with that being said, though, we are now heading in towards this matchup. Of course, as you mentioned, the Mewtwo-Y, Mewtwo-X, the Snorlax, and of course the Channel Flame. Going into the side of T1, though, it's not going to be the Mega Gyarados, no. Because it's banned, obviously. But it was going to be the answer back here by T1. Obviously, this is going to be a totally different composition into the set of Full Sense, mainly because probably they're trying to use different compositions depending on their opponents as well. T1, however, is going to end things off with Empoleon, actually.
And Empoleon has been used as an attacker for quite a lot of players competing, not just in C-League, but in different other regions as well. So it's quite understandable that they try to pivot into an Empoleon, especially that the props that are given away by the Kyogre is more on sustain and HP regen. So it's really, really understandable and valid to see this Empoleon at the hands of Kaomi. But Full Sense, on the other hand, we've seen them run this composition during the group stage. It has overwhelmingly positive results, but I do believe that T1 did their research. I do believe that they have something in mind just in case they run this composition back. Now, is this the ideal lineup, JJ? Because I personally think that this one could pull it off, especially they have access to Mimikyu to shut down the Talonflame. But what about the Mewtwo's? I do believe that the Zacian as well, once it gets close into the fight and uses Sacred Sword, if that is going to be the moveset, I personally think that they have the capability to take them down.
No, I totally agree with you as well, especially, again, Full Sense has been able to take down a lot, and has always been able to show us what they can do, I do like this, though, Full Sense going in for two different hallware for both of the Mewtwo. Interesting stuff here. But, were we able to reach 500?
I'm not quite sure, man.
I'm not quite sure either, no.
Well, let's just, take them by surprise later on, because we usually, for the record, we do announce the milestone giveaway. It was actually unlocked during the final. So make sure to just tune in. Don't lose hope, guys. You might be winners of our milestone giveaway. And not just that, we only had one pop quiz. So there is a high possibility that we might have another pop quiz later on. So make sure to, just roll back the replay if you can get the answer there, or do your research. Keep a keen eye on every single detail that's happening around the corner. But right now, T1 having a great start here at top lane. They make the first go, but Full Sense wants to defend it immediately.
Yeah, I mean, here you go. 8 minutes and a half into the game right now. it's a very slow game, I'd say. Still a very slow game. Everyone's still trying to touch upon each other's bases, but nothing really major happening as of the moment.
Major right now, 8-minute mark. The Rage Draco will appear, but Both teams are contesting every single wild Pokemons and objective really quite phenomenally. Look at that. Everyone is always grouped up all the way at the center of the map, and they are going all in. That Surf Connect's actually not maximizing the value, but here comes Nobisa trying to get away, but does get caught off guard by Mule. Mark got S, Fly drops down, but not enough to take the KO. But still, the last hit comes to T1 from that Raging Draco. Crankplot able to get it, and they would convert the score here at the bottom lane. That's 47 points, which will put them up in the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not much of a lead just yet, especially that it's just coming in from one Pokemon. What really needs to be done is that, excuse me, there's not a lot of stacks yet, but I mean, I guess none of any, no one into the set of T1 is has stacking items, so it's not really. I guess it's not really that important. But into the side of there are some into the side of what do you call this? Full Sense. So definitely putting out a little bit of a score here is going to put up a lot. It's going to be 3 down into the side of T1 right now. No, make that 4 actually for the price of 1. I think that is quite a good team fight for the side of Full Sense.
That is going to be a lot of points, putting it in the bank. 16 points on the side of Full Sense, but they have to fall back immediately because they know the threat that Pisterio and Epe that could actually give them. But on the other side of the map, the bottom lane has been feeling a lot of pressure because of that Regieleki marching down, trying to force its way and bruise its way to get the scores. Flame Sweep actually misses. Komi doesn't know how to maximize the Torrent and Hydro Cannon combo. That's why Mark God S will be forced to back away, knowing that there's reinforcements coming one by one from T1. But SCG, SGC, a little bit pinched by 2 members, but just have to repel them back, get wild Pokemons, and get power spikes that they need, but that's actually a huge damage. Being able to take down a Talonflame, and Sudden Sage is running away for his life, calling reinforcements. Mew actually wants more, but Sudden Sage Mega Evolves finally, and that might actually be possible for them to take down the Mimikyu. Yes, they do, and not just
2
that,
KO.
it is a double KO, JJ.
Yeah, but the Blastoise actually was there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to stop, the Gyarados from scoring in that 40. But right now, Nodisa is going to be taken out by the biggest doggo in the game, perhaps possibly the best and overpowered Pokemon in VGC. That is a Zacian. With the same base stats as an Arceus, apparently.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been playing before, the VGC corner, but man, there's just been a lot of change, a lot of new things to explore into that. But hey, we're in Pokemon Unite. Might tell you, JJ, just have to focus on what's in front of us. This is battle for a second. And speaking of battle, there goes the battle. Very favorable for Team 1, getting the Regice buff, getting that HP gradually increasing, and this would be this would play a little bit of a role, especially going into this mid game, if they want to maximize the fights that they do need.
Yeah, and 149 to 89, Full Sense does have the lead, and this is what I've been talking about earlier. Full Sense, they become buffed depending on who they're playing up against. Sometimes they receive debuffs, sometimes they receive buffs. It really depends on who they're playing up against. If it's a strong team, then they become really strong. I mean, look at this right now. They are currently in the lead against that of T1. Going to be able to get the Regieleki, however, into the score goal. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get in as much. But at the very least, they do have the, Hong to get out. But wow, okay, Mimikyu trying to get out. Mule, there you go. At least they were able to immediately just stay away, disengage. At least Full Set was able to did not commit to that, because that would have been a hard one. It's gonna be a difficult one going into that of the Mimikyu.
And we are about to be on a 3-minute mark. And the moment that the objective at top lane appears, that would be around 2:33. So that would be big if that would be a Registeel, especially for Team 1, who has definitely the advantage when it comes to attacking prowess. But I think defense, Regilock, Full Sense does really need it. But this is a lot of spacing and coverage for Team 1, making sure that they get the upper hand on the fights. But SCG, SGC tries to go in for the waterfall, trying to dish out some pressure. And that is a big Registeel. This is a must-get for both teams. That's why everyone is fighting for it. SCG, SGC has Dragon Breath, but not going to be getting the last
gets
hit.
it.
As Pisterio takes the last hit, still has 20 seconds in the clock before that Kyogre appears. And they could use it in the Kyogre fight, the Registeel buff, for over a minute.
Yeah, here comes the Squirtle squad as well. I mean, it's if we're gonna be comparing every Reggie in the game, or at least the first 3 Reggies in the game, arguably Registeel is the strongest one because it does provide a lot of multipliers onto your attacks. But now, as I say that, Mule is gonna get pushed down, but gets in the Trick Room as well. Hydro Trap is gonna be popped up. Play with me right there, right now. They're going to be able to take down 2 in the process. That is Full Sense. 2-1 is going to be play the game. Kyogre almost getting taken out, but are they going to be able to seal this one up? I don't think so. Here comes the Fly, securing the Kyogre for themselves. Full Sense is going to be able to take down T1 right now. They just need to put in some scores. That is 1 already. Going to be able to take down 2 again in the process. Seram trying to survive another day, but is that going to be enough? No, it is not. Gonna be able to be taken down here by Full Sense, and now Full Sense is just putting in some score.
Yeah, we still have a minute left here, JJ. I think that this is still a possible comeback, but if it takes to 40 seconds, this is not looking great for T1. They need to charge in as much as possible, but there's SCG, SGC just lurking around the tall grasses, waiting for an opportunity to score down the 100 points, and this might actually seal the deal. 35 seconds left. Nothing much for T1 to do already. All they can do is just defend. They don't have the energy. They don't have the points to score at the goals of Full Sense.
No, yeah, and even if that's the case, you know, they would still have to walk through the entire map to get in on the score zones, the score goals of Full Sense. So really, having just 20 seconds left is not going to be enough for them, because if they do have like 50, that's like what, 8 seconds for them to dunk in those points. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all change alike, Full Sense is going to be taking out first game of this match.
That was actually a big win for Full Sense. We did not expect, I mean, at least for the record, we did not expect that Full Sense to be this good, being able to stand in the same ground up against T1. And this is the strength of Full Sense. You know, they grow stronger, they became more stronger, the stronger their opponents are. So they just go at the same footing, man. That is how good they are, and I do not see anything broken yet as of the moment at the side of Full Sense. They have a good chemistry, they have a good draft, and the shot goals are well on point, and they know how to recover from a deficit.
No, yeah, I mean, again, that's what we have been talking about earlier. Full Sense just becomes strong out of the blue. Even if you do, say, for example, study their gameplay, especially if you're a team, you know, you want to go up against them, you want to go and try some scrims, study them, study their footage, tournament plays, and all that. You wouldn't really, you're not really going to be able to get an accurate analysis, because then again, as I mentioned, they play differently depending on teams, and it's all up to how they're going to be studying you instead.
Yeah. And, you know, that makes Full Sense a scary team to compete with in a tournament setting like this. But, you know, let's just take a little bit of a roll back into what happened here, making it possible for Full Sense to get the objective. I think the major factor is of course the infinite cyber setup, the Ignite move of the Mega Mewtwo's just being able to stun their opponents ahead of time. Knowing that they have the Registeel buffs, they cannot afford T1 to make the first move. And you know, aside from having the firepower here for Full Sense, they have enough crowd control, and by making the first move, they don't have any sustain because it's full of firepower because of the Registeel buff. They trusted their instinct, they trusted the raw power that they do have in their kit, you know, making it possible to suppress the movements of T1.
No, yeah, and now everyone's eyes is on Full Sense, knowing the fact that again, they have been taking out a lot of names right now. I mean, obviously, we're still not done with the current matchup, but then having 1 point ahead already puts you in an advantage, meaning you may slip up a little bit right now. At least you would still have a chance to get back up. But right now, one more point, one more game is all they need, and they're going to be heading towards that grand finals.
Absolutely, man. Just game number 2. Just one game is what Full Sense needs. But T1, on the other hand, again, they are one of the teams to beat here. So definitely, I do believe for sure that they would come back stronger into game number 2. But Full Sense, with the capacity to adapt on what's happening in real time from draft to game, I do believe that they can finish this in 2-0, but not saying it's guaranteed, man. But hey, there's a possibility, and a huge possibility.
It's more likely to happen as well. I mean, granted, I mean, look at them. You know, they were able to go toe-to-toe against that of, man, T1. Of all teams, really, T1, it's... Man, I think it's actually possible that all the predictions, all the caster predictions could be wrong.
Yeah, it could be.
If Full Sense plays like this, I can't imagine, dude. I can't imagine.
Well, hey, man, I mean, yeah, I mean, a lot of casters, a lot of people in the desk have predicted for T1 as well, but mind to tell you, a lot of them as well predicted for Onyx, and you know, it's just prediction by prediction being shredded down up until this point. We'll just have to wait and see. Everything is not in final. We still have game 2 and a potential game 3, but T1 would pivot to the purple side.
Yeah, that means they are going to be the first pick, first pick, and Full Sense gets 2 picks as their first pick as well. Now, batting in the Psyduck, the Mega Charizard Y, and the Mimikyu means that the Mega Mewtwo X and the Mega Mewtwo Y is still up in the air, as along with the Mew.
But here's the thing, like, if they want to prioritize either of the Mega Mewtwo's for T1, they would take away the concept of Full Sense. But hey, yeah, never mind. That's not gonna happen. No double Mewtwo.
There goes the what was the respect band. The respect band into that of the Mega Mewtwo Y, and the final band is going to be the Blaziken. Ladies and gentlemen, all change alike, we are now starting our picking phase. That is going to be the Mega Gyarados to start things off for T1.
Gyarados and Blastoise. I think that's a high chance that's going to be the draft here. Oh, and they decided to go for 2 defenders immediately. Blastoise and the Vaporeon, a very solid front line, a very solid supporter as well, and special attacker. It's a great start off the draft for Full Sense. This is very adaptable to any kind of composition that they might have to plan out. But for T1, the defender options are narrowed down to a Snorlax, possibly Crustle, but you know, Crustle has its pros and cons and would have to rely heavily on what is going to be the draft of your opponent. So the safe pick goes for the Snorlax. Retaining as well is going to be the Zacian, and Sunsage was left for an opportunity to get the Mew back in his hand.
No, yeah, I mean, Sunsage right now with the Mew is actually very scary. I mean, we've seen Sunsage with the Mew earlier today, especially at the Kyogre pit, it's you want to make sure that you have this view of Sunsage in check, because if you don't have it in check, man, it's going to get you by surprise as to how great it can take objectives.
Man, it's going to be huge. Full sense on, oh, there's a Hoopa actually from T1, so that's great. That's a lot of refresh. And, you know, the answer for full sense is to get the talent flame now. Hear me out, JJ. I love the draft from T1. You know, they have refresh, they have a reliable front line, they have reliable bruisers, and maybe this though trio could be a factor in when it comes to priority targets, just like Sunsage in the back line. But Mark God S is actually present as well as a Talonflame, and man, this could actually just fly up and drop down to Epe and take him down by not letting him use the hyperspace zone or even the rings and bound. Mark God S would play a huge role in this game if they want to take the game and the series.
No, yeah, I mean, again, this is just the last game. Right now, potentially the final game match point here for Full Sense. All they need to do is get one more game, which is obviously easier said than done. I have to agree with that. But I also have to agree with you. T1's composition right now is actually pretty sweet.
I mean, again, it all boils down to the execution. 60% might be the draft, but 40% execution, still the best condition for you to win the game. But let's not make them wait, JJ. Game number 2 of the best of 3 series. Full Sense needs this victory to advance in the grand finals.
Yes, sirree, and now, well, nothing's happening yet, you know?
Oh, wow. That Sword Dog is aggressive, taking down the Eevee, which is going to be a Vaporeon sooner or later. That's actually a good call for T1 in order for them to have an upper hand, especially that the 850 mark would happen in just 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Especially for Pokemon that is going to have their power spike early as level 4, you want to delay them as early as possible, just like what happened, you know, with Mysterio with that of the Zacian, taking out the Eevee, making sure that it doesn't get this power spike, because once it evolves into Vaporeon, it's going to have what do you call this? It's going to provide the boost, obviously, for Full Sense, which would elevate everyone else later down the line. But right now, they're doing their best to make sure that happens. But as I say that, T1 can be able to take down Gyarados now. Was the Magikarp.
Yeah, and this is both level 4s. Actually, the other one just turned level 5. And we all want to see this regular Gyarados pop his Moxie for additional damage compared to the Intimidate of the Gyarados from the Mega one. So this would somehow give Full Sense a boost in attack if they can capitalize this Gyarados as early as possible and, you know, set the priority target, take down the Zacian as much as possible for them to gain a lot of experience, since that is how, you know, that is a big win condition for them. They need the XPs as much as possible. They need the Gyarados to scale up for them to have a reliable all-rounder and bruiser later on.
Yeah, and here you have it, you know, 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Nothing major has happened just yet, you know, we're still waiting for the major objectives to come up. But we do see them poking each other out.
They want experience, man. They want to level up as fast as possible. And I personally think when you don't have the objectives, it's team fights that's the go-to in order to get those experience aside from getting the wild Pokemons. And as much as possible, both teams are eyeing on a big prize, like taking the Zacian or maybe the Gyarados or the Talonflame, in order to boost up their XP as quick as possible. But so far, Frozen's is
Wow.
a bit in the level department here, JJ, but that is a quick flip of turn. Getting the Registeel, that would give a huge chunk of XP as well. You know, Full Sense keeps on bouncing back.
I mean, you know, it's 71 to 87. It's still not much of a lead for any of the teams. And now that some of them already has level 9, at least they're going to be able to capitalize on this, especially to the side of Full Sense. They need to be able to, like, well, have less risk. You know, that's how I would put it. Have less risk so that they won't be able to give as much XPs into T1, because as of the moment that T1 forces the issue onto Full Sense, they are currently losing. They can, however, take the issue once they do have more XP.
Speaking of XP, that is going to be rewarded for Full Sense after taking the gold zone. But Pisteria, on the other hand, wow, nice timing for Fly in order to avoid the Sword Dog. Flame Sweep has been used, and the Sword Dog was actually taken out in the picture. Epe is going to be running away for his life to live another day, but the Fly would drop down up against him. But still, SCG gets the last hit on that KO. So Ram, on the other hand, will try to buy some time here and just go on for some refresh, go for some defense, and T1 will just have to bounce on the next fight.
Yep, here we go. 100 to 178 with 78-point lead. That is Full Sense right now leading the pack. But in terms of the level department, I'd have to say, and of course, what do you call this? Not only the level, but also the team fight department. T1 is in the lead.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at those. You know, despite them leading at the fights, there are 2 level 11s as well from Full Sense, which is pretty much understandable because when it comes to firepower, refreshes, T1 definitely has the edge. That's why I've been telling a while ago that they have to priority target the Hoopa to lessen the sustain of T1, because that is very important when it comes to team fights. But speaking of fights, I think Full Sense is ready once again after getting the Regice.
And there you go, the 4-minute mark. The timer is going to be at the 4-minute mark where Full Sense right now tries to force the issue onto T1, gets a Flame Sweep as well. The rings and bounds going to be popped up. Here you go. Here comes Fly. Unfortunately, Pisteria got taken out before Fly went down. Almost KO'd. Are they going to be able to survive? Yes, they will. And just like that, the Vaporeon is buying some time so that the Talonflame is going to be able to get away. And look at that. It is surviving. How long can it do it? Aqua Ring. There we go. Yeah, it took a while. But hey, everything has got to end. And that's where Vaporeon has to go back to the Pokemon Center.
I mean, it took them a while, but at what cost? Full Sense has access to Regidrago immediately. I mean, yes, they do get the Regieleki for the trade. That's for T1, but the scoring prowess is actually great for Full Sense, especially at 3-minute mark, because this Regieleki could just be repelled back by the defense of Full Sense.
Right. I mean, 140 to 184, right? 3 minutes mark in the left. 3 minutes left in the clock, rather. And both of the teams right now is just making sure that they get their XPs up as much as possible. Levels right now in the lead for T1. The biggest factor here for Full Sense is, I would just like to reiterate what you have mentioned. They need to mark down the Hoopa, because after if there's no Hoopa, every sort of sustain that T1 have will be gone, and they would be able to freely take down the Kyogre later. I mean, yeah, sure, provided there's still the Snorlax, the the Gyarados and the Zacian, but like, at least you won't be able to worry. You don't need to worry about them getting replenished back to health.
The final stretch.
And well, right now, 2 minutes into the game, and Full Sense has a Reg-Ice buff, a very similar buff to the Kyogre, so definitely this would be an all-out already for T1 because time is already ticking. Komi does decide to go for the Mega Evolution, same thing with the Wings Unbound for the Hoopa, and they're just going in all out. Where's the last hit coming through? It is going to be NW! And Full Sense does have the biggest opportunity to take this game as they knock out 3 members of T1. Mega Gyarados is running away for his life. Hoopa with the Wings Unbound is taken down! Man, it was a team wipe. Multiple hundos landing in. 125 left, but I don't see any potential that T1 can come back.
No, they can still come back from this. Remember, there's still a minute left for them to answer back. Unfortunately for them, not all of them does have the points, but at least the trio now has 42 points that they can put in. The question is, would they be able to put that one and dunk it?
It's very possible. Yes, Kyogre buff. But the backup might happen here, JJ. Sunsage is waiting for an opportunity. Notice that he's trying to bait out the members of T1. Everyone is so tunnel vision to him. 40 points might land here at top path. But Marcon S would be the hurdle with 100 points and then lands. And Full Sense is in the lead by 354. 400 is what T1 needs. But there you go. For Full Sense. And I think that is the game,
no, not quite yet.
It might be it.
It might be it. It might be it. Are they going to be able to put in another score here?
80. How much is that? 36.
It's close.
No one has an Eos energy.
That's
the win.
5. There's another 7. Oh, there's more.
That's just
I'm not sure.
10.
I'm not sure.
That's around 40 plus. Hold on.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Let's wait. Did Full Sense score it? Yes, they did!
Wow. At the very least, there's still someone else scoring in. And from the side of Full Sense, because if they weren't scoring in, T1 might have been able to seal that game away.
It was a close call, JJ. The flip, I mean, I wouldn't say it is a flip, but here's the thing. That was crucial the moment that T1 got 2 knockouts. They were rewarded by a Kyogre buff. And that made it possible for them to score at a faster pace. And Neil is Dodrio, mind to tell you, the Vibe 3 times 3, the scoring capabilities, and it gave a jump scare to Full Sense. But at the end of the day, there are reliable Pokemons just lurking in the tall grasses near the base of T1. Has a minimal amount of Eos energy, has access to wild Pokemons at the forest. Just making them far more energies, more points, and just score it down because they have the confidence that they have the Kyogre buff.
Oh, wow. I mean, even when they did have the Kyogre buff, right? Like, they weren't entirely sure to immediately put down the score. Maybe because they were thinking, hey, you know what? Yeah, sure, we might have the Kyogre now. But like, if we do score in, they might have some scores that they can put in as well if we do ignore them. That's why I believe that's the reason why they did not decide, that they decided not to put the scores down immediately.
Yeah, because if we're going to be taking a look at the minimap, which is, I do hope we get to see it here. Someone is at the middle of the map, someone is at the very bottom lane. So everyone's just keeping an eye on what's about to happen. See, here's it. 3 KOs, and it's going to be 4 eventually. Everyone from Full Sense scattered around to gather intel where is going to be the next set of Pokemon jumping via the jump pad. And they saw it through. Bottom lane, someone is pushing. Same thing with top. Talonflame retreats. Patience for some other Pokemon to hide in the tall grass at the bottom lane. And when they saw the push coming through from T1, they just knocked in some goals at the base and eventually got the upper hand.
Oh yeah, it is definitely at the last hands of that Gyarados coming in from that Full Sense that was putting down some points as well, making sure that they have the gap advantage than that of T1 at the very last second, and that was quite beautiful. And now sure, T1 is still going into the grand finals, the PUACL finals in Japan, but that also means that Full Sense is now the second placer, guaranteed getting in more pie of the prize pool than that of T1.
Man, and I cannot wait on what's about to happen on the next matchup, because the next matchup is going to be the grand finals, and it is not a best of 3. It is going to be a best of 5. First team to make 3 games or 3 points wins the whole thing and will be crowned as the champions of C League.
Yeah, and man, I just can't wait. Again, it is going to be Onyx Rise. They have been waiting for what now, like
8 hours? 7 hours?
6 hours.
Yeah, there we go.
6 hours. Yeah, they have been waiting for 6 hours now, 6.5 hours, just to get into this grand finals match. And they only have to play 1 best of 5. And now they are ready. I know they have been watching as well. So, hey, man, let's go to a break. It's gonna be a longer break. We have about like 10 minutes of a break, and make sure you have your dinner. I'm gonna have my dinner as well. And when we come back, we'll have the grand final. So don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
Halo guys, gue Ior, top lane untuk tim Onyx Rise. Jangan lupa saksikan Onyx Rise di playoff Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara 2026 pada tanggal 31 Januari di YouTube Onyx Esports. See you there! Kalau nanti Onyx Rise berhasil menjadi juara di playoff Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara, mungkin asik kalau kita bikin turnamen SCS yang ketiga kali ya.
Halo guys, nama gue Iluna, gue player Onyx Rise, role gue defender. Personalnya sih gue mungkin bakal start streaming ya, sehingga jadi lebih rajin latihan aja sih. Sama ya, biar banyakin jam terbang.
Perkenalkan, nama gue ASQ dari Onyx Rise, role gue taker. Alasan gue pengen banget juara tahun ini karena ada teman mabar gue juga di satu turnamen yang sama.
Halo, nama gue Sel, jungle dari tim Onyx Sport, tim yang pengen gue lawan siapapun lawannya bakal gue kalahin.
Buat Sonic dimanapun kalian berada, Onyx Rise ready and see you in the playoff.
Sawasdee Sunset ครับตำแหน่ง Attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมาก่อนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเก่งก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลตกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ปูเซฟถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมฟูเซนโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
Halo guys, gue Ior, top lane untuk tim Onyx Rise. Jangan lupa saksikan Onyx Rise di playoff Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara 2026 pada tanggal 31 Januari di YouTube Onyx Esports. See you there! Kalau nanti Onyx Rise berhasil menjadi juara di playoff Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara, mungkin asik kalau kita bikin turnamen SCS yang ketiga kali ya.
Halo guys, nama gue Iluna, gue player Onyx Rise, role gue defender. Personalnya sih gue mungkin bakal start streaming ya, sehingga jadi lebih rajin latihan aja sih. Sama ya, biar banyakin jam terbang.
Perkenalkan, nama gue ASQ dari Onyx Rise. Role gue taker. Alasan gue pengen banget juara tahun ini karena ada teman mabar gue juga di satu turnamen yang sama.
Halo, nama gue Sel, jungle dari tim Onyx Sport, tim yang pengen gue lawan siapapun lawannya bakal gue kalahin.
Buat Sonic dimanapun kalian berada, Onyx Rise ready and see you in the playoff.
Sawasdeeครับซันเซตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมาก่อนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลตกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ฟูเซฟถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโคเซนโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
Halo guys, gue Ior, top lane untuk tim Onyx Rise. Jangan lupa saksikan Onyx Rise di playoff Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara 2026 pada tanggal 31 Januari di YouTube Onyx Esports. See you there! Kalau nanti Onyx Rise berhasil menjadi juara di playoff Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara, mungkin asik kalau kita bikin turnamen SCS yang ketiga kali ya.
Halo guys, nama gue Iluna, gue player Onyx Rise, role gue defender. Personalnya sih gue mungkin bakal start streaming ya, sehingga jadi lebih rajin latihan aja sih. Sama ya, biar banyakin jam terbang.
Perkenalkan, nama gue ASQ dari Onyx Rise. Role gue taker. Alasan gue pengen banget juara tahun ini karena ada teman mabar gue juga di satu turnamen yang sama.
Halo, nama gue Sel, jungle dari tim Onyx Sport, tim yang pengen gue lawan siapapun lawannya bakal gue kalahin.
Buat Sonic dimanapun kalian berada, Onyx Rise ready and see you in the playoff.
Sawasdeeครับซันเซตครับตำแหน่ง attacker ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมาก่อนนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งจังเกิล
และ EVFL ช็อกจากเกงก้ามาแล้วจังหวะชุลมุนไฮโดไทฟูนยกไปสวยงามโดนหมดทีมเลยครับเก็บไป3นกอย่างรวดเร็วแล้วเฮดเก็บไปต่อ4นกเหลือมิวทูคนเดียวอีกว่าพาเลตกำลังไล่อยู่ครับจังหวะนี้ฟูเซฟถือว่าเด็ดขาดมากในจังหวะไฟครับและไม่น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดครับ
แล้วเจอกันกับทีมโคเซนโปเกมอนอยู่ใน
เพื่อการันตีตั๋วไปแข่งต่อที่ญี่ปุ่น
ฝากทุกคนเชียร์เราใน PUACL
2026 ในวันที่ 31 มกราคมนี้ด้วยครับ
ส
Halo guys, gue Ior, top lane untuk tim Onyx Rise. Jangan lupa saksikan Onyx Rise di playoff Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara 2026 pada tanggal 31 Januari di YouTube Onyx Esports. See you there! Kalau nanti Onyx Rise berhasil menjadi juara di playoff Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League Asia Tenggara, mungkin asik kalau kita bikin turnamen SCS yang ketiga kali ya.
Halo guys, nama gue Iluna, gue player Onyx Rise, role gue defender. Personal sih gue mungkin bakal start streaming ya, sehingga jadi lebih rajin latihan aja sih. Sama ya, biar banyakin jam terbang.
Perkenalkan, nama gue ASQ dari Onyx Rise, role gue taker. Alasan gue pengen banget juara tahun ini karena ada teman mabar gue juga.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C-League 2026. My name is JJ, and with me is Pickles, and we have been your casters throughout the entire day. We have been together for like, what, 6.5 hours now, with only like 5 minutes of a break each and every match, so definitely bring you some more action of Pokemon Unite. And right now, we are at the grand finals of this playoffs. It is going to be none other than Onyx Rise going up against Full Sense.
Absolutely, man. And I cannot wait for this moment and time because, again, I would have to repeat this because of who just joined and just tuning in to the broadcast right now. A lot of people were expecting T1s to be the king of Southeast Asia for 2026, but no, man, they've been taken out by a team who a lot of people did not expect, which is Full Sense. But again, job is not yet done here for Full Sense. They need to win, or actually, if they won, you know, obviously, who wouldn't want it to, but they have to win the whole thing because this is the team to beat, and this is the team who is actually the first seeded team in the group stage, which is Onyx Rise. And man, for the record, Onyx is so good. They have a great stop during their World Championships way back then at 3rd place. So this is really a team that you have to look forward to and you have to watch out. But again, the analogy here, the strength of Full Sense, the stronger their opponents are, the stronger they get.
Yep. And here we go. As I mentioned this before, but this is going to be what do you call this? This is the team, you know? Arguably the one. I've mentioned this in the quote. I believe they posted this over on social media channels of Pokemon Unite. Yeah, at least for Southeast Asia. That I mentioned how great Onyx is in terms of adjustment, and they are the ones that adjust the most. You know, they are always adaptable. They always change whenever change is needed, and they have just been the most consistent, at least based on my perspective, the most consistent of all time in the entire duration of the tournament for Asia Champions League 2026.
I agree, JJ. You know, this is a team to beat. This is a top team that we're talking about, not just in Asia, but in the world. But look at this draft from Full Sense. 2 bans for the central laners, which is Leafeon and Do Trio. They know the threat of the central lanes of Onyx Rise, so they want to minimize the Pokemon pool as much as possible. But for Onyx Rise, they're going to be banning away 2 Gyarados here, and of course a Talonflame, which, you know, really being used by both teams. So I think Onyx really has something kept in the pocket for quite some time. You know, we've seen them run a different, or rather, almost the same type of compositions way back during the group stage, and this is actually an advantage for them to, you know, bring out what's hidden in the pocket because they just had to wait for the grand finals, and you know they can take Full Sense by shock. Where in Full Sense, on the other hand, was playing for a while now, and maybe Onyx Rise has an action plan already for it.
No, yeah, I mean, you know, both of them actually has to have an actual plan, especially that Onyx Rise. You know, the advantage of them being at the top spot is that, okay, they're just waiting for the match, you know, to commence, really. And onto the side of Full Sense, at least they have been playing since earlier. They've already gotten in their warm-ups and all that. And Onyx Rise, on the other hand, they have been observing all of the matches as well. So both of them have their pros and cons. Full Sense definitely should be experiencing some kind of a mental fatigue right now from playing so many matches for today. Onyx Rise, however, feeling pretty fresh. You know, coming out of the bath and all that kind of feeling. And they are now ready to take everyone's full blow.
Absolutely, man. But oh no, is this going to be a Delmise? Starts to, hover into a Blaziken immediately. I thought that at first they would go for a Delmise, but they haven't locked it in yet. But I guess I'll have to focus more on Full Sense first. They have a reliable supporter and defender in the form of a Blastoise, and a Psyduck has crown control, has hindrances, and a powerful all-rounder as well in the mix of a Charizard Y. With the Mega Evolution, the wide coverage of the Fire Blast would definitely help them cover a lot of damage, especially for a team like Onyx Rise, who's really looking pretty great right now with their draft, knowing that there are 3 all-rounders and 1 attacker. As much as possible, they want to take down those bruisers immediately by sending up the distance. But Onyx Rise, on the other hand, has the ability to dodge every move that Mega Charizard Y could throw at them. So this is a matter of timing, this is a matter of how you move in the map. But Onyx Rise, consistency, just like what you said, JJ, they are the most consistent team for the whole duration of ACL, and for sure they have prepared a lot for this grand finals, because there's a chance to I mean there's not a chance, but they do not know who they're going up against, so they need to prepare for everyone. And for sure it has been an all-out research from that 1 week break that we had, and Onyx Rise for sure is definitely ready for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's Onyx Rise in Full Sense, or maybe Full Rise, Onyx Sense is going to be the play of the game right now. I mean, again, this is a best of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Full Sense versus Onyx Rise, game number 1. Let's have a champion time.
Liz will determine who will be the champion of C-League, but of course, a milestone giveaway. 500 viewers. Has it been unlocked? It hasn't been announced yet, but if you were tuning in into the broadcast, you know that yourself, so make sure to tune in for the question. So we will get to see that one later on if we did unlock the milestone giveaway. But again, this is a best of 3 series for everyone who's just tuned in into the broadcast. And, first to make 3 gets the win. And this has been a lot of moving around in the map.
Actually, we have just reached the 500 views milestone, at least for YouTube, for today in the second, for later. Yeah, so... yeah, just keep on watching, and we're gonna give you guys the thing later. Yeah. I kind of wanna join in.
Who knows? It might be the winner.
So apparently, right? Yeah. So apparently, like the winner isn't just a T-shirt. Because earlier, right, for the pop quiz, it's just a T-shirt.
Yeah.
But for the milestone giveaway, it's a combination of the towel, the cap, and the jersey.
Man, that is 3-in-1 full set. And all you need is to book your tickets to Japan for the ACL finals. Man, we want that to happen.
Is it?
Everyone wants that.
Wait, is it really to book tickets? I don't think it's
no.
tickets.
What I mean is, the only thing that you need to do is to book your tickets, and you're all set, man. You're not gonna win the ticket.
After getting the jersey and the cap and the towel, I have to buy a ticket so that I can use it when watching the games live in Japan.
Yeah, man, that's the goal. But speaking of the goal for both teams is to be the champion. And Onyx Rise is trying to be an aggressor here. But Full Sense could actually forecast on what's about to happen. And everyone just keeps on going back into their goal zones the moment that they saw Onyx Rise trying to aggress.
And here you go again, Full Sense.
Wow.
Going to be able to take down the Blazing. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh wow. You know, there isn't really a lot for us to say right now as a reaction. It's just wow over wow over wow. Because of what's happening right now. You know, a Full Sense has been making us eat. Oh, man, caster predictions is shambling.
Man, no.
It's in shambles right now, dude.
Yeah, man, I totally agree. And this is a whole different Full Sense that we are seeing. Totally different team from the group stage. And they have been controlling the tempo of this game for the first 3 and 30 minutes of the game. But right now, Regieleki has fallen down, favorable for Onyx Rise, and that would give them a room to score multiple points in the bottom lane, but not going to be quite enough for them to take it down.
Yes, sirree. And right now, let's take a look at what's about to happen right here. You know, 124 to 96, Full Sense does have the lead. Still,
it's a small lead, man. A lot of things can happen.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. So, you know, I guess we're just gonna have to find out how they're gonna be able to pick off Onyx Rise one by one, or would Onyx Rise be able to have an answer back against Full Sense? Because as of right now, despite them having the lead in terms of XP, in terms of team fights and pick-offs, Full Sense does have the lead.
Yeah, definitely. They are the front running, they are the controller of the game as of the moment, but right now Full Sense does want to fully take over into the game after taking that knockout up against that Vaporeon. But Mega Evolution is actually available here. Look at that Fire Blast being able to set the stone, and the Flamethrower actually finishes the job to go for the knockout. Infinite Cyber has been used in order to buy some time and does finally take down the Mega
Typhoon.
The Mega Charizard, why rather Play With Me as well, used by Cell in order to buy some time. Hydro Typhoon expended already as well, and Cell would have to rely on the Shadow Claw. Does go back to the Trick Room. Hydro Pump back, but not going to be quite enough to push back the offense of Onyx Rise.
Dude, the Hydro, did you see that? The Hydro Typhoon hit nothing and whiffed.
And that was actually not the ideal setup here, JJ, because every setup counts up until this point, especially we are already at the mid-game.
Yeah, here you go. Mid-game right now. Registeel going into the side of Onyx Rise. They really need this. They desperately need this if they want to go up toe-to-toe against that of Full Sense. Or, I mean, I guess, like, just tip the scales, really. You know, to be able to have an advantage against Full Sense, because as I mentioned, you know, they might have the level advantage against that of Full Sense, but then again, in terms of pickups and team fights, Full Sense is definitely controlling the match.
Yeah, Full Sense is looking strong as well. Marcotte is eyeing on the Regieleki for additional pressure towards the first goal zone at the bottom lane for Onyx Rise, and Illuna is left alone to defend this. And I think he has to give this one away, especially there's no point in defending this, and that is going to be an overcap for the side of Full Sense. Will try to push things down all the way at bottom lane, but there is going to be an ambush behind them. There goes the Focus Blast. United from the New comes in as well. They take out the Flame Chicken from behind. The Fire Blast with the Mega Evolution is too much for them to handle. Cell goes for the Play With Me Unite move, but still takes down the KO that they need. They keep on marching forward more and more. They're trying to chase in for the knockout up against the Mega Charizard. Why? And the Trick Room actually gives them the ability that they need. 4 Pokemons taken out in the fight. Onyx Rise bouncing back.
My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now seeing Onyx Rise rising up beyond Plus Ultra. Oh my goodness, this is what we have been waiting for. You know, Onyx Rise to rise up. Heroes Rising is what they are happening. What's happening right now for Onyx, and you know, it's up to them to get in their Power Spikes and then put in, you know, force the issue against that of Full Sense. And right now though, like, Full Sense is just waiting, baiting out Onyx Rise. But the thing is, Onyx Rise is doing the same thing, waiting for each other to do some commits.
Yeah, Both teams waiting for someone to make a mistake. And Onyx Rise was able to push back Full Sense into their base and
gets
get
a
Registeel. And this is going to be big. Knowing that the power spike from Cell is already huge.
And here we have it. 2, 1. Here comes the Kyogre with the Origin Pulse coming in. Gonna be able to take down the Vaporeon. It is going to be the sustain of Onyx Rise. Gonna be taken out here by Full Sense. But let's see what's gonna happen here. Here we go. Kyogre already half health. Hydro Type was gonna pop up as well. Here we go. Here comes a Drought. I think, oh my goodness, Full Sense secures the Kyogre against that of Onyx Rise. Gonna be able to make down 2. That is a Fire Chicken, Fire Rooster, if you will. Gonna be taken out as well. That's gonna be 2 for none. Cell almost taken out by the Psyduck, but I think they might as well be able to take that one up as well. That's only a hundo coming in from that of Onyx Rise, and Full Sense is now ready to put down more points. 88. For the game here. A minute is still up left, and Onyx Rise can still catch up.
Still catch up. A minute is enough, but they have to catch up. They have to double time and move as quick as possible. They need knockouts. They need the points in order to freely score at the goal zone. But I think ER and the others are just trying to get the points before engaging in the fight. But 40 seconds is all that's left.
Yes, sirree. And I don't think, with only 30 seconds left, I don't think it's going to be enough for them to catch up. Especially that there's also some Pokemon from the side of, some players from the side of Full Sense going to be able to try to put in some scores. And while both of them are just defending, there it goes, another 58 and another 78 coming up from Full Sense. They've already reduced the gap into atoms, and now securing the first game for themselves. Game 1 goes to the team that has brought their momentum since the first game that they've been playing since earlier. That is Full Sense. 1-0 against Onyx Rise.
And this is not yet match point, JJ. This is a best of 5 series. Still has a long way to go, but Full Sense being able to overpower, outsmart Onyx Rise in game number 1. And man, that was a close matchup here. I would not deny Onyx did a pretty great job as well, being able to go head to head, especially in team fights. They have a lot in exchange, but everything boiled down into that Kyogre fight. That immense regenerative HP that the Kyogre can offer would really provide a lot of impact as well in the future fights that's about to break through after getting the buff. And it's just Full Sense getting the better last hit. Again, they have Mew, they still have other Pokemons that could go for the last hits. There's just too many options for them. They have the Fire Blast, they have Flamethrower up the Mega Charizard Y, they have this Ceruledge with its Unite move, maybe Hydro Pump could get it as well. And then, despite Mugza not having the best result for the Hydro Typhoon, it's just too much for Onyx Rise to handle, simply because of the Psyduck being able to support the team as well.
Right, and there you go. I mean, man, Full Sense is just definitely on a roll right now. Not only on a roll, but on a different level altogether. Again, it's Onyx Rise might have the lead in terms of level for the most part, but in terms of what do you call this? In terms of the team fights and the strategies, definitely Full Sense is on the rise, dude. Like, they are on the they are on the advantage.
Man, this is a team that just came out, had a slow start indeed in the ACL, but look at where they at. 2 wins away to be the champions, to be the crowned ACL champions for C-League, but hey, it's not yet done. Best of 5. Onyx what can they do? What is something that they have in return up against Full Sense? Because I personally think there's nothing wrong with their draft. I mean, I'm taking a look at the draft once again. They have Mega Mewtwo Y, the Vaporeon, the Mimikyu, Blaziken, and the Mega Lucario. I think that they have overbanned the Gyarados. I mean, it's really quite understandable because I do personally think that they're not trying to run the Gyarados, but I think maybe if the Gyarados is actually present instead of the Lucario, I think that would somewhat shake things up at the side of Full Sense, knowing that this Mega Gyarados can actually cut down the attacking prowess with its ability Intimidate.
No, yeah, I mean, one of the reasons as to why it's always getting choose as well. But then again, do they really need it as of the moment? I mean, because with how, with what they have been using right now, I mean, it already worked. So why need to change it? But I mean, at the same time, obviously, Onyx Rise here is one of the teams, as I mentioned, one of the teams that is really adaptable into any situation. So definitely they would need to change, but I guess that's the advantage of winning first game, is that you have, more time, more breathing room to readjust against the others. So if Onyx Rise is going to change things up, then might as well Full Sense.
Yeah, I do agree on that one, JJ, and definitely for sure we may not see the changes here heading towards game number 2, but of course both teams are looking pretty great. It's literally anyone's game up until this point, a 50-50, but Full Sense always having the better end of the game, better execution at the end of the day, and this is just making them so strong, being able to adapt as well. So both teams are very much adaptable up until this point, JJ, and it's just a matter of fact adjusting on what's currently happening in the game itself. It's not about the trap anymore. It's not about what they know in the team. It's about what's happening in the game and what actions they should take real time.
No, yeah, and I'm just excited to see what's going to happen in game number 2. Again, Onyx Rise, everyone has been looking forward to it. A lot of the casters have been choosing as predicted Onyx Rise to have won. I am one of those casters that have predicted Onyx Rise to have to win, but like with Full Sense, essentially climbing up the ladder is not one of the is not in my bingo card that to happen. So really, I don't know what's going to happen now, and I'm just excited to see what's going to be the name of the game here for this match.
And there we have it. The adjustment has been made. Onyx decides to go on the purple side. But for the bans, it's still the same for now. Full Sense decides to take away the Mega Charizard. Why? Because they're not going to be the ones who take the first pick. So it's pretty quite understandable because Onyx Rise might actually get it. They have the first pick advantage, so might as well take it away in the picture because they know how to run multiple amount of lineups. But for Onyx Rise though, we are seeing still the same bans with that Gyarados taken away. If they take away Mega Gyarados as well, then I do think that there's a high chance that Onyx Rise might run the same composition.
No, yeah, I mean, oh man, if they're gonna run the same composition, then if Full Sense definitely not gonna give away the Mega Charizard Y. It just makes sense really because again, it's one of the strongest, I'd say, right now into that of the game. But man, what's gonna be the action plan here for Onyx Rise? No more Gyarados. Any of the Gyarados is not going to be into this game. Just like earlier, it is Onyx Rise that banned, actually same bans, same bans as earlier, except for Full Sense replacing the Dodrio with that of the Mega Charizard Y. And this is actually very understandable as well to ban out the Leafeon, because that is not just a random ban, but rather a respect ban into Onyx Rise.
Yeah, because we all know how prominent Onyx Rise, how powerful they are with the Leafeon, and knowing that Full Sense does run the Mew, I think personally that Leafeon is one of the speedsters and Pokemons in the game that could really handle those backline attacking prowess with its mobility with the Leaf Blade or aerially. So pretty much understandable. But here we go. Onyx decides to change a little bit of things. They decided to go for Ceruledge right now as one of the replacements of the all-rounder, while Psyduck will be taken away from Full Sense, and same thing with the Vaporeon. So there was actually a trade in terms of Pokemons, but just goes to show around that maybe this is still the same concept, at least for... Actually, never mind. It's not the same concept. Maybe they are exchanging the concept, since the lineup for Full Sense is very much identical to the lineup of Onyx a while ago.
I mean, they changed a bit. I mean, it's more of a... They have been switching Pokemon with each other, you know? It's quite similar, but at the same time not. I mean, I guess it's the same composition. There we go. It's the same composition, okay? It's the same composition, but just with switched out Pokemon. Because again, what do you have? Like Lucario, you know, Mega Lucario was on the side of Onyx Rise. It's the Ceruledge into the side of Full Sense earlier and all that, you know. So it's just the same composition altogether. It's just that really they are exchanging some Pokemon. I guess the main difference here is that there is the Lapras, you know, for Onyx instead of the Vaporeon.
I mean, Lapras has been doing great so far, despite being a not frequently picked Pokemon. But you know, the amount of sustained, you know, the Bubble Beams, and of course the Lapras Express has been doing a lot of things when it comes to contribution, especially at the hands of Onyx. And together with a Psyduck, I definitely see a potential here for Onyx being able to give Full Sense a tough time. But at the other side as well, Full Sense having access to Blastoise with its attacking prowess, with its setup, definitely the trade-offs will be very difficult. So I think, personally, SGC would have to play a huge role in shutting down Zook so that they can properly set this one up.
I totally agree. And right now, if you do type in Unite in the comments, you will have a chance to get the gift set of a jersey, cap, and towel, which, please don't check the comments. I am not there. Going into the game, yeah, Onyx Rise and Full Sense, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Let's have a champion time.
Whoever gets to be the champion will bank in a lot of cash here, JJ. But I think Onyx wants a trade in the game, as they're giving our gods a really tough time at the top lane.
Oh wow, here we go. It's I like the fact that both of them are just, you know, being on an even playing field right now, making sure that nobody dominates the other. Sure, Full Sense may have been able to put down 2 points, but that's really nothing. Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
But at least Illuna is now on what do you call this? At least Illuna is now on Psyduck. Sorry, no, they are now a Zoe on Psyduck. You know, one of their strengths.
And you know, Psyduck has been one of the supporters that, despite the adjustments when it comes to the cooldown reduction and damage department, it is still a great Pokemon because of its kit to actually put up a hindrance. And we are seeing it quite very effective. Home was actually pushed back immediately to its goal zone in order to defend it, despite having the Hydro Pump access. But Marcot S would have the charge in, but quite unfortunate as they got taken down by Onyx in the picture.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. 41-19 Onyx Rise right now. You know, not too much of a lead, but a lead nonetheless. Not only in terms of points, but also in level.
Yes, but the Rage Draco would land here for full sense at the hands of the Mimikyu. This could actually push back the offense of Onyx Rise, and I think they're pushing through their limits. They're going to be taking down Illuna, but hey, there was an exchange in the hands of the Lucario. 1-1. Onyx Rise make sure to take out something once someone was taken out, but Primplup was also taken down by Sunsage to make things even better for full sense.
But that's what we were talking about earlier. Like, Sunsage into that of the Mew is really great. It's like, it's really comparable to Z-Ray. But the main difference is that Sunsage with the Mew is, I'd say, is a more consistent, not as a damage dealer, but rather more consistent objective taker compared to Komi. But in terms of damage dealing, I have to say I have to give it to Komi. But you know, enough of that. We're still here at Onyx Rise and Full Sense, as Onyx Rise is going to be able to take down 4 into the side of Full Sense, now destroying the first zero score goal down bottom.
That is actually an overcap for Onyx Rise, but at the same time, there has been a little bit of a trade at the top lane, but Full Sense wasn't actually able to, or rather Onyx Rise was actually able to destroy the gold zone as well on top. So it wasn't actually a trade, it was actually Onyx Rise maximizing the scoring that they can actually do and making them a powerful team in this matchup. But if you're going to be taking a look at the XP department, you know, it's nothing much of a difference, and I have to say that Full Sense is still a little bit ahead because they were the ones who reached this level faster. But here comes Full Sense once again, trying to push through their limits. They decide to go in for a fight. Mark God S is a bit too low when it comes to HP, but still gets a knockout despite the hindrances. Play With Me actually used, but it did not do anything. What as well suppressed the side, but it is still up and online, making it possible for them to get a KO. It might have diminished the HP, but the jump was not sealed away. Hydro Typhoon being used in order to buy some time. Illumina has to run away, but there is a lot of backup at the hands of Onyx, and Full Sense has to do a reset.
152 to 128 with 10 seconds left before we see the top, the Reggie top going to spawn, and Full Sense need to buy a little bit of time here if they do want to take this up for themselves, but they're gonna get outnumbered here with 5-3, and just like that, Onyx Rise is gonna be able to secure that Reggie Eyes for themselves and gonna be able to take down the Vaporeon along with it.
Yes, but in exchange, Full Sense as well does get the Regieleki to put some pressure all the way into the bottom path, and that is actually additional 20 points in the bank for themselves, making it possible for them to somehow equalize the major objective. But I do believe that that will be the last. I think they would steal the third part of the Reggie, but it's not really ideal to get it anymore unless it is a very important buff, just like a Registeel, which would definitely help them later on. But Full Sense was able to come up with a plan in order to take the lead in the score department.
Oh yeah, and here you have it as well. 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, ladies and gentlemen, and all trades alike. That is going to be the Mega Lucario going down into the hands of Onyx Rise. That's going to be 1 down right now. 208 is going to be the score here for Full Sense. They have the lead. There goes the Hydro Typhoon. Not going to do a lot here, though. Here comes the Surf as well. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Full Sense. And is it going to be enough, though? That is not enough for you to be able to live for right now. Going back into that of the Pokemon Center. That's going to be 4 down into the side of Full Sense, as Onyx Rise only has 1 casualty, and that is the Empoleon. And that's going to be another Lucario KO into the side of Onyx Rise. And ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, Heroes Rising for Onyx Rise, going beyond Plus Ultra.
And that made it possible for them to finally get the advantage at the XP department. A while ago, there was a multiple exchanges, but right now, I'd have to say that this is a very stable number for them because they have the XP advantage. Major objectives will spawn immediately, and definitely this is very important. Regice, though, is going to be the last objective in top. It's not that much, but they need to sustain because they have an attacker in the backline.
And there's also the Reggie Ilecki down bottom, so if they do so choose to take that one up, they can force the other to do an option select. However, nobody's going to go for that and instead try to reposition themselves into that of the Kyogre. Immediately at 10 seconds left before it spawns, we are going to be starting off with our team fight.
Everyone is facing up front. They want to go in for the fight. Infinite Cyber has been used already, and Mark got S pitch all the way into the middle.
Lucario down!
Able to lift up 3 members of Onyx Rise, but Full Sense is already missing one Pokemon. Mewtwo Y is actually present in the fight. Here comes Scorpion!
Oh, that's what I'm talking about! Sunsage!
Quite enough!
Sunsage!
It's not
oh
done,
my
JJ.
goodness!
It's not
That
yet
is
done.
what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. If you're talking about the view, the taste, and the objective, Sunsage is your man. You know, and just like that, 300 is going to be the score right now as Full Sense has been able to take down that Kyogre. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. Now putting in another hundo here, coming in from Nariza.
Not yet done, JJ. But that was quite a great secure coming in from Sunsage. They just need to defend this. They know that they are on the lead after 10 seconds. And it is crystal clear because of the goal zones that they have actually taken down.
Man, Sunsage has been the MVP of the game, of the team since earlier, I have to say. And, oh man, 50 more seconds left into the game. Full Sense needs to defend because look at how much score is going down right there, down bottom. We might not be able to see it off cam right now, but look at those scores, 48, 47, and I think another one is at 50 as well. Yeah, the Empoleon is at 50. They need to defend this well. Hong trying to buy some time right now. Both of them at 50. Are they going to be able to put it in? I don't. Oh, blaming me. But there's the burn. There's the burn. Unfortunate for them. They were able to buy some time, but the burn did not allow them to score in.
But still, they have the lead,
30,
JJ.
30 down. 30 down.
Uh-oh. 77 is what they need. Actually, 79 because that would just be able to make it into time. Oh, that's a
100!
That's 100!
Oh
Yo!
no! What happened? Wait. Did they?
I think they just did. They just did, JJ. They just did.
Oh, snap! Oh, snap!
They stole it away that hard. Zoe with a hundo clutch.
Full Sense fumbled that last moment. You know, that's what I'm talking about, right? They knew for a fact that they were getting outnumbered down bottom. They know that they have a lot of points. They were able to see that information that they have a lot of points. Now, they could have fallen back. You know, maybe Hong. There's 2 Pokemon, right? There's 2 players. One could have went back, helped down, defend. But unfortunately, that was not the play of Full Sense. They wanted to be aggressive. They were a little bit too complacent of having the lead. And unfortunately, it backfired against them. And now, with only a handful of Pokemon defending the score goal, especially on cooldown into the moves, they couldn't defend it.
Yeah.
Putting down a hundo coming in from Zoe.
That was a huge risk. It seems like we are taking a look at the double-edged sword we're in. It would be great if you manage to make it work, but if you don't, it would backfire to you, and that is what happened to Full Sense in the very last moment in the fight. Last 10 seconds probably, because the timer wasn't really present already, and that is going to take a lot when it comes to the mental fortitude of Full Sense. You know, they were 1 win away from being the champions, and Onyx Rise just snuck in, steals it away from them because there was 100. There was 100 points, man.
It was Full Sense's game. It was Sense's game. I cannot stress that enough. It was their game. and they were too complacent of the fact that they were in the lead and that they were able to take the Kyogre. Unfortunately for them, it was not the end of the match. They still had some time. Oh wow, I am speechless right now.
Man,
it was their game, dude. It was their game. So that's what I'm talking about. They had only 2 defenders. Look, only 2 defenders.
There's just too many. Here's the thing, man. I do not know what's running in the minds of Full Sense, but the fact that they actually saw that they were leading, just barely looking at the goal zones actually signifies that you are on the lead, man. Just imagine. You have wiped out the tier 1 and tier 2 goal zone from both lanes, and you still have some goal zones in your respective lane. That is enough signal for you to retreat back, go over the defense, maybe sacrifice one goal zone, and just focus on the other one. Tough, man.
Dude, like, it's tough luck, bro. Like, it was their game.
Man, almost. And this is going to be a very huge statement, and I would say it's a statement, but a very huge impact towards this best of 5 series. Would this boost the morale of Full Sense, or would this backfire, or maybe even lose their motivation to move forward into this best of 5 series?
Yeah, it's I just want to go back to what actually happened. They were able to take down Sunsage. I think the last KO is on Psyduck on Zoe, stealing away the Kyogre buff, allowing it to score quicker. Oh man, that was huge. That was really huge. And now we are down, since we are now at the 1-1 right now for both of the teams. We are now at our very last best of 3 of the entire day. So both of them 1-1 right now in a total of best of 5. But since both of them are 1-1, it's now down to the first team to get 2 points.
Man, I cannot wait for the next one. I'm really curious on what's about to happen, since definitely for sure for Onyx, that would boost their morale. That would give them a lot of confidence here, JJ. But what about Full Sense? They were so close, you know. Some might think that, oh yeah, Full Sense is going to be hungry, that's for sure. But what if that actually dragged them down, which is actually a possibility, especially if you know that you could have won that if you didn't do this specific thing.
No, yeah, I mean, that is what I've been talking about, dude. Like, it's definitely gonna haunt them tonight.
Yeah,
it's gonna haunt them like the Darkrai game's nightmares. But like, there's still a best of 3.
Yeah,
there's still a way for them to get back up. They just need to shake the feeling off and then bounce back. You know, that's essentially the game. I mean, that's why there's like a best of 5. It's a way for you to still catch up. So I mean, you still have like 1 leeway, but like that is going to be crucial. You want to be ahead in terms of points. So if there's anything that Full Sense needs to do for them to win, at the very least, is that they have to lock in, dude. They have to lock in. But I'm still, you know, I'm not backing out of my prediction. I still think, you know, Onyx is gonna do it. But with the performance of Full Sense right now, as long as they don't get complacent, I think they have a pretty good chance of winning the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to adapt as well, whoever their opponent is. But here's the thing, like, you know, we've been repeating the mental fortitude now, but I do believe that, you know, Full Sense could actually shake this thing off. Just ignore the fact that they did an error a while ago. Just have to replan what's coming up next, and I do believe they have something, because they decided to go to the purple side once again, get the first pick, and I do believe that they will leave the Mega Charizard wide open for now.
Yeah, I mean, especially that now they are currently at the first pick side. Unless Onyx Rise bans it, then for sure they're going to go in for the Mega Charizard Y. Considering that on game number 1, they went for it. First pick, priority.
Dodrio was banned. Okay, and of course Talonflame. So they have access to Mega Charizard Y already, which I do believe that Full Sense might actually take this opportunity. And there we have it.
There you go. We might be able to see the same set of what do you call this? The same set of Pokemon as game number 1. But yeah, that was the Psyduck apparently in on the side of Full Sense.
So if we're gonna take a look at the draft during game 1, so Blastoise, Psyduck. So Psyduck is not. It's taken away already. Mewtwo Y, on the other hand, it came from Onix during game 1, and I think that is the response after that Psyduck getting taken away.
Yeah, but you know, it doesn't really mean that they cannot do the same composition as earlier. But with the Psyduck and now the Ceruledge into the set of Onix, they need to change things up. But for sure, Mew is still going to be up into the side of Full Sense.
No, man.
Yeah?
They have the Mewtwo Y. They have the Mewtwo Y. They're running the Mewtwo combo.
That's true. So they have 4 Mega Evolution Pokemon into the side of Full Sense. We have the Mega Charizard Y, the Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo Y, the Mega Mewtwo X, and the Mega Lucario. And of course, they do have the Bruiser at the, tank carry core Blastoise, your favorite Pokemon.
Yeah. And a Miraidon.
And a Miraidon is his answer. I think the biggest thing here is how Onix is going to be able to utilize EXQ with the what do you call this? With the Miraidon. Mainly because most into the side of Full Sense are mid-range attackers and frontliners.
But here's the thing, that Miraidon is going to be a Charge Beam Miraidon because I don't see the full heal, so it's not going to be the Electro Drift. And knowing that this would be a backline Miraidon, I think that the Mimikyu would play a huge role again. I mean, it always does, but you know what I'm saying is that they need a lockdown in order to maximize the range of the Charge Beam, because it's like what you pointed out, everyone from Full Sense is mid-range. So definitely there might be a certain distance wherein the Charge Beam could not reach them. So that would be really critical for Axew. But hey, we're talking about Axew, man. He runs an attacker that wants to get in close, gets in touch. So, never doubt this man, my guy.
That is for sure. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, Full Sense and Onix, game number 3. Let's have a champion time.
Champion
my
time.
voice.
Man.
I fumbled. I fumbled.
We can do that again in game number 4. But of course, congratulations to our milestone giveaway winner for getting the jersey, cap, and towel. Make sure to scan the QR code and get your winnings. And, luckily it's not I'm JJ Kun, you know what I'm saying. But hey, we're going back into the game. I'm just saying that thankfully it's not JJ winning again the jerseys, you know what I'm saying?
You know that meme, it should have been me. It should have been me.
It's not you. It's not your lucky day, JJ. But maybe we have. Man, don't lose hope. We might have something still in the winter tournament next week. We're not sure.
But hey, look, man. It's congratulations to Chai's 3094. Is that how you say it? Or Chai Eyes? Chai? I'll say Chai's 3094. Make sure you scan the QR code, and you'll be able to, redeem your prize for the milestone giveaway. With that being said, though, Squirtle is going to be taken out here into the side of Full Sense. Onix rising up once again.
And this is actually great for Onyx Rise. You know, they were able to maintain what their gameplay was during the first 2 games, and I think that is going to drag down Full Sense by a bit. But hey, still 2 minutes into the game, a lot of things can still happen, and knowing Full Sense, they're quick to adapt on whatever the situation is. That is one of the biggest strengths that this team has.
There you go. Let's find out though how this 4 mega would tell them, hey, we don't really need some mega Pokemon for us to win, you know, that's only you guys go for it, you know what I mean? But with that being said, 14-61. Onyx Rise currently in the lead in terms of the score and the XP. But how about the team attack? Sorry, the team fight department. We'll find out in just a bit. Look at that market. It's going to be taken out right there. Notice that as well. Currently down low. No access to Mega Evolutions yet for both of the teams. Neither is Full Sense going to be able to have access to it just yet. And that's going to be another one that's going to be a War Turtle down into the side of Full Sense.
JJ, are you seeing what I am seeing? A level 9 Mimikyu. This is so good, so huge for Onyx Rise. They could actually take over the game if they want to right now because everything is going into their favor. But Registeel would go at the hands of Full Sense. But I think Onyx Rise will try to force things out and take a knockout. Hog is actually down. Trick Room plus the Shadow Claws are landing for Cell. And that would give them an opportunity to score some goals at the bottom lane.
Here you go, 150-14. Onyx Rise is now awakened, and they are now ready for any threat. I mean, this is why they are one of the consistent teams, one of the strongest teams, one of the most adaptable teams in the league. We are seeing it live on action, writing history. Onyx Rise is demolishing Full Sense in the early game into going to the mid game. 14-180 is going to be the score of the game.
And this is a huge morale, just like what I've been talking about a while ago, JJ. And I think Full Sense is somehow being dragged down when it comes to the mental fortitude after that loss in Game 2 because we haven't seen the adjustment yet and we're already headed towards the mid-game, which is not a good sign because if they keep this kind of gameplay, if adjustments were not being made until this point, they will be behind and be behind all the time of the duration of game number 3.
Oh, for sure. Now, at almost 5-minute mark of the game, Full Sense is, well, trying to regain its footing, really. They have to, you know? Because the thing is, they're just going to have to rely on the Kyogre in just a bit, which is going to be quite a huge one. Especially with how much of a lead Onyx Rise already has right now.
And here we go. Cell decides to put some pressure with the Trick Room. And I actually love the decision as well from Onyx Rise not destroying the gold zone at the bottom lane so that the side lanes for Pokemon won't appear. But here comes Infinite Cyber coming in for a Full Sense. And that will be enough for them to take the objective, but they're not quite done. As he wants to go in for the chaos, they took down the Vaporeon. Hydro Typhoon not going to be hitting someone. Actually does hit someone, but the play with Lee is quite efficient here coming in from Corey. That goes to Gobble KO, but they are looking for more. Full Sense has something in return. Well, more of them are backing away, and they know the threat of Cell might be present anytime soon.
That's a 2-4-1 trade in favor of Onyx Rise. Only, only the side that was able to go down into the side of Onyx, and definitely taking out 2 Megas into the side of Full Sense is a huge relief into that of Onyx Rise. Again, they don't really need the Mega Evolution Pokemon. They don't want no Gyarados, banning both the Gyarados and the Mega Gyarados. The Mega Stone really is what they banned, and the Keystone. And from there on out, you know, the Mega Bangle, and they're still winning. You know, they don't need no Megas.
Really, yeah, man. Here we go. Regieleki Gonna be putting a lot of pressure every time for Full Sense. They're just being, they're just being dumped down by a huge amount of pressure by Onyx Rise. Level 13 Mimikyu and Cerulege compared to the level 11s of Full Sense, which is the higher level Pokemon in their team. I don't think this is quite enough for them to go on equal footing up against Onyx Rise, especially...
No, I don't think so.
Especially, man, 30 seconds, 25 seconds actually, there will be another Reggie at the bottom lane. And if this is going to be a Regirock or a Registeel, this is too much for Full Sense to handle.
No, that is true. I mean, even if it's a Regice, it's still gonna be enough. It's still gonna be a lot, mainly because of the fact that it provides still some XP, some form of buff, and even the thing is, even if they don't have buff, Onyx Rise is already too strong right now at this point of the game against that of Full Sense, and getting any sort of buff is just going to make sure that they have more advantage against a Full Sense. But right now, in just 20 more seconds, we're going to be able to see how much they're going to be able to go on foot, to go fair against that of Onyx Rise.
And right now, they're going to be testing down the tall grasses here, JJ. Final stretch has commenced already. What will Full Sense do? They know the position of Onyx Rise. It's just they're waiting for an opportunity to go into the fight. They know the threat of the tall grass. That's why they decided to go in for the serve. Hydro Typhoon is not yet casted, but the Aura Cannon does. There goes Full Sense one by one going in. Decides to go for the Mega Evolution. There goes the Big Fire Blast, being able to deploy it inside the Kyogre Spit, and multiple United moves are active, taking it into the fight. Full Sense actually does get it. Mega Charizard Y flying in the colors, but it's not yet done. Onyx Rise is still alive. They're still up. They have 3 members left, but I think what they're planning to do is to outscore Full Sense and put a pressure against them.
Oh, look at that, though. Excuse me, they might have been able to put down some scores, but Onyx Rise answers back with a score of their own. 334 to 364 is going to be the name of the game here. And remember, this is what happened earlier. The same thing's going to happen once again. They cannot be complacent anymore, or the history will repeat itself. Now, Onyx Rise does have the Mimikyu at 50 points. They can always sneak in whenever they want. There's also the Vaporeon net right now taking in 27, scoring in. It can go down even 44. Oh, now 44.
It could be 50.
50. They're just waiting for the signal, waiting for. Okay, never mind. There goes the Mewtwo going down, going back. Oh my goodness, they took so much time at the moment, but at least they're gonna be able to buy some time for the Mimikyu.
Another 50.
For the Mimikyu to put a hundo down. Sunsage is on an option select whether to go in for the Vaporeon or the Mimikyu, and just another hundo for Onyx Rise. Another 84 up top for Full Sense.
100! There's another 100! Full Sense! There was 100!
Not on the action. We need to see the action. Oh my goodness. Full Sense is one game away from winning the playoffs.
Man, that was, SCG, SGC, despite not making the 100 points, it's still a win for them regardless. But man, being able to clutch that 100 points was just a go signal that, hey, we're winning this. No cap. Like they don't need to get a jump scare and, just pray to RCs that they got the win. That was the securing point for Full Sense. It could have been the series if they didn't drop game number 2. But despite the struggle, despite them being behind a while ago, they were able to make sure to get it at the end of the day. They did not have they did not have all the resources that they need. They did not have the best outcome into the Kyogre fight, but still managed to get the win.
Look, man. all I can say is all props to Onyx Rise, mainly because they made Full Sense struggle despite having 4 megas and one really strong meta defining bruiser. That is the Blastoise as of the moment in this patch, right? Despite having all those, they still make them struggle for the victory. Onyx Rise didn't need all those.
Man, look at that. Too much control as well from Full Sense. Even though they do not have the best last hit, JJ, they have a lot of AoEs coming from that Mega Charizard Y with the Flamethrower, with the Fire Blast, and with the Mega Evolution draw. You know, it just makes everything shaky. You might have thought, if you're at the hands of Onyx, you might have thought that this is going to be the last hit. I'm sure of it, but no, that one tiny bit of an HP, and with that Flamethrower and Fire Blast being available, just was enough for them to take the objective.
No, yeah, that is for sure. And oh man, it's it was so close, man. It's so close. And the thing is, okay, full disclosure, I have the YouTube stream up on my different monitor, okay? I can see the comments, and I wanted to tell them, you know, obviously I'm not gonna do it. I want to tell them that, hey, look, man, this is how crazy it gets, and we are ahead. We are from the future, okay? We are from the future. I know what happens ahead of time.
We know, man.
It's so intense. Seeing everyone's reaction in real time, it's just phenomenal, dude.
Absolutely, man. We cannot ask for more Pokemon Unite action. And JJ, we're not yet done. We're heading to game number 4, and I do believe that we will get more intense matchup between these two teams. You know, Full Sense, all they need is one win here, and they take the champion crown. But Onyx Rise, for sure, they will not go home without a big fight, knowing that they're the top-seeded team in this matchup.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Onyx Rise, you know? It's like half the casters today, different languages, Indonesia, Korea,
Thailand,
Thai. Do we have Taiwanese stream? We do have Taiwanese stream, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
I think we do have.
And then English stream. And then all of them, well, half of them, okay? Half of them went in and voted for Onyx Rise. You know, predicted Onyx Rise to win. And then there's like 4 more, I believe 4 more.
Yeah, for T1.
For T1.
And one Nemesis.
Well, that's
yeah,
over.
You know what I'm saying.
There's one guy that went in for a Nemesis. I'm not gonna name him, but you know, it's this guy. I'm not gonna name him, but like the 5 of them, the rest of the 5 is shaking right now.
Yeah,
all because of Full Sense. And it's gonna be interesting to see how, hey, caster, almost every caster have, okay, you know what, we've observed this, we've analyzed the gameplay and all that, and we think that Onyx Rise has the best chance of winning, if not T1.
I actually,
full Sense is like,
wait, JJ, actually, you know what, I'm gonna look at the broadcast of 2025 PUACL C-League and check it. You know, as far as I can remember, if I am remembering this one correctly, no one from ACL 2025 C-League casters predicted the correct champion. That is far by my knowledge, but I'll have to recheck it while we do have the draft, because Miren Sejong was the champion last year. No one expected it because they were the last seeded team. Would this be repeating history?
No, man, I think it's Annalie's fault, man. I think it's Annalie's fault.
Yeah.
So they, you know, Dally might not be predicting right now, but we do know that they are predicting on their own. You know what I mean? Like, hey, has their own analysis and all that.
She
but,
did.
So I'm blaming Danley for this, you know? Shout out to Danley, by the way, one of the casters for English, but I'm blaming you for this. Yeah.
I mean, hear me out. Regarding with Natalie, man, we had a conversation wherein she does truly believe that Full Sense can pull this one off, and just for a matter of fact, she did said that I'm gonna go for Onyx now, and I know that even though I know that Full Sense has a chance, Onyx can win this. Onyx is gonna win this, but. Yo, what's happening right now? Danley, come on, you make the call, and we're not sure what's about to happen, Danley, and
whatever happens is Danley's fault.
Yeah,
you know
whatever happens, whatever happens.
is Danley's fault. So she's not in the call right now. She's not in the podcast right now.
But she's there in the live stream, man. She's there in the live stream.
Oh no, she's gonna hear all that?
Yeah, she's gonna hear all of it. And we'll just receive our DMs later on. Hey, why are you blaming me?
Anyway, going back into the game, ladies and gentlemen, all changed alike. We are now at game number 4 draft. Starting off with Illuna back into the back into Psyduck priority pick, going over into the Mimikyu and the Surledge. And now into Full Sense, they're going to be starting off with the Mega Mewtwo Y. So unsurprisingly, Mega Mewtwo X is not going to be banned, but again, the hook potential of the Mega Mewtwo X is still so great.
Absolutely, man. And I think I have no idea as well why they did not go for the same combo. Maybe they don't want to be read like a book, and Onyx does know how to adjust accordingly. And I do understand that this is not a group stage anymore, and you're at the match point. You want to make sure that you get the best results. So the pivot for Full Sense is to get the Talonflame and the Gyarados, which is actually a great pick. I'd say that because Marcotte S, just go flank with the Fly, take down either Illuna or Zoe. Oh, and actually, this is not Zoe. I think this is this is Axew's Pokemon, but oh no,
Zoe now in view. Sunsage forced into the Crustle because they stole away the Mew.
Oh no.
So
JJ, I'd have to say this one, but for the record, at least for the group stage, man, Hong doesn't have the biggest impact of Crustle player in the group stage, at least. It's playoffs, man. It could be a different story, but just makes me shiver. Just makes me feel worried a bit that it might be a backfire. It might be the same result from way back the group stage, but I believe in them. And that's for sure. They know how to control this Crustle now that they're in the potential last game that they want to do right now. I believe in them.
It's what I can say here is, at the very least, Full Sense already has the lead. Okay, it already has the lead, and what do you call this? It's at least they have some a window of errors if they would be making any errors, but I don't think they should be making any errors, especially they are currently at the tournament point right now. Win one more and they win the entire thing. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, game number 4, Onyx Rise versus Full Sense. Let's have a champion time.
And this might actually be a great defender as well. I just analyze it in depth, like Lapras with the Lapras Express, Cerulege with a potential Phantom Force, and that Rock Tomb can actually block it with a huge amount of area that it could cover. So I personally think that this is a fine pick, knowing that the Snorlax wasn't available a while ago together with a Blastoise. So I heavily agree that this is somewhat of a secondary option instead of trying to go for supporters with heals or sustain or a Mr. Mime.
Yeah, it's now look at this though. It's they're playing quite a different game right now. Full Sense is on the Full Sense on the lead But despite that, Onyx is going to be the one leading in terms of a bit, I guess, in terms of pickoff as of the moment.
Yeah, they've been winning fights at the first minute and 30, but this is not enough to dictate the game. But still, Hong and Sunsage is trying to get all the resources despite the numbers or quantity that Onyx Rise has a while ago at the bottom lane. But SCG S2C has to evolve as fast as possible, and I think Cell wouldn't let that happen as he takes the KO into the Magikarp.
And there you have it, Onyx Rise once again starting off to control the map. With that being said, though, 67 to 27 is going to be the play of the game here. It does have the lead in terms of the level department as well. But it's still too early. Still going to be early.
There goes Fly. Drop down. Successful take here for Mark-God S. But in exchange, 2 knockouts will fall at the palm of Onyx Rise, which is, I heavily agree that it is a worst trade in the objective, and we haven't seen the conversion yet from the Rage of the Rago buff.
Well, there you have it. Another scoring here coming from Onyx Rise. And they're going to be able to answer back into Mark-God S, but that's in the Fly. And they're going to be able to put... Oh, look at the damage. Almost nothing. Coming into Illuna with the Lapras, but look at this right now. Going in for the Rock Tomb into the Fly again. Illuna, almost no damage at all. Almost. But then again, they're going to be able to survive another day. Reducing the casual... never mind, that's going to be 2 KO. Don't make a 3 KO, right? Wow. I was about to say, they are trying to reduce the risk, the number of casualties in the team fight. But unfortunately, they were not able to stop anything. There was 4 KO down the line coming in from that full sense, and man, they are trying to get back up and trying to win this tournament point.
Absolutely, man. That was a close call here. But at the same time, you gotta love the defense of Illuna here, JJ. Almost no damage from the drop down off the Fly. And I do believe it is because of the Rocky helmet that the Lapras actually have as its held item. So for, those who are very new into Pokemon Unite, if you do not know what the effect of the Rocky helmet is, it gives HP and defense, and upon receiving damage, it would knock back the damage that it does have.
Yep.
So, man, that's a lot to handle.
You reflect that. At least I believe it's once every 6 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. But I think it's like what, 20%, and once every 6 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, for Rocky Helmet. Correct me if I'm wrong though. But with that being said though, 87 to 128. Full Sense currently in the lead right now for for the level, and in terms of the XP as well.
Oh, Play With Me comes in, gets cancelled immediately. Hong tries to go for the X-Scissor, buying a lot of time. Ear is almost taken out in the picture, but he's still alive! And he goes for the Shadow Seeker to play once again. Notice that it was able to take him down with a Hydro Pump, but Cell is trying to chase for the KO. But notice that is still up because of the Aqua Ring, and that made it possible for Onyx Rise, or for Full Sense rather, to defend the goal zone at the bottom lane.
That's actually quite beautiful. Eeyore calling in an ambulance. Not for me. It was for Hong. For the Crustle. Oh man, 108 to 202. Leading in terms of XP currently is on to 410. Gonna be able to, gonna be able to take down the Serial Edge as well. Here comes the Red Shark, almost gonna be taken out here by Full Sense.
Oh no! It got stolen. And the full power Sai has actually been casted as well by Zoe. Solar Beam, on the other hand, gets to take a KO, and SCG SGC is trying to back away. That's going to be 4. Eeyore doing the work, doing it all for Onyx. And Zoe with a great support with the full power Sai a while ago.
Shadow Sneak!
And they push Hong to use the Rubble Rouser that was a Unite move expended. I mean, they could recharge it for 2 minutes before the final stretch.
Not only were they able to take in the Reggie top, but they're also able to take down the Reggie bottom. And now the Reggie Lecky is pushing down into the second tier score goal.
But hey, Full Sense still would win the game if this is going to be the final score, since they were able to reach the 202 points first before Onyx Rise. But we still have 320. There's a lot of things that could happen. Another objective would probably spawn at top lane, but it has to be a full of defense gameplay from now. Have to take every resources and prepare for the final fight. But Sun Sage cannot teleport back to the base as Onyx Rise finally takes the lead in points.
Yo, Zoe's hook right there made sure that they're not going to go anywhere. And just like that, Zoe once again pulls in. Hey, you know what? I love you, man. Come with me. Let's hug like brothers. And just like that, Onyx Rise is able to take down 2. That is not only the Mewtwo, but also the Talonflame, but also the third one is going to be the Crustle. Now 40 seconds left before the Kyogre comes in.
There's going to be a lot, man. Still have time to get the objective at top, and if this is going to be a Registeel. Registeel? Is it going to be? It is! Oh no!
The score!
This is big!
Oh wow! Onyx Rise secures the Registeel for themselves, and I think this is going to be the team fight of the century. There you go, Talonflame down, Mega Mewtwo is down as well. Are we going to be able to see one more Vaporeon trying to get away? Nautiza going to be able to get away? Yes, they will. SGC is trying to get away as well. Does have access to its Unite move. Dragon Current with the Mega Evolution, trying to save it up, buying some time for everyone else to get in before they commit. But
there we
as
go.
they do it, almost KO'd. That is going to be the Gyarados, but 2 is going to be down to the side of Full Sense. It's going to be 3, no, make the 4, and the Talonflame is up left, but unfortunately not going to be able to steal away the Kyogre, and just like that, Onyx Rise has risen up once again. Heroes rising beyond plus Ultra, and now putting down the scores. We might possibly see a 2-2. We might be able to get into game number 5 right now if Full Sense is not going to be able to have an answer back against Onyx Rise.
And that's definitely for sure, JJ. Despite the lead just being over 100, they still have the buffs. They still have the AO's energies on their pockets, ready to score anytime. And this is going to be a mind games. Onyx Rise is going to manipulate the position of Full Sense, making them forced to knock in some goals in order for some of their members to freely score as well.
Oh man, for everyone who's watching, I know you guys are late, but it's going really well for Onyx Rise right now. But as I say that, 72 right now for Full Sense.
He's doing the work. He gets taken down.
Oh, wow. They're still defending, but they still do need 100 points, but never mind. It is going to be Ear putting down another 100. And of course, the Lapras is 2. That is going to be Illuna. And another one from Zoe. Another 300. Another more points here for Onyx Rise. We are now heading into the grand finals of the game. Onyx Rise, Full Sense 2-2 is going to be the score of the game. Game number 4.
From best of 5 to best of 3 to best of 1. That is the name. That is the story of the matchup between Onyx Rise and Full Sense. Almost a close call here, but man, the way Onyx Rise controlled the game in game number 4 is a whole different level compared to the past 3 games that we've witnessed. It was crystal clear. They were winning team fights, they were winning trade-offs, they were winning objectives and everything. And at the same time, they got a Registeel buff right before the Kyogre appeared at the fray. So that gave them an edge as well. You know, being an aggressive team, having a firepower team in terms of damage department, and increased immediately by the Registeel buff. That was just phenomenal, man. And it could just shred down to the defense of Full Sense, which actually did happen. Hong did his job, did his best to defend the top tier goal zone, which is, by using the Axe Scissor, using the Rock Tomb, but, his HP was shredded down eventually. He did his best. Notice as well that there's just too good offense and HP regen at the side of Onyx Rise, which make it, really tough break for Full Sense. They were able to snuck in 72 points, I do believe, even though they snuck in that point, and defend things out, it's still not enough for them to catch up.
Oh man, all I can think of right now is I think I'm losing my voice.
You are, I think.
That was intense, dude. That was intense. And it was actually quite if you're a Rise fan, right? If you're an Onyx Rise fan, you that match, especially the early game, it was very scary.
Yeah.
It was very scary to say the least. And I don't know, man. We're going to game 5.
Woo.
Exactly.
Man. And I have a lot of things to say, but man, the emotions, just despite being on the desk, there's a lot of things that Full Sense could work out. They can be better at the 5th game and just steal this game away from Onyx. But Onyx, being able to adjust accordingly just goes to show that they are really the strongest team here in the tournament by far, and that might change after the results of game number 5.
So here you go. With that game number 4, I have to be honest, I kind of remembered why I'm doing this in the first place. It's because of matches like that. It's making me feel things. It's making everyone feel things. It's making you feel things.
Yeah.
And the excitement around, these high-level competition is just, I don't know, exhilarating to say the least. And now that we are heading into game number 5, honestly, at this point, it doesn't matter who we predicted. I think we are all, as audiences as well, are satisfied with what had just happened. And obviously, we still have some teams that we are cheering on, but at the same time, I think everyone would be satisfied regardless of what happens at this point forward.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of great matches. It started with a kickoff with Made in Thailand versus FNE Sports. Game 3 right off the bat. We saw a mini Cinderella run of Team Nemesis, but gets shut down immediately by the rival esports. And then here comes Full Sense doing the same thing. Doing the same thing as what Team Nemesis tried to do, but the difference is Full Sense is at the very grand finals, JJ.
Now, here's the thing. Before we do talk about game number 5, I'd like to give a shout out to Danny. Danny, this is your time. We are from the future. We know what's going to happen, but you have to decide. You have to predict in the comments. We'll be reading it, along with the other viewers. Who's going to win this match? Full Sense or Onyx Rise? The result is up to you, Danny.
Danny, I know you're watching. Come on, share your thoughts. We want to know.
So, anyway, we're gonna see that later. Okay, we're gonna see that later. Onto the comments. But for now, heading into the game, Full Sense starting off their bans with the Snorlax, the Dodrio, and Leafeon. Into the side of Onyx Rise, they don't want to give the priority pick Mega Charizard Y into Full Sense, the Mega Lucario, and of course that of the Mega Gyarados. Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, and Mega Charizard Y rather. But with this case, you might be able to see the first set of picks as well for Full Sense, with the exception, of course, of the Mega Charizard Y. But Onyx Rise might need to lock in right now. That's why they're going to be gunning in for that Vaporeon and the Blastoise double defender.
And I think this would actually force, once again, Hong to use the Crustle by far, based on my knowledge, since this is the Pokemon pool that he has been using for quite some time. It's Blastoise, Vaporeon, Snorlax, and the Crustle. So there's a high chance this is going to be a Crustle defender, and I think that Onyx is trying their best to narrow down the option of Hong. Lock it in, Eeyore! Lock it in!
Buzzwole!
Lock it in!
Okay, look,
Okay.
they're not. Okay. We got excited a little bit. Yeah, we got excited a little bit. I thought they were gonna lock in. You know, I thought they were gonna go in for the nostalgia, but you know they're here to lock in. They want to secure the win, going back to what's working out thus far for them. But right now though, full sense. Still Sunsage going back into that of the Mew. A very beautiful Mew, by the way. One of the best Mews in the league as of the moment. But Hong is not giving up the Crustle.
Oh no. This is going to be tough. If they lock in that Lapras, there's
People
just
support.
It's not about that, man. There's too much to handle for full sense. That's a huge amount of defense, man.
Okay, look, man. I understand this comp as of the moment. The only tank that's going to be an actual tank plus mobility is going to be Lapras. That's all it's going to do. The Vaporeon, it's not going to act as a tank. It's going to act as a support.
Yeah.
That is going to be their healer, their sustain. And then of course we do have the frontline bruiser that comes in the form of the Blastoise. And then of course there's also Eeyore with that of the Mimikyu that can use Play With Me to stop down Markot Asses with the Talonflame. Cell, on the other hand, is going to be their main source of damage into this composition. However, they need to be wary of Sunsage. The backlane attacker of Full Sentry is also a really great objective taker. Now, perhaps that is where Illuna with the Lapras is going to come in, but at the same time, Eeyore with the Shadow Sneak, that can be also the time for them to go in. You know, that's the I guess that's the options that I can see for them to get into that of Sunsage, at least for the backlane attackers. But as of right now, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, Full Sense versus Onyx Rise. This is it. The culmination of everything for the C League. This is game number 5. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C League, Southeast Asia League 2026 Playoffs Grand Finals. Let's have a champion time.
This is going to be it, JJ. The very last game of C League, not just for today, but to complete everything at the Southeast Asia of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. It's like what JJ said, we will be having a champion time in the Sky Ruins. This is going to determine what's gonna happen, and Illuna is trying to tank everything, making sure that Askew gets everything, gets the resources, gets the XP, and make sure he does get ahead immediately.
It's still currently the calm before the storm. You know, we're still waiting for that big thing to explode, like a volcano. We have to be quiet a little bit right now, while waiting for the right moment to explode and burst up, because that's going to happen, and I think it's going to happen very early on.
I can see Dally from the comments.
See, yeah. Welcome to the future.
I just snuck into my other monitor and I saw Danley out there. But let's just go back into the game and have a champion time as Full Sense is trying to push things up here at the top lane. Markot S a little bit too low when it comes to the HP department, and that would actually knock him out. But there goes multiple scores. Good for SCG SGC to get the stack that he needs with the power weight. But at the same time, there has been a great trade from Onyx Rise being able to take down knockouts as well.
There you go, 60 points right now for Full Sense, 2 minutes into the game. I think that just goes to show how much they were able to go in on score goals. Potentially saying that they have a bit of control right now into the map in the early game. But look at that though, Stell's gonna be able to take down the Gyarados into the side of Full Sense and immediately goes out, disengages, because they know for a fact that they cannot, at least not at this point, overextend and give any resources to Full Sense. And right now, look at that, another KO. That might be a huge one. You know, that is a huge exchange. The objective goes to Full Sense, but at least they were able to take down one. No, now make that two. Here comes the Psyduck going down as well.
And that is going to be a lot of trade and a great exchange from Onyx Rise, making sure that even though they do not get the objective, just like what you've said, they have something in return that would really benefit them a lot. And here's the thing, Full Sense hasn't scored that much compared to Onyx Rise, which is probably they do have the stacking that they already need, because if we're going to be reviewing the itemization, Eeyore, Cell, and Zoe does need to stack up their items. So, you know, having these 147 points, I did not actually count how many times they did score, but for sure, they have around 2 to 3 already.
No, that is quite a great assumption as well, especially that they are currently at 149 points right now. But Fulsa is going to be able to secure, the Regieleki, going to be able to destroy the first score goal up top as well. But with that being said, look at this, Eeyore right now going to get outnumbered. Unfortunately, Zoe wasn't able to get in on time to help them out. But with that being said, though, 99 to 167 is still a lead for Onyx Rise.
Still lead indeed. Trying to push down the limits here. They want to get the KO up against SGC despite them being at the pace. But there goes a Hydro Typhoon and the Surf from Axew, making it possible for them to get the KOs that they have been eyeing in top.
Oh my goodness, that is the score coming in from Onyx Rise, man.
Still more.
Okay. We are having a bit of a moment of silence right now, given the fact that it's going to go out any minute now. You know, there's going to be a 1 KO, very quiet KO into the side of Full Sense. Onyx Rise taking in another objective away from Full Sense. You know, stealing away the orange buff as well.
Oh, there we go. Rotation. Look at the map control from Onyx as well, making sure that they would get every resources. And Full Sense is just scared to go out and advance even further into the map because they know the threat of the attacking prowess that Onyx does have. They know that there is a Mimikyu and a Ceruledge waiting for them at the forest, making it so tough for them to relocate and push things up. That's why they decided to go for the bottom path. And look at Onyx Rise rotating all the way there. And they're going to be pinching everyone down. There goes Harmony X-Laser, plus the Flame Sweep. There goes the Unite Move as well, coming in from Cell. And the Predator Blaze actually does a lot of damage as well. And they were able to take down 3 members. And I think they're about to make it 4. Waterfall to run away is used by SGC, just a way to defend the top lane because that Lecky is marching towards in.
Yo, the control of the map, Onyx Rise, not only do they control the top path, they also control the central area and of course the bottom path as well. Regardless whether or not they are complete together, they were still able to win up against Forces, and they do know when to disengage, when to not overextend, and not give their opponents any form of resources. And that's why, as you have mentioned, Full Sense is kind of scared right now. They're not being careful. They are quite scared to go up, you know, somewhere in the middle of the map. Not crossing that line that Onyx Rise has written down the floor for them to cross through, because they do know that once they cross that half, that the middle part of the map, they're gonna get punished by Onyx Rise.
It's not even the middle, bro. It is too much of a coverage. But here comes Illuna trying to tank everything once again, which I do understand.
Hundo up top. Hundo up top.
Uh-oh.
Oh, not quite yet.
Hong decides to go for the defense, surf back from AXQ, and decides to refresh and get the buffs that actually Full Sense is needing. But here come SCG, SGC, pretty confident with the waterfall Northern skill. But play rough from Eeyore plays it in. Flame Sweep as well coming in from Marcotte as being able to take down the Mimikyu in the picture. But can the 1 minute be enough for him to recharge? The Flame Sweep, especially that Onyx Rise does know that it is not available. They're going to be playing this one very safe and avoid knocking him out.
Actually, I do like what AXQ and Eeyore did at the top path. They really didn't want to score in the 100 points. It's more of a bait to buy them, to buy their team some time, and because of that, they were immediately able to regain control of the map. And just like that, everyone else was able to reposition themselves, as you see right here. Everyone for Onyx Rise is currently at the Kyogre pit, whereas Full Sense is having a hard time right now trying to position themselves to enter said pit.
And they drew the line again, JJ, just like what you've said a while ago. And this is Full Sense. Just scared to step at the pit of Kyogre because this seems to be more like the pit of Onyx Rise, but they don't have any choice. They need to go in as quick as possible. Ong is waiting for an opportunity, but he doesn't seem to see one. There has to be a flank. Talonflame is already waiting at the back line, but the perfect opportunity seems like won't happen anytime soon. AXQ is trying to bait out the fight. He gets pulled down by Noiza. Cell will initiate things all the way into the backline, and that will force things up to start everything. Play with me actually cast it already. You're doing the the claws, and they're going to knock out. And right now they will be starting things off in the Kyogre. SCG, SGC would have to back away using the waterfall. But Hong, he's still up here trying to tag everything. The last hit will definitely land on Price, and they will be pushing everything. Psyduck is the only one left. Nobody's left alone to defend, and this is just too much for him to handle. AXQ takes the last hit in the main objective, in the Kyogre. I was about to say Groudon.
Yeah, I know, it slips through the tongue, right? Like it's the Groudon, the Rayquaza, it just slips through the tongue. And at this point on, I think, especially with how Nordiza, as we mentioned earlier, they have now acknowledged the fact that, hey, Onyx Rise is going to win this thing. Nordiza is not going to be able to defend this. If they wish so themselves, they can just score in, and I don't think they're going to hit each other anymore. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, all change alike. Rise up for Onyx Rise. They are your champions for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C-League 2026.
Man, this is giving me goosebumps. You know, what a games we've witnessed for today. We started as early as 2 p.m. in our time zone at least, and we're ending already at, 10, around 10 and a half. And just goes to show how awesome the teams are here in Southeast Asia and the realm of Pokemon Unite. Zoe is the MVP for the last game, but props to everyone who contributed at the side of Onyx, especially to Illuna. Maybe Illuna is not the flashiest Pokemon that we saw in the game, but he was receiving a lot of damage. Just imagine, that's 39k, man. And it's not just about the numbers. It's if you're gonna be rolling back the game, he's been taking a lot of damage, and he has a lot of defense, man. It's just, the damage is not being felt once he is on the front line. He just denies the damage that Full Sense does have.
I mean, look at SGC. He has so much. He has the highest damage dealt, highest damage taken, and highest recovery as well. But a one-man team is not going to win a team fight. And Onyx Rise, as I mentioned, they played dominantly. And they played quite good, dude. First, they deserve to be the grand champions.
Man, what a deep breath for everyone. And, I do believe that the comment section, at YouTube would definitely feel awesome, would definitely feel happy about the results of the grand finals, because it's not about already the team that you're rooting for. It's about the outcome of the games that they've witnessed for tonight. And it was just top level Pokemon Unite. And I do believe that, this is not yet the full potential, not just of Onyx, but Full Sense as well. I do believe that they can still go beyond their limits, and we'll have to wait and see that one in the ACL finals in Japan.
Oh yeah, again, the teams coming in from Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals are Onyx Rise, Full Sense, and T1. And congratulations to all three of them, but most especially to Onyx Rise, congratulations for winning grand champions of the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, and all change like that has been quite an amazing run, starting off from November. Actually,
yeah, November.
Starting off from November, and now it's at the end of January. Tomorrow is February. It's been quite a nice 3 months with you in this league.
But hey, this is just ACL Southeast Asia. Still have more. We still have Winter Tournament coming up tomorrow. We still have the ACL Finals coming up in March. So there's a lot of Pokemon Unite action in the background that's going to happen in the future. But let's give everyone a recap on what happened for the whole duration of the day at the playoff stage. So we kicked off the day with Made in Thailand and FN Esports in match 1. Made in Thailand being able to get the win. Team Nemesis versus Made in Thailand, they were able to get the win for Team Nemesis. And Team Nemesis was able to gain some bit of a momentum, but Rival Esports during match number 4 was the biggest hurdle for Team Nemesis as Rivals took them down. But the bigger wall came in once again. Full Sense being able to take down Rival Esports as they guaranteed their spot to ACL Finals. And not just that, they took T1 down as well. Just probably the prospect or the majority, or not majority, but some of the predictions or some of the anticipations were at the eyes of T1, but Full Sense made a difference. But still, the king of Southeast Asia League for 2026, it's Onyx Rise, Pokemon trainers who's watching the broadcast.
Yes, sirree. And now we're going to be showing you, once again, congratulations to these 3 teams that is going to be advancing to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals in Japan, March 28, 29, on Buntai Arena, Yokohama, Japan. It's Onyx Rise, Full Sense, and T1. And at the same time, since they are guaranteed a slot for the Asia Champions League, they are no longer eligible to join in on the Winter Tournament, which, by the way, is going to be tomorrow.
Absolutely. Open qualifiers would be tomorrow, and the playoffs of Winter Tournament would be next week. So we'll get to see, Evil's FXL, Team Nemesis, Made in Thailand, FN Esports, and Rival Esports in the Winter Tournament in their respective regions. And we just have to wait and see in the playoffs. But hey, we just have the giveaway, JJ. Again, congratulations for the winners. We have Ato Wichaya 2930 for winning the official t-shirt, and our milestone giveaway winner, which will be getting jersey, cap, and towel, it is going to be Chai Ice 3094. Congratulations.
Yeah, and
your name's not here.
I know. Why?
I don't know, man. Not your day.
Why?
Not your day, JJ. You won last year. Come on, give chance to others.
Yeah, but with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all change alike, congratulations to every winner. You guys are the winner. We are the winner. We got to see a game number 5 grand finals, and that is about everything that we have, that we are asking for, really.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I have nothing else to say. There's after this, there's still the Winter Tournament and then the ACL Finals. I don't know, man. Do you have any last words before we sign out?
You know, man, just look forward to every Pokemon Unite action and what's about to happen. We might have the Winter Tournament qualifiers tomorrow off stream, but we'll make sure to see you next week.
Yes, sirree. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, this has been Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C-League 2026. My name is JJ, and with me is Picky Eels right now, and of course, shout outs to one of our other casters that are currently watching on the live stream. We have in your casters action right here in this tournament, and we'll see you guys next week for the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament, and then eventually the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals. We'll see you guys next time. Peace.